diplomacy can prevent another escalation.
Now, viewers, the second edition of India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise Sinbax 2 2026 is in full swing at Teko Sen Phnom, Tom Mria's Royal Cambodian Air Force Training Ground. It's happening in the Camp Basil, Kampong Speu province in the Kingdom of Cambodia. The exercise being conducted from 4 to 17 of May 2026 has brought together the Indian Army contingent comprising of 120 personnel, majorly from a battalion of the Maratha Light Infantry Regiment and 160 personnel from the Royal Cambodian Army with the aim of enhancing interoperability, coordination and operational synergy between the two armies. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
The second edition of India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise Sinbax 2 2026 is in full swing. The drills being conducted at Cambodian Air Force Training Center in Kampong Speu province. The exercise being conducted from 4 to 17 May 2026 has brought together the Indian Army contingent comprising 120 personnel and 160 personnel from the Royal Cambodian Army. The joint exercise is being conducted under the framework of Chapter 7 of the United Nations mandate and is focused on joint planning and execution of coordinated tactical operations in a sub-conventional semi-urban environment. The training is aligned with the contemporary dynamics of counter-terrorism and peacekeeping operations, wherein both contingents are undertaking a combination of command post exercise, field training exercise, and specialized skill-based training. As part of the ongoing training, troops of both nations are carrying out practical drills in firing, tactical drone employment, urban operations, mortar drills, sniper training, combat first aid and disaster relief operations. The emphasis is on developing common understanding of tactics, techniques and procedures, while exchanging best practices and operational experiences gained during operations against hostile forces. This military exercise is not only a platform for military training, but also a reflection of the growing defense cooperation between India and Cambodia. Through such joint training engagements, both armies continue to reinforce their commitment towards maintaining peace, stability and security under the United Nations framework.
And now, viewers, we are turning our attention to some of the top international headlines today. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hosted German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius in Kyiv. Zelensky praised Germany's continued support for Ukraine's air defense systems. Both sides discussed expanding joint weapons production. Pistorius said he remains unconvinced by Russia's willingness to seek peace. He also stated that Putin can end war immediately by agreeing to unconditional talks. Two major wildfires in South Florida have scorched thousands of acres. The larger blaze has burned nearly 5,600 acres and is 30% content. Another 300-acre fire is burning near Homestead in Miami-Dade County. The National Guard is assisting state and local firefighters. No serious injuries or property damage have been reported so far. 6 people were found dead inside a shipping container in Laredo, Texas. Authorities believe the victims likely died from heat stroke. The deceased are thought to be migrants from Mexico and Honduras. Autopsies and identification efforts are currently underway. Investigators are probing whether the deaths are linked to human smuggling. Doctors in Paris have activated isolation protocols amid the hantavirus outbreak. Negative pressure rooms and full protective gear are being used. A French woman who tested positive remains in stable condition in intensive care. 4 other French passengers tested negative but remain in isolation. Health officials say strict monitoring is in place to prevent further spread. And now moving on, pressure is mounting on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As the Knesset opened its summer session, protesters gathered outside Parliament demanding an independent state commission to investigate the October 7 Hamas attack and the government's response. Families of those killed and the former hostages say only a judge-led inquiry can reveal what went wrong, why communities were left exposed, and why many hostages did not return alive. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Protesters gathered outside the Knesset as Israel's parliament opens its summer session. The demonstrators demanded an independent state commission to investigate the October 7 Hamas attack.
We're here to demand a commission of inquiry, a state, apolitical, professional committee of inquiry that will get to the bottom of why this all happened, why the settlements of the Gaza envelope were abandoned on Simchat Torah, the 7th of October, why it took so long to get the hostages home, why so many of them who were abducted alive came home dead.
Families of victims and released hostages joined women's group in the protest. Protesters demanded for the establishment of a state commission of inquiry to examine the government policies in the run-up to the attack. They are also demanding accountability over delays in bringing hostages home.
This is something that should have happened 2 years ago, and better late than never. We very strongly hope that in the upcoming elections a new government will be formed, and that one of its first acts will be to establish a commission of inquiry.
Netanyahu had approved a government-led committee to examine the security failures. But the announcement of the committee angered many in Israel who responded with concerns about its makeup. Unlike past judge-led inquiries, the Prime Minister would oversee the composition of this committee. Meanwhile, protesters say only an apolitical and professional commission can uncover the full truth.
אנחנו דורשים פה ועדת חקירה ממלכתית שתוכל באמת לחקור את כל מה שהביא אותנו ל7 באוקטובר ואת מה שקרה שם ואת כל הטיוח שאחר כך. כי בעצם מה שהם עושים מאז כבר 2.5, משתיקים, מטייחים, משקרים, עושים הכל, זורקים אחריות מעצמם, הכל כדי לשכוח, כדי לזרוק את האחריות מעצמם.
With pressure mounting on Netanyahu, families of victims insist that accountability for October 7 can no longer be delayed.
Now viewers, coming up next after a very short break, probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Matin Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves to court to halt a demolition of his house.
সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের বুকে আগলে রাখবো, এবার তোরা ভোটের দিনে ছাপ্পা রীতি চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার পাল্টানো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
TMC leader and former minister in Mamata's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in a recruitment scam.
Hat-trick for BJP in Assam, Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today.
Kerala Chief Minister suspense likely to end. Congress High Command to announce Kerala Chief Minister today.
NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended.
Probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Mateen Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves court to hold demolition of his house. Now, viewers, beginning this story with a major story focus now in a major development in the West Bengal municipality recruitment scam. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested former minister and Trinamool Congress leader Sujit Bose. The central agency alleges that Bose recommended nearly 150 candidates for municipal jobs in exchange for money and received flats and other financial benefits as proceeds of crime.
Now, the case is a part of a wider investigation into recruitment irregularities across several civic bodies in West Bengal. More revelations are expected to emerge in the coming days. Take a look at this report for the latest details.
The Enforcement Directorate has arrested former West Bengal minister and TMC leader Sujit Bose in the municipality recruitment scam. Sujit Bose is expected to be produced before a special court today. The ED alleges that he recommended nearly 150 candidates for jobs in the South Damda municipality in exchange for money. Investigators claim that they traced proceeds of crime in the form of flats allegedly acquired by Sujit Bose. Large cash deposits were also found in bank accounts linked to him, according to ED sources. He was arrested after hours of questioning at the ED office in Kolkata. Rupees 45 lakh cash was recovered in raids conducted earlier, relating to alleged irregularities in municipal appointments between 2014 to 2018. His lawyer, Amalesh Roy, says that he cannot say anything on the case as of now.
They have not said anything officially whether he has been arrested or not. Still not the recording is still going on.
Could you go inside?
No, I am not allowed to go inside.
Sir, could he be arrested today? Officially, could he be arrested today?
I don't know. I can't say because officially I can't say anything. They have not intimated us till now. We are staying in the lobby. Okay, so he has gone inside. His son sometimes is being allowed to go inside. I will not be allowed to go inside. So no official intimation has been given to us. So I can't say anything.
The probe emerged from the wider teacher recruitment scam investigation involving TMC aide Ayan Sheel. With Sujit Bose now in ED custody, the municipality recruitment scam has tightened its grip on yet another senior Trinamool leader.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the TCS Nashik sexual harassment and alleged religious conversion case has now exploded into a full-blown political controversy in Maharashtra. The main accused, Nida Khan, has now been sent to judicial custody till May 24 after being produced before a Nashik court. But the controversy is no longer limited to the criminal investigation alone.
That's right, and fresh allegations have now triggered a major political slugfest after claims surfaced that AIMIM leaders allegedly sheltered the accused while she was absconding. Municipal demolition notices, allegations of illegal property construction, claims of financial support, and now AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi openly defending Nida Khan. The case is rapidly snowballing into one of Maharashtra's biggest political flashpoints. Take a look.
The TCS Nashik sexual harassment and alleged religious conversion case is now snowballing into a massive political controversy. The main accused, Nida Khan, has been sent to a 14-day judicial custody after being produced before a Nashik court following the end of her police remand. The court has remanded her to judicial custody till May 24th. While the SIT continues its expanding probe into the case. Biggest political firestorm erupted after Nida Khan was arrested from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar after allegedly remaining absconding for over a month. Maharashtra Minister Sanjay Shirsat has alleged that AIMIM corporator Mateen Majid Patel provided shelter to Nida while she was on the run. Now the controversy has deepened further after municipal authorities served a demolition notice to Patel's house claiming that the house was illegally constructed. But Mateen Patel has now moved to the Sambhajinagar district court seeking an immediate stay on the demolition action. While investigators are also examining claims that financial support may have been provided to Nida Khan through intermediaries to cover her household expenses while she was hiding. With the SIT probe expanding, political accusations and AIMIM openly backing the accused, the Nashik TCS case is rapidly turning into one of the Maharashtra's biggest political flashpoints.
And now, viewers, moving on, Kerala's Chief Minister's suspense continues with the Congress High Command expected to take a final call on Tuesday after marathon consultations in New Delhi. Intense lobbying is underway between key contenders V.D. Satishan, K.C. Venugopal and Ramesh Chennitala, even as Rahul Gandhi has reportedly warned party leaders against public factionalism.
Now, with the IUML expressing concern over the delay and pressure mounting within the UDF, the Congress leadership is now weighing MLA support, alliance dynamics and public sentiment before announcing Kerala's next Chief Minister. Watch this report for more information.
Kerala's Chief Minister's suspense is set to end, with the Congress High Command preparing for a final announcement after hectic consultations in Delhi.
So, will the decision be further delayed or will it be taken tomorrow?
I think within 48 hours the decision will come because there are a lot of matters are impending. Coming June, the schools are reopening, so they want textbooks and other even public works also. They want more fund. So everything stands still now. So the decision will come within 2 days. Then the government will form as early as possible. Next week, the full-fledged cabinet will come.
Sir, AICC got some report that it is a leaders in Kerala that who creates a problem here. So do you think so?
No. Nobody creating any problem. There's a confusion, that's correct. But that confusion we can settle within 2 days.
The race for the top post remains between K.C. Venugopal, V.D. Satishan and Ramesh Chennitala, with intense lobbying continuing inside the Kerala Congress unit. While Chief Sunny Joseph clearly reiterated that he is not in the chief ministerial race.
One question, who will be the next CM, sir?
That we will decide. The decision will be announced by the High Command. So is there
So,
any agreement between the leaders in the party?
So will the MLAs have a say in this?
This will be announced by the High Command, I have already told you.
But sir, any disagreement within the party?
There are democratic processes within the party. That will be undertaken.
So who is the front runner, sir? So who is the front runner?
That will be announced by the High Command as told by me earlier.
Unable to break the deadlock, the Congress has now called former KPCC chiefs and senior Kerala leaders to Delhi for wider consultations before taking a final call.
Even after passing 7 days, the Congress party in Kerala could not fix its Chief Minister candidate, despite winning at a standing majority of 102 seats out of the total 140 assembly constituencies. Senior Congress leaders B.D. Sadishan, Ramesh Chennithala and K.C. Venugopal are in the fray for the CM post. After the tremendous victory, AICC held a voting to identify which candidate gets the maximum backing of the MLAs who were newly elected. Now the senior Congress leader K. Muralidharan says the issue will be solved amicably and in 48 hours a CM candidate will be identified without any issue inside the party.
Rahul Gandhi has reportedly pulled up all camps over flex boards and street protests, asking leaders to immediately stop public factionalism. The IUML has expressed displeasure over the delay, warning that prolonged uncertainty could have political repercussions for the UDF government. Sources say that K.C. Venugopal remains the frontrunner with support from a majority of newly elected Congress MLAs and MPs. The Congress leadership is now trying to balance MLA support, alliance pressure and public sentiment before announcing Kerala's next Chief Minister.
Amrita, they are taking a very long time to decide who the Chief Minister is going to be.
And also there is no consensus between the party leaders as well, and there's a friction between the central leaders and the grassroots level.
Now, let's have a look at the top national stories in national wraps.
Days after taking oath as West Bengal's new Chief Minister, Suvendu Adhikari chaired his first key review meeting with senior BJP leaders and officials at Nabana. The meeting focused on administrative priorities and the roadmap for the new government following the BJ's historic victory in the 2026 Assembly elections. The meeting marks a formal beginning of a new political chapter in the state.
Panic gripped Greater Noida after a moving car caught fire and was engulfed in flames within minutes in the Bisrak area. The driver managed to save his life by jumping out through the window just in time. Firefighters rushed to the spot and brought the blaze under control after a sustained effort. No casualties reported and a short circuit is suspected to have triggered the fire.
Another massive fire broke out at a residential shopping complex in the Harnak area of Anantnag, triggering panic among residents and shopkeepers. Multiple fire tenders were deployed and firefighters worked for several hours to contain the blaze. Authorities are assessing the extent of the damage, while the cause of the fire is yet to be determined.
In a major crackdown on a narcotics-linked crime, the district administration and police in Kathua jointly demolished 3 houses belonging to alleged drug peddlers in the Korepunnu area of Rajbagh. The structures, valued at over 1 crore rupees, were found to have been illegally constructed on state land. The properties belong to residents of Tehsil Marheen. Officials said the 3 accused are linked to 16 FIRs involving drug trafficking and other criminal activities.
Now, viewers, 13 people have been apprehended so far in the NEET paper leak controversy, a probe that began after over 100 questions in the actual exam were strikingly similar to those in a practice question bank. Though the NTA says that probe is underway, there is not an isolated incident, Shivam.
Yes, now the exam that lakhs of medical students prepare for has been marred with such controversies, raising serious questions of credibility. Now watch this in-depth report on the latest NEET controversy with our executive editor Niranjan Narayanaswamy.
There's a huge controversy brewing in Rajasthan with another NEET question paper leak that's emerged. And some of the details that the Republic TV team has accessed are disturbing. It's an organized racket, a well-oiled racket in which people from several states are involved in giving what is now being referred to as guess questionnaire to students. And some of these questions were sold for up to 5 lakh rupees. Let's get to the details of the new NEET controversy in Rajasthan. Investigators have found that a guess questionnaire was circulated among students. This was in Sikar, and this questionnaire has allegedly matched a significant portion of the question paper. Some estimates say that nearly 60 to 70% of the question paper was a clean match to the guess questionnaire which was circulated, raising fears on what is India's biggest medical test so far. Now, let's tell you that the Rajasthan Special Operations Group, or the SOG investigation that has been carried out in this case, has shown that 600 out of the 720 questions in the NEET exams that were held on the 3rd of May bore similarities to the questions that were being circulated, and some were being circulated for a price not just in Rajasthan but in different parts of the country. Investigators are now trying to determine whether the material, that is the 600 questions, or what is being called now as the guess questionnaire, was just coincidental, the fact that it was so accurate, or whether it was part of an actual leak. Now, there is enough proof to show that there is an active leak that took place, but there appears to be a political battle with the Congress saying that the state government in Rajasthan is trying to suppress the facts that are emerging. Now, is it a coincidence that 600 out of 720 questions are a clean match? Is it a coincidence that another NEET question paper has been leaked? And that is why we feel that the state government in Rajasthan must now go deeper into the controversy and probe whether there was a political link, whether there were people within the administration, whether there were people within the government that allowed this leak to happen in the first place. And not just that, investigators have also found a document containing over 400 questions. Now, this document was being circulated for days before the examination. Investigators have found that 100 questions from biology, chemistry especially showed striking similarities to those that later appeared in the 2026 NEET UG paper. And that is why Republic TV will be investigating this story all through the day today as one of our focus stories, as one of our investigative stories on the NEET paper leak, which impacts almost 7 million students each year. Now, this is what we know so far. The Rajasthan government has said that the guest paper was being sold for up to 5 lakh rupees. This is the paper in which 600 of 720 questions matched, and that the guest paper reached students 2 days before the examination. And some estimates, in fact, even the Rajasthan police has gone on record to say that in some estimates 140 questions match, but now there are consolidated reports that confirm that 600 out of 720 questions were a clean match. And if yes, this is one of India's biggest controversies that affects millions of students, and we here at Republic TV will be following the story very closely in the days to come.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Indian markets witnessed a sharp sell-off on Monday amid escalating geopolitical tensions in West Asia and surging crude oil prices. Now, the Sensex crashed over 1,000 points intraday, while the rupee weakened, Amrita, to record lows against the dollar as fears over inflation, rising import costs and global uncertainty, which has rattled the investor sentiment, Amrita.
That's right, and something to watch out for as concerns deepened further after crude prices crossed the $105 per barrel, and India VIX surged nearly 11%, signaling heightened volatility across financial markets. Take a look at this report.
Indian markets crashed on Monday as rising West Asia tensions triggered panic selling. Sensex fell over 1,000 points intraday while Nifty slipped below 23,900. Markets were hit after crude oil prices surged above $105 a barrel amid fading hopes of a US-Iran peace deal and fears of supply disruptions.
So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, it's very simple. We get that, they guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time, and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, was the word they actually used. That was my original word. Then it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it wasn't challenged with any knowledge. It was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so.
Fresh tensions involving Iran, Israel and Lebanon raised concerns over instability in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil route. The Indian rupee weakened sharply to 95 against the dollar as rising crude prices increased worries over India's import bill and inflation. PM Narendra Modi's call to conserve fuel and cut unnecessary spending further added to investor caution amid global uncertainty.
क्यों हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा। शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे। अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें और भी लोगों को साथ बिठा ले। अगर हमें कहीं सामान भेजना हो तो कोशिश करनी है कि वह ज्यादा से ज्यादा रेलवे गुड्स के जो ट्रेन होती है रेलवे की सर्विसेज से भेजें, ताकि इलेक्ट्रिक रेलवे होने के कारण पेट्रोल डीजल की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है।
Selling pressure was seen across sectors with auto, banking, realty and oil-linked stocks leading the market decline. India VIX, the market's fear gauge, jumped nearly 11%, reflecting rising volatility and nervousness among investors. Sometimes markets don't follow the rationale, it just follows the emotions, sentiments, and PM Modi just evoked that.
Now, Amrita, there is a lot of uncertainty, especially because of the tensions between United States and Iran, and they are not accepting each other's proposal. Trump has recently rejected the proposal, the peace plan, which was put forward by Iran, and this will definitely impact the markets.
That's what the Prime Minister was calling the nation to have austerity measures, especially in fuel and also in edible oil, and even to cut down on other expenditures. But at this moment, let us have a look at the top business stories in the world of business markets.
Indian equity markets witnessed a sharp correction after Prime Minister Narendra Modi urged citizens to adopt economic self-defense and reduce dependence on imports and discretionary spending. The Sensex fell over 1,000 points on Monday as investors reassessed the near-term outlook for consumption. Market experts, however, say that the sell-off is sentiment-driven and does not undermine India's long-term structural growth story.
The Indian rupee and government bonds are expected to remain highly sensitive to developments in the US-Iran conflict, which continues to drive global volatility and keep crude oil prices elevated. The rupee closed at 94.48 against the dollar last week, gaining 0.4% despite renewed hostilities. Markets are closely tracking Iran's response to a US peace proposal with fresh drone activity over Gulf nations, highlighting persistent geopolitical risks.
The centre has announced that the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Employment and Livelihood Mission, or VBG Ramji will replace Manrega from July 1, 2026. The new employment guarantee scheme aims to strengthen rural livelihoods and accelerate infrastructure development across villages. Rural Development Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said the transition will ensure uninterrupted work opportunities for labourers while expanding support for farmers and rural communities.
The government has clarified that there are currently no plans to restrict overseas spending through international cards or raise import duties on gold and silver. The statement comes amid speculation following Prime Minister Modi's call to reduce dependence on imported commodities and foreign spending. Commerce Ministry sources said no immediate fiscal or regulatory measures are being considered despite concerns over rising forex outflows.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because, Amrita, we have a lot more lined up.
That's right. Coming up next, after a very short break, a hat-trick for the BJP in Assam. Himanta Biswa Sarma set to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for a second consecutive term today.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपू ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव
को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
RSS ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और RSS वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
চুরিও এই ছেলেরা রুখবে সীমান্তের হিন্দুদের মা বুকে আগলে রাখবো 15 বছর কেটেছি অনেক এবার ঘোরা আসতো ভোটের ভিড়ে ছাপ্পা রেখে চলবে না তো সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার সরকার চাই বিজেপি সরকার
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and I'm here with my colleague, my co-host, my co-anchor.
That's right. A very good morning to you. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and we have many stories lined up for you today.
Yeah, but the main focus will be on the swearing-in ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma. He has been re-elected, reselected. He is the CM designate, and he will take the oath today for the second term. And the NDA is coming back to power in Assam for the third term. We'll get you all the latest details on that and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines.
TMC leader and former minister in Mamata's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in recruitment scam.
Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today.
Kerala Chief Minister suspense likely to end. Congress High Command to announce Kerala Chief Minister today.
NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended.
Probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Mateen Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves court to halt demolition of his house.
All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development, Amrita, that we are getting right now. And this is about a Trump aide and US Senator Lindsey Graham, who says that US must revisit the role of Pakistan as a mediator. Now, this comes after a US report has emerged claiming Pakistan allowed Iran to park its critical aircraft at Noor Khan base to shield them from American strikes.
That's right. A big development as Pakistan was trying to be the mediator between the two countries. And now Trump aide says that they must now revisit the role of Pakistan after U.S. reports claims that Pakistan's role in shielding the Iranian aircraft. And U.S. officials, as per U.S. media reports, have said that Iran moved several aircraft, including military assets, to Pakistan Air Force Base in Nur Khan near Rawalpindi shortly after a ceasefire was announced by U.S. President Donald Trump in the early month of April. Now, the officials have also said that aircraft movements appeared aimed at protecting Iran's remaining aviation and military assets.
From potential American strikes as regional tensions escalated. So this clearly establishes that one should be cautious about involving Pakistan as a mediator, because it's a failed state and it's very clever, and it's trying to get benefits from both sides, from Iran and United States, because definitely all the leaders of Pakistan are on a payroll. The leaders of Pakistan are on a payroll of United States, and that also is one of the reasons they need the money and they want to keep their masters happy. All right, we have Saurav Shukla live with us to speak on this issue. Saurav, thanks a lot for joining us at this moment. But what do you have to say on this, the kind of scenario and the revelation by US Senator Lindsey Graham, who says that US must revisit the role of Pakistan as a mediator?
Well, I can tell you that this is a big story here in Washington, D.C. at this moment. I'm joining you today from Washington, D.C., and I can tell you that Lindsey Graham is one of the closest senator and aide to President Trump. And President Trump, sources telling me, feel betrayed because he trusted on the Pakistani leadership. I've been saying all along that Pakistan is known for its double games. Osama bin Laden was sheltered in Pakistan, and the US forces then found Osama bin Laden there. Again, in the middle of a war, at a juncture when the US and Israel were trying to defeat a terrorist rogue regime in Iran, Pakistan was again supporting Iran by hiding these aircrafts on its key strategic base, which is close to, in fact, Islamabad, very close to Rawalpindi. And so they need a lot of explanation. And obviously, sources telling me here at the White House that the president is very seriously considering this, because obviously he's upset about it, because he did not expect Pakistan to backstab United States in this manner. In fact, in 2018, President Trump in his first term was very stern with Pakistan. This time on, with the Pakistani leadership, tried to get into his inner circle using some crypto connections. But clearly, Pakistan's double game is getting exposed. And what this news report that has come out in CBS here in the US has exposed, that the Pakistani were continuing while they were trying to pretend to be an honest negotiator. My sense was they were always a dubious negotiator who never had the interest of peace in the first place. They wanted to get, I would say, concessions out of both the sides, and then obviously wanted to help, in this case, the terrorist rogue regime of Iran by hiding these aircrafts. Because imagine, this is a country which has been attacking Middle Eastern allies.
But Saurav, the question is, the important question, Saurav, is it like that US was not aware of this? It seems quite unrealistic that US was not aware. With all the intelligence that United States has, this must already be known to Donald Trump, because Pakistan has always backstabbed. It's the reason of all the terrorism in the entire region. It's the reason for the terrorism in Afghanistan, and US was deeply impacted because of that also. It has the nuclear weapons. You already had the intel that it is developing missiles of a range that could reach US, and the bigger threat for United States was supposed to be Pakistan and not Iran. But still, Trump was trusting Pakistan because of the interests of US. Is it that way or something else?
I'll tell you what was happening. At this moment, President Trump was keen that this war should come to an end because of a multiple, I would say a couple of reasons. One, obviously, the initial objectives that the US wanted of decimating Iran's war machine, that was met. Clearly, now they want a deal also because of domestic concerns that President has. He has a midterm coming in November. He wanted this war to an end. And the Pakistanis use this vacuum to approach the United States side. They will be honest mediators. Sometimes, and President Trump, I cover the White House, I've covered him for a long time now. He's someone who trusts his inner circle. In this case, the Pakistani leadership connected with the president through the inner circle, and obviously this information that has come out is also being quoted to some US sources, and I presume some US intelligence sources. So certainly, the moment they realized that Pakistan was playing this double game, somebody certainly leaked it out to CBS, which is a prominent US network. And the fact that this news has come out would certainly see some kind of an action by the US, because while they don't want to jeopardize the peace talks, but certainly Pakistan's role has come under suspicion.
That's right, Saurabh.
Once
and
more.
also, what we would like to know is that was Pakistan playing both sides all along? And we are seeing that Pakistan also has a growing distrust, not just with Iran, but it seems like they have a big distrust with the United States, which is why they have taken this step as well.
It's a frenemy.
Well, I would say, it's not, see, in this case, it's a role of Pakistan, which has, again, I would say, is under cloud of suspicion. Pakistan is a country which is the epicenter of global terrorism. The world should realize it, and I think the US strategic community, intelligence community realizes it, and I think they're going to brief President Trump also on these findings as well, because my sense is that sometimes, obviously, you trust certain countries which promised to deliver certain things, but they never expected that at a juncture when President of the United States was saying all along that they have destroyed Iran's war machine, Pakistan was actually hiding these aircrafts and giving Iran, these war machines to be used later against anybody, be it the US allies in the Middle East, or to hold the Strait of Hormuz, hold the world to ransom by holding on Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has been continuously doing. And the US has a blockade. And the US was thinking that they've destroyed the entire war machine, but little did they know that their own, supposedly mediator, Pakistan, was playing this double game. Yeah. Now that this expose is out, I hope that the world will see Pakistan's duplicity, and they will obviously take corrective measures.
Yeah, I hope we are not going back to war once again, the US and Iran. That's what everybody hopes for.
I want to talk about that as well, because there has been some development there as well. Okay. I get a sense that there was the talk of a peace deal that was worked out
but it has failed. It has failed, sort of. It has failed.
It's failed. Yeah. It has failed. Not only that, President Trump himself earlier today mentioned that this is on life support. And I can also confirm to you, my sources telling me that Qatar is now playing a role there to see if some kind of a new formula can be worked out. But I get a sense that once the US president goes to China, because he's meeting Xi Jinping later this week, there may be some movement, because China also, I've been saying all along on your
Everybody
show,
has stakes in the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody is worried for that.
And Xi Jinping will try to do some kind of a deal once President Trump is there, and they will try to play a role. That's the reason I don't see the deal happening immediately.
Okay, Saurabh Shukla, thanks a lot for joining at this moment and for your insights on what's happening there. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, 10 weeks into the West Asia conflict, US President Donald Trump has made a stark remark that it's once again raising questions over the durability of the ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, calling the ceasefire on life support, Amrita. Now, Trump signaled that the truce remains extremely fragile, even as both sides continue to trade demands over the Strait of Hormuz.
And Iran's nuclear program, which is a big contention, and the compensation for war damage, which is one of the key demands as well. Now, with shipping lanes, oil markets and regional stability still at stake, concerns are mounting over what comes next. Global energy prices are soaring and fears of an energy crisis are looming large as well. And now, with no end to the war in sight, the focus remains on the fighting and the volatile relations between Iran and the US. Here's a full report. Take a look.
10 weeks into the West Asia conflict, Donald Trump once again dropped hints over the fragility of the ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Trump calling the ceasefire on life support has once again fueled concerns over whether the conflict will continue to disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. I said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree? Bad prognostic. I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living.
This comes after Iran said the war must end on all fronts, including Lebanon, which has remained the center of discussion in earlier weeks. To this, the United States has floated a proposal aimed at reopening negotiations. Meanwhile, Iran has questioned whether asking for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz an excessive demand.
بنابراین هر آنچه که ما در متنمون پیشنهاد کردیم خواسته های معقول، مسئولانه و پیشنهادهای سخاوتمندانه بود، نه فقط برای منافع ملی ایران بلکه برای خیر و ثبات و امنیت کل منطقه.
Tehran also demanded compensation for war damage, emphasized its sovereignty over Strait of Hormuz, and called on the US to end its naval blockade and guarantee no further attacks. Meanwhile, Trump has declared what he calls a complete victory.
There's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their navy is dead.
Additionally, Trump has reiterated that Iran cannot be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Trump has demanded a major rollback of Iran's nuclear activities, while Iran is pushing for a more limited agreement that would reopen the strait and lift the blockade.
The plan is very simple. You know, in war you have to change, you have to be flexible, you have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days, but I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
On the economic impact of the war, Trump said he's considering suspending the federal gas tax to help offset higher fuel prices. In his upcoming visit to China, Trump is also expected to press his Chinese counterpart to use China's influence over Tehran, with China remaining Iran's largest oil buyer. With the ceasefire hanging by a thread and both sides holding firm to their demands, the future of the region now depends on whether diplomacy can prevent another escalation.
All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news development right now. A brazen shooting in broad daylight took place in Boston, Massachusetts on Monday evening. The shooter has been identified as a 46-year-old Tyler Brown from Boston, as per local media reports. And we'll show you the visuals just in a second, because this is a very big development which has happened. Amrita.
This Friday, the gunmen who opened fire on passing cars on Memorial Drive in Boston's Cambridge area. The incident has occurred near the prestigious Harvard University. Reports also further state that the two people in separate cars were struck by the gunfire and taken to Boston hospitals with life-threatening injuries. The gunman has also been reportedly shot down. Take a look at this particular video on your screens now. Him armed with a very sophisticated weapon and brandishing it in the air and even shooting it towards cars, while two people have been injured so far.
Yeah, it is, as we are being told, as per the reports that we have, it's a semi-automatic weapon, and he randomly targeted passing by cars on the road and reportedly unleashed 60 to 70 rounds. You can just imagine the kind of threat this man was for all the passerbys. First on Republic exclusive on your television screens, this visual is from Massachusetts, and this person was shooting randomly at the people, at the passing by cars in Boston. A brazen shooting in broad daylight took place in Boston, Massachusetts on Monday evening. The shooter has been identified as 46-year-old Tyler Brown from Boston.
Right, another gunfire incident, Shivam, definitely caused panic once again in America. And, well, investigations will reveal what was his motive behind that incident.
And now, let's have a look at the top international stories and international wraps.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hosted German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius in Kyiv. Zelensky praised Germany's continued support for Ukraine's air defense systems. Both sides discussed expanding joint weapons production. Pistorius said he remains unconvinced by Russia's willingness to seek peace. He also stated that Putin can end the war immediately by agreeing to unconditional talks.
Two major wildfires in South Florida have scorched thousands of acres. The larger blaze has burnt nearly 5,600 acres and is 30% contained. Another 300-acre fire is burning near Homestead in Miami-Dade County. Now, the National Guard is assisting state and local firefighters. No serious injuries or property damage have been reported so far.
6 people were found dead inside a shipping container in Laredo, Texas. Authorities believe the victims likely died from heat stroke. The deceased are thought to be migrants from Mexico and Honduras. Autopsies and identification efforts are currently underway. Investigators are probing whether the deaths are linked to human smuggling.
The doctors in Paris have activated isolation protocols amid the Hanta virus outbreak. Negative pressure rooms and full protective gear are being used. A French woman who tested positive remains in stable condition in intensive care. 4 other French passengers tested negative but remain in isolation. Health officials say strict monitoring is in place to prevent further spread. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the second edition of India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise, Sinbax 2 2026, is in full swing at Teko Sen Phnom Thom Mrias Royal Cambodian Air Force Training Center, Camp Basel, Kampong Speu Province, now Kingdom of Cambodia. Amrita.
That's right. The exercise being conducted from 4th of May to 17th, 2026 has brought together the Indian Army contingent comprising of 120 personnel, majority from the battalion of the Maratha Light Infantry Regiment, and 160 personnel from the Royal Cambodian Army, with the aim of enhancing interoperability, coordination and operational synergy between the two armies. Let's take a look.
The second edition of India-Cambodia bilateral military exercise Sinbax 2 2026 is in full swing. The drills being conducted at Cambodian Air Force Training Center in Kampong Speu province. The exercise being conducted from 4th to 17th May 2026 has brought together the Indian Army contingent comprising 120 personnel and 160 personnel from the Royal Cambodian Army. The joint exercise is being conducted under the framework of Chapter 7 of the United Nations mandate and is focused on joint planning and execution of coordinated tactical operations in a sub-conventional semi-urban environment. The training is aligned with the contemporary dynamics of counter-terrorism and peacekeeping operations, wherein both contingents are undertaking a combination of command post exercise, field training exercise, and specialized skill-based training. As part of the ongoing training, troops of both nations are carrying out practical drills in firing, tactical drone employment, urban operations, mortar drills, sniper training, combat first aid and disaster relief operations. The emphasis is on developing common understanding of tactics, techniques and procedures, while exchanging best practices and operational experiences gained during operations against hostile forces. This military exercise is not only a platform for military training but also a reflection of the growing defense cooperation between India and Cambodia. Through such joint training engagements, both armies continue to reinforce their commitment towards maintaining peace, stability and security under the United Nations framework.
Now, viewers, slipping into a very short break, but we'll be right back with more stories lined up for you on the other side.
Yeah, coming up after a short commercial break is NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced, 13 suspects apprehended.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
BJP
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta and I'm here with my colleague.
Yes, I'm Shivangi Shukla. Shivam, a very good morning to our viewers. We are live this morning and we have something very big to look forward to today.
Yes, definitely. It's the swearing-in ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma. He has been re-elected, reselected. He'll be again the Chief Minister of Assam, and this is NDA government coming in Assam for the third term. We'll get you all the latest details, and as we go live during live and breaking session, you'll get the live visuals of the swearing-in ceremony. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines, Shivangi.
Let's get started.
TMC leader and former minister in Mamta's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in recruitment scam.
Hat-trick for the BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam CM for second consecutive term today.
Kerala CM suspense likely to end. Congress High Command to announce Kerala CM today.
NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail trace. 13 suspects apprehended.
Probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Matan Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves court to halt the demolition of the house.
All right, viewers. So, after a massive victory in the Assam elections, BJP leader Himanta Biswa Sarma is all set to take oath for a second consecutive term as Assam's chief minister. So, this is huge coming in because that means the BJP-led NDA returns to power for a third consecutive term.
It's definitely historic. Now, the swearing-in ceremony in Guwahati will be attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, Chief Ministers Shivangi of the 22 NDA-ruled states and union territories have already started arriving in Guwahati to attend the swearing-in ceremony. Let's watch this report for more information.
Bharat Mata ki!
BJP's Himanta Biswa Sarma's oath-taking ceremony will mark the formal beginning of NDA's third consecutive term in Assam. The alliance swept the assembly elections with 102 seats in the 126-member House. While the BJP first came to power in Assam in 2016 with Sonowal, Himanta Biswa Sarma became the Chief Minister after the 2021 elections. Now, after leading the 2026 campaign himself, Himanta is returning for a second consecutive term as Assam's Chief Minister. The ceremony in Guwahati is expected to witness the presence of Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, amongst others. Politically, the event is being seen as a major show of strength for the BJP in the northeast, where Assam remains the BJP's most important stronghold. Himanta Biswa Sarma says that the next phase of governance will be focused on implementing the manifesto promises.
आज देखिए कल समारोह हो जाने दीजिए हम लोग पहला कैबिनेट करूंगा हमारा मैनिफेस्टो जनता का सामने है मैनिफेस्टो इम्प्लीमेंट करना ही हमारा सबसे एक जो लक्ष्य होगा वही हमारा सबसे प्राथमिक लक्ष्य होगा
Among the critical promises made were the creation of 2 lakh government jobs, free education for higher studies in government colleges, and expansion of welfare schemes. The NDA also addressed sensitive issues such as the Uniform Civil Code and anti-infiltration measures. These themes became central to the NDA campaign, with Himanta positioning himself as an administrator for these issues. For the BJP, Himanta's oath-taking is not just about forming the government for a third consecutive time. It is about consolidating a decade of dominance in Assam while also implementing the promises which shaped their 2026 election campaign.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, in a major development in West Bengal municipality recruitment scam, the Enforcement Directorate has arrested former Minister and Trinamool Congress leader Sujit Bose. Now, the central agency alleges that Bose recommended nearly 150 candidates for municipal jobs, Shivangi.
This was a done exchange, Shivam, for money, and he received flats and other financial benefits as proceeds of crime. The case is part of a wider investigation into recruitment irregularities across several civic bodies in West Bengal. Take a look.
The Enforcement Directorate has arrested former West Bengal Minister and TMC leader Sujit Bose in the municipality recruitment scam. Sujit Bose is expected to be produced before a special court today. The ED alleges that he recommended nearly 150 candidates for jobs in the South Tamna municipality in exchange for money. Investigators claim that they traced proceeds of crime in the form of flats allegedly acquired by Sujit Bose. Large cash deposits were also found in bank accounts linked to him, according to ED sources. He was arrested after hours of questioning at the ED office in Kolkata. Rupees 45 lakh cash was recovered in raids conducted earlier, relating to alleged irregularities in municipal appointments between 2014 to 2018. His lawyer, Amalesh Roy, says that he cannot say anything on the case as of now.
They have not said anything officially whether he has been arrested or not. Still not the recording is still going on. So could you go inside? No, I am not allowed to go inside. So could he be arrested anything officially? Could he be arrested today? I don't know. I can't say because officially I can't say anything. They have not intimated us till now. We are staying in the lobby. Okay, so he has gone inside. His son sometimes being allowed to go. I have not been allowed to go inside. So no official intimation has been given to us So I can't say anything.
The probe emerged from the wider teacher recruitment scam investigation involving TMC 8 Ayan Sheel. With Shujit Bose now in ED custody, the municipality recruitment scam has tightened its grip on yet another senior Trinamool leader.
All right. Shivam, now we are getting our viewers all those updates. What else do we have?
Now, let's have a look at the top national stories now in National Wraps.
Days after taking oath as West Bengal new CM, Suvinder Adhikari has chaired his first key review meeting with senior BJP leaders and officials at Nobonno. The meeting focused on administrative priorities and the roadmap for the new government following the BJP's historic victory in the 2026 Assembly elections. The meeting marks a formal beginning of a new political chapter in the state.
Panic gripped Greater Noida after a moving car caught fire and was engulfed in flames within minutes. In the Bisrak area, the driver managed to save his life by jumping out through the window just in time. Now, firefighters rushed to the spot and brought the blaze under control after a sustained effort. Now, no casualties were reported and a short circuit is suspected to have triggered the fire.
A massive fire broke out at a residential or a shopping complex in Harnag area of Anantnag, triggering panic among residents and shopkeepers. Multiple fire tenders were deployed and firefighters worked for several hours to contain the blaze. Authorities are assessing the extent of the damage while the cause of the fire is yet to be determined.
Now, in a major crackdown on narcotics-linked crime, the district administration and police in Kathua jointly demolished 3 houses belonging to alleged drug peddlers in the Korepunnu area of Rajbagh. The structures, valued at over 1 crore rupees, were found to have been illegally constructed on state land. The properties belong to residents of Tehsil Marheen. Officials said the 3 accused are linked to 16 FIRs involving drug trafficking and other criminal activities. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Indian markets witnessed a sharp sell-off on Monday amid escalating geopolitical tensions in West Asia and surging crude oil prices. Now, the Sensex crashed over 1,000 points intraday, while the rupee weakened to record lows against the dollar as fears of inflation, Shivangi.
That's right, Shivam. And also, rising import cost and global uncertainty rattled investor sentiment. Concerns deepened further after crude prices crossed $105 a barrel. And we see that the India VIX surged nearly 11%, signaling a heightened volatility across the financial markets. Take a look.
Indian markets crashed on Monday as rising West Asia tensions triggered panic selling. Sensex fell over 1,000 points intraday, while Nifty slipped below 23,900. Markets were hit after crude oil prices surged above $105 a barrel amid fading hopes of a US-Iran peace deal and fears of supply disruptions.
So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that, they guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time, and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, was the word they actually used, that was my original word, that it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it wasn't challenged with any knowledge, it was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so.
Fresh tensions involving Iran, Israel and Lebanon raised concerns over instability in the Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil route. The Indian rupee weakened sharply to 95 against the dollar as rising crude prices increased worries over India's import bill and inflation. PM Narendra Modi's call to conserve fuel and cut unnecessary spending further added to investor caution amid global uncertainty.
क्यों हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा। शहरों में जहां मेट्रो है, वहां हम तय करें कि हम मेट्रो का ही उपयोग करेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेट्रो में ही जाएंगे। अगर कार में ही जाना जरूरी है तो फिर कार पूल करने का प्रयास करें और भी लोगों को साथ बिठा ले। अगर हमें कहीं सामान भेजना हो तो कोशिश करनी है कि वह ज्यादा से ज्यादा रेलवे गुड्स के जो ट्रेन होती है रेलवे की सर्विसेज से भेजे, ताकि इलेक्ट्रिक रेलवे होने के कारण पेट्रोल डीजल की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है।
Selling pressure was seen across sectors with auto, banking, realty and oil-linked stocks leading the market decline. India VIX, the market's fear gauge, jumped nearly 11%, reflecting rising volatility and nervousness among investors. Sometimes markets don't follow the rationale, it just follows the emotions, sentiments, and PM Modi just evoked that.
All right, Shivam. So next, we will get our viewers all the updates coming in. We're tracking specifically how the markets have been doing.
Yeah.
And what do we have right now, Shivam, for our viewers?
Let's look at the top market stories, the business stories and business wraps now.
Indian equity markets witnessed a sharp correction after Prime Minister Modi urged citizens to adopt the economic self-defense and reduce dependence on imports and discretionary spending. The Sensex fell over 1,000 points on Monday as investors reassess a near-term outlook for consumption. Market experts, however, say the sell-off is sentiment-driven and does not undermine India's long-term structural growth.
The Indian rupee and government bonds are expected to remain highly sensitive to developments in the US-Iran conflict, which continues to drive global volatility and keep crude oil prices elevated. The rupee closed at 94.48 against the dollar last week, gaining 0.4% despite renewed hostilities. Markets are closely tracking Iran's response to a US peace proposal, with fresh drone activity over Gulf nations highlighting persistent geopolitical risks.
The centre has announced the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Employment and Livelihood Mission, or the GRAMG, which will replace the Meganrega from July 1st, 2026. The new employment guarantee scheme aims to strengthen rural livelihoods and accelerate infrastructure development across villages. Rural Development Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said the transition will ensure uninterrupted work opportunities for labourers while expanding support for farmers and rural communities.
The government has clarified that there are currently no plans to restrict overseas spending through international cards or raise import duties or gold and silver. Now the statement comes amid speculation following Prime Minister Narendra Modi's call to reduce dependence on imported commodities and foreign spending. Commerce Ministry sources said no immediate fiscal or regulatory measures are being considered despite concerns over rising forex outflows.
And viewers, so we see that 13 people have been apprehended so far in this NEET paper leak controversy. You know, we have seen these controversies, Shivam, again and again. Every year, the same thing happens. Now, a probe has began after 100 questions in the actual exam were strikingly similar to those in practice question bank. Though the NTA says that the probe is underway, this is not an isolated incident that we were discussing about.
It follows a similar pattern in the previous cases also. Now, the exam that lakhs of medical students prepare for has been marred with such controversies, raising serious questions on credibility. Now, watch this in-depth report on the latest NEET controversy with our executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy.
There's a huge controversy brewing in Rajasthan with another NEET question paper leak that's emerged, and some of the details that the Republic TV team has accessed are disturbing. It's an organized racket, a well-oiled racket in which people from several states are involved in giving what is now being referred to as guess questionnaire to students, and some of these questions were sold for up to 5 lakh rupees. Let's get to the details of the new NEET controversy in Rajasthan. Investigators have found that a guess questionnaire was circulated among students. This was in Sikar, and this questionnaire has allegedly matched a significant portion of the question paper. Some estimates say that nearly 60 to 70% of the question paper was a clean match to the guess questionnaire which was circulated, raising fears on what is India's biggest medical test so far. Now, let's tell you that the Rajasthan Special Operations Group, or the SOG investigation that has been carried out in this case, has shown that 600 out of the 720 questions in the NEET exams that were held on the 3rd of May bore similarities to the questions that were being circulated, and some were being circulated for a price not just in Rajasthan but in different parts of the country. Investigators are now trying to determine whether the material, that is the 600 questions, or what is being called now as the guess questionnaire, was just coincidental, the fact that it was so accurate, or whether it was part of an actual leak. Now, there is enough proof to show that there is an active leak that took place, but there appears to be a political battle with the Congress saying that the state government in Rajasthan is trying to suppress the facts that are emerging. Now, is it a coincidence that 600 out of 720 questions are a clean match? Is it a coincidence that another NEET question paper has been leaked? And that is why we feel that the state government in Rajasthan must now go deeper into the controversy and probe whether there was a political link, whether there were people within the administration, whether there were people within the government that allowed this leak to happen in the first place. And not just that, investigators have also found a document containing over 400 questions. Now, this document was being circulated for days before the examination. Investigators have found that 100 questions from biology, chemistry especially showed striking similarities to those that later appeared in the 2026 NEET UG paper. And that is why Republic TV will be investigating this story all through the day today as one of our focus stories, as one of our investigative stories on the NEET paper leak, which impacts almost 7 million students each year. Now, this is what we know so far. The Rajasthan government has said that the guest paper was being sold for up to 5 lakh rupees. This is the paper in which 600 of 720 questions matched, and that the guest paper reached students 2 days before the examination. And some estimates, in fact, even the Rajasthan police has gone on record to say that in some estimates 140 questions match, but now there are consolidated reports that confirm that 600 out of 720 questions were a clean match. And if yes, this is one of India's biggest controversies that affects millions of students, and we here at Republic TV will be following the story very closely in the days to come.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top development. Now, UTI, a mutual fund, is making a powerful debut at Comic-Con Mumbai by becoming one of the first mutual fund companies in India to create an immersive on-ground experience at a pop culture convention, Shivangi.
That's right. Now, the initiative aims to make investing more relatable through storytelling, experiential activities, and interactive engagement while promoting financial literacy and responsible wealth creation in a fun and culturally relevant format. Take a look.
UTI is the oldest mutual fund brand in the country, and we have been there in the industry for the last 62 years. We always felt that UTI is a very well-known brand with the investors, but we wanted to connect with the young audience, the young at heart audience, right from the 10-year-old to the 60-year-old young at heart people. And that's why we thought, what better than Comic-Con to give us this platform to connect with our young audience. Comic can connect to the young audience in a very different and very evocative manner. That's why we thought that this is a very good thing, and I thank the Amar Chitrakatha team to give us the kind of platform to connect with the young audience. On both the days that we were there at Comic Con, it was a fantastic response. We had more than 3,000 people coming to our booth and interacting with us. They played our games, they spoke to us, they wanted to understand more about mutual funds, and this was, I think, for UTI as well as for the mutual fund industry, this was a step in the right direction. Mutual fund investing is for the long term. The time in the market is more important than timing the market. We want investors to look at mutual funds as a way to grow their wealth and to grow their investments. But through this comic book, we want to give investors a message that invest for the long term, invest for your future, and definitely mutual fund will help you to grow your wealth. UTI is the pioneer in the mutual fund industry. We want to be the leaders and the pioneers in this kind of initiatives also. And we want to communicate and interact with our audiences at different levels. And I think Comic Con gives a fantastic response and audience to us. We would definitely want to do such kind of initiatives going forward also.
Well, Shivam, what we are counting down to is a grand oath-taking ceremony which will be taking place later in the day. So we can expect Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, Finance Minister, all top leaders to attend Himanta Biswa Sarma's oath-taking ceremony.
Yeah, this is coming up after a short commercial break. Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel for its vehicle or if the country will face a severe shortage at the petrol pumps. The biggest risk for New Delhi involves a major shift in how China buys its energy. Currently, China is the main buyer of Iranian oil, taking in about 1.5 million barrels a day. This discounted oil keeps the global
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपू ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live this morning. I am Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and with me I have my colleague Shivam. We are waiting for that grand oath-taking ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma. It was a big win for the BJP in Assam.
And also, Himanta Biswa Sarma is becoming the Chief Minister for the second consecutive term, and also the NDA is coming back to power for the third consecutive term. We have various chief guests who will be coming for the grand swearing-in ceremony. There will be industry leaders, also ambassadors from various places, and also the chief ministers of the NDA ruled states. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of that. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. TMC leader and former minister in Mamata's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in recruitment scam.
Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam CM for second consecutive term today.
Kerala CM suspense likely to end. Congress High Command to announce Kerala CM today.
NEET UG paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links in circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended.
Probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Matan Patel, who shielded Naida Khan, moves court to halt demolition of house.
All right, well, 10 weeks into West Asia conflict. So, Shivam, right now we're talking about what is happening in the West Asia conflict. The latest is that the US President Trump has made a stark remark that is once again raising so many questions over the durability of the ceasefire between Washington and Tehran, calling the ceasefire on life support. Now, Trump signaled that the truce remains extremely fragile, even as both sides continue to trade demands over Strait of Hormuz, Iran's nuclear program, and compensation for war damage.
Now, with shipping lanes, oil markets and regional stability still at stake, concerns are mounting over what comes next. Now, global energy prices are soaring and fears of an energy crisis are looming large. With no end to the war in sight, the focus remains on the fighting and the volatile relations between Iran and the US. Here's a full report on everything we know so far.
Ten weeks into the West Asia conflict, Donald Trump once again dropped hints over the fragility of the ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Trump calling the ceasefire on life support has once again fueled concerns over whether the conflict will continue to disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand. These are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree? Prognostic. I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living.
This comes after Iran said the war must end on all fronts, including Lebanon, which has remained the center of discussion in earlier weeks. To this, the United States has floated a proposal aimed at reopening negotiations. Meanwhile, Iran has questioned whether asking for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz an excessive demand.
بنابراین هر آنچه که ما در متنمون پیشنهاد کردیم خواسته های معقول، مسئولانه و پیشنهادهای سخاوتمندانه بود، نه فقط برای منافع ملی ایران بلکه برای خیر و ثبات و امنیت کل منطقه.
Tehran also demanded compensation for war damage, emphasized its sovereignty over Strait of Hormuz, and called on the US to end its naval blockade and guarantee no further attacks. Meanwhile, Trump has declared what he calls a complete victory.
There's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their navy is dead.
Additionally, Trump has reiterated that Iran cannot be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Trump has demanded a major rollback of Iran's nuclear activities, while Iran is pushing for a more limited agreement that would reopen the strait and lift the blockade.
The plan is very simple. You know, in war you have to change, you have to be flexible, you have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
On the economic impact of the war, Trump said he's considering suspending the federal gas tax to help offset higher fuel prices. In his upcoming visit to China, Trump is also expected to press his Chinese counterpart to use China's influence over Tehran, with China remaining Iran's largest oil buyer. With the ceasefire hanging by a thread and both sides holding firm to their demands, the future of the region now depends on whether diplomacy can prevent another escalation.
Well, Shivangi, the entire scenario is tense again. The West Asian conflict seems to be escalating because Trump has not agreed to the proposal of Iran. Now, let's move on to another top story related to it. Now, fresh pressure is mounting on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the Knesset opened its summer session. Protesters gathered outside Parliament demanding an independent state commission to investigate the October 7 Hamas attack and the government's response on it.
So families of those killed and former hostages say that only a judge-led inquiry can reveal what went wrong, why communities were left exposed, and why many hostages did not return alive. Here's a full report.
Protesters gathered outside the Knesset as Israel's parliament opens its summer session. The demonstrators demanded an independent state commission to investigate the October 7 Hamas attack.
We're here to demand a commission of inquiry, a state, apolitical, professional committee of inquiry that will get to the bottom of why this all happened, why the settlements of the Gaza envelope were abandoned on Simchat Torah, the 7th of October, why it took so long to get the hostages home, why so many of them who were abducted alive came home dead.
Families of victims and released hostages joined women's group in the protest. Protesters demanded for the establishment of a state commission of inquiry to examine the government policies in the run-up to the attack. They are also demanding accountability over delays in bringing hostages home.
This is something that should have happened 2 years ago, and better late than never. We very strongly hope that in the upcoming elections a new government will be formed, and that one of its first acts will be to establish a commission of inquiry.
Netanyahu had approved a government-led committee to examine the security failures. But the announcement of the committee angered many in Israel who responded with concerns about its makeup. Unlike past judge-led inquiries, the Prime Minister would oversee the composition of this committee. Meanwhile, protesters say only an apolitical and professional commission can uncover the full truth.
אנחנו דורשים פה ועדת חקירה ממלכתית שתוכל באמת לחקור את כל מה שהביא אותנו ל7 באוקטובר ואת מה שקרה שם ואת כל הטיוח שאחר כך, כי בעצם מה שהם עושים מאז כבר 2.5 משתיקים, מטייחים, משקרים, עושים הכל, זורקים אחריות מעצמם, הכל כדי לשכוח, כדי לזרוק את האחריות מעצמם.
With pressure mounting on Netanyahu, families of victims insist that accountability for October 7 can no longer be delayed.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. A major international health operation is underway after multiple passengers aboard the expedition cruise ship MV Hondias tested positive for Hanta virus. Now, Spanish authorities say 22 passengers and crew are being evacuated from the Canary Islands aboard a Dutch aircraft, while the remaining passengers will stay on the vessel as it returns to the Netherlands.
That's right. So, cases have been confirmed in French and American passengers, prompting monitoring, quarantines and coordinated action by health authorities across many countries. Here's a full report. Take a look.
International health authorities are closely monitoring a Hanta virus outbreak aboard the expedition cruise ship MV Hondias. Spanish officials say 54 passengers and crew remained on board as of yesterday's morning. 22 passengers and crew are set to disembark and fly to the Netherlands on a Dutch evacuation aircraft.
As you know, French authorities has confirmed a passenger with symptoms and positive PCR, and American authorities have confirmed one passenger with symptoms and another with low positive PCR. The operation update is that we have refueled the boat and we will provision the ship throughout the morning, this morning. Now there are 54 passengers and crew on the boat. We are expecting 2 planes, but now we know that there will be only 1 plane. This afternoon, predictably, 22 people will disembark and take the plane of Netherlands. Finally, only the plane of Netherlands will arrive here to Canary Island, and then finally we will disinfect our port according to the health protocols.
The remaining 32 people will stay on board as the vessel returns to the Netherlands. The passengers expected to disembark include 4 Australians, 1 New Zealander, 1 British citizen, and several crew members of different nationalities. Authorities have confirmed that a French woman and an American passenger tested positive for hantavirus. Spanish health officials say symptoms can appear suddenly even after initial screenings show no fever.
Lo consideran positivo. Y sí, es normal que una persona no tenga síntomas y empiece a tenerlos. Cuando hablamos de síntomas, en este caso, por ejemplo, en el pasajero francés, estamos hablando de fiebre. Cuando subió, por ejemplo, Sanidad Exterior al buque y con los 4 médicos que estaban dentro del buque por la mañana antes de desembarcar se les tomó la temperatura a todos y ninguno presentaba fiebre, y cuando se subió al avión presentó fiebre. Efectivamente, la evolución de la enfermedad y la infección es muy particular en cada una de las personas y por supuesto que puede ocurrir. Por eso estamos monitorizando diariamente a todos y cada uno de los pasajeros.
In the United States, one of the 17 evacuated passengers in Nebraska tested positive but remains asymptomatic, while another has mild symptoms. US President Donald Trump said the virus is difficult to spread and expressed confidence that the situation is under control.
And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information. On COVID, they were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for a long, it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. We've lived with it for years, many years, and we think we're in very good shape. We're very careful. And Nebraska has done a fantastic job. They have a place there that those doctors are unbelievable, the job they've done. Yeah, please.
Health and Human Service Secretary Robert F. Kennedy said CDC teams were deployed from day one and that the outbreak is under control.
Yeah, I mean, we've had CDC teams on it from day one. I was speaking with the University of Nebraska since the second day of the outbreak. I was speaking with Governor Pillen of Nebraska. We had a CDC team at Tenerife. We had airplanes ready to take the patients, the 17 patients, off the vessel and transport. 2 of them went to Atlanta. One of those was symptomatic. They're in a biocontainment lab in Atlanta. The other 16 are now in Nebraska. One of them is symptomatic. He is in the biocontainment lab. The other ones are being tested and supervised and given plans for going home. We have this under control and we're not worried about it.
The World Health Organization has recommended close monitoring and several countries have placed former passengers under quarantine. With hantavirus cases across multiple countries and passengers under daily surveillance, global health agencies are racing to contain the outbreak and prevent any wider spread.
So Shivangi, the international medical authorities, health authorities are closely monitoring the situation when it comes to the hantavirus. And now let's move on and get you all the top other stories in next wraps.
Yes, let's get started.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky hosted German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius in Kyiv. Zelensky praised Germany's continued support for Ukraine's air defense systems. Now, both sides discussed expanding joint weapons production. Pistorius said he remains unconvinced by Russia's willingness to seek peace. He also stated that Putin can end the war immediately by agreeing to unconditional talks.
2 major wildfires in South Florida have scorched thousands of acres. A larger blaze has burned nearly 5,600 acres and is 30% contained. Another 300-acre fire is burning near Homestead in Miami-Dade County. National Guard is assisting state and local firefighters. No serious injuries or property damage have been reported so far.
6 people were found dead inside a shipping container in Laredo, Texas. Authorities believe the victims likely died from heat stroke. Now, the deceased are thought to be migrants from Mexico and Honduras. Now, autopsies and identification efforts are currently underway. Investigators are probing whether the deaths are linked to human smuggling.
Doctors in Paris have activated isolation protocols amid the hantavirus outbreak. Negative pressure rooms and full protective gear are being used. A French woman who tested positive remains in stable condition in intensive care. 4 other French passengers tested negative but remain in isolation. Health officials say strict monitoring is in place to prevent further spread.
All viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, the TCS Nashik, a sexual harassment and alleged religious conversion case, has now exploded into a full-blown political controversy in Maharashtra. The main accused, Nida Khan, has now been sent to judicial custody till May 24 after being produced before a Nashik court. Now, fresh allegations have now triggered a major political slugfest after claims surfaced that AIMIM leaders allegedly sheltered the accused while she was absconding, Shivangi.
That's right. So municipal demolition notices, allegations of illegal property construction, claims of financial support, and now AIMIM chief Aswaddin Owaisi openly defending Nida Khan. The case is rapidly snowballing into Maharashtra's biggest political flashpoints. Let's now take a look at what Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami said and his sharp opinion on the entire controversy.
Now, my first comment today is about what's going on in Kerala. First of all, it's really sad that the Congress party has made a national spectacle of its infighting. Imagine a party almost out of power everywhere. In one state, it gets a chance, that also not on its own, through the support, patronage of the Muslim League, which is all right because the Congress is a Muslim party. So they'll be very happy to be together with the Muslim League. There's a Muslim alliance, therefore, that's happening in Kerala. But what's happening is that 3 Congress leaders are in a do-or-die battle fighting each other. In our country, the last round of elections was on the 29th of April. On the 4th of May, the results came out. On the 9th of May, Shuvendu Adhikari was elected and sworn in as the Bengal Chief Minister. Then yesterday, we had Vijay, who was sworn in as the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. And tomorrow, Himanta Biswa Sarma will be sworn in as the Assam Chief Minister. The only one state where they cannot decide anything, where they are fighting for their lives. And both Satishan and Venugopal have made life hell for Rahul Gandhi. And that's a good visualization. Is Kerala, where they are fighting. It's a direct fight between 2 people. One person who says, I led the fight. That's the man on the right. His name is Satishan, 61-year-old. He said, I led the fight. On the other side, there is KC Venugopal who says to Rahul Gandhi, but I'm your man, I'm your yes man in Delhi. Isn't it my turn? And of course, there's a third person also called Ramesh Chenitala, but the real fight is between these 2. One is Rahul's man, and the other man is the Congress workers' choice. Ladies and gentlemen, V.D. Satishan supported by the electorate, and KC Venugopal supported by the party high command. One other point is to be made. The Congress is a weak party. This time they should have come back with a super majority, but they couldn't. They're not even the halfway mark. They got 63, only 63 MLAs out of 140, which means they're 100% reliant on the Indian Union Muslim League, which means effectively it's a Muslim League-led government. So the Congress is a Muslim League-led party. Its leaders are fighting desperately within. And I think personally that Muslim League wants Satishan as the Chief Minister, so he should be the one who should be made the Chief Minister. But I think Rahul Gandhi's man, KC Venugopal, will win this fight because eventually in the Congress party, historically, personal relationships matter more than merit. And this man, though he has no mass base, will hold either of 2 positions. Either he will be made the Chief Minister of Kerala or he will be given a consolation prize and told, let Satishan be Chief Minister of Kerala, and we'll throw out Kharge and make you the Congress party president. In the process, however, of pushing his man, KC Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi will make the party weaker and divide it down the middle in Kerala. Just like in the process of dumping the DMK and becoming a junior partner of TVK. Rahul Gandhi has ended up making the Congress party weaker in Tamil Nadu and nationally. So it's Rahul Gandhi's ego, inability, incompetence that is leading the party to this terrible situation that it is in. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as the Congress party is stuck in Kerala, please remember, every move is important because it could mean the further attrition of a party that is left with very few places where it can remain in power in the country.
All right, well, Shivam, we are taking a short break, but we are waiting down for that oath-taking ceremony later in the day.
Yes, it's a big development and a big day for BJP. Himanta Biswa Sarma, it's a hat-trick for BJP. NDA in Assam, Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today. Third time the NDA government is coming back in Assam.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live this morning, and the much-awaited trailer of upcoming Hindi film Aakhri Sawal was launched in the presence of the cast and crew, starring Sanjay Dutt. The film explored significant chapters of Indian history and has created a big buzz among cinema lovers.
Yes, Shivangi, now directed by Abhijit Mohan Warang. The movie is slated for theatrical release on May 15, 2026. Watch this report.
We have a very intelligent audience out there. और इस फिल्म में हमने जिन जिन सवालों के जवाब दिए, जिन सवालों को सोशल मीडिया पे बहुत अलग तरीके से बोला बताया जाता है, उसके जवाब वो हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट्स क्रिएट करके हमने दिए हैं। वो उन जवाबों को देखे और अपनी क्षमता, अपनी इंटेलिजेंस के अनुसार अपना ओपिनियन फॉर्म करे। इस फिल्म में हम केवल तथ्य दिखा रहे हैं which are taken from historical events.
इस फिल्म से जब लोग इसे देखेंगे उनको समझ में आएगा और संघ जो इतने सालों से देश के लिए करते आ रहा है उसके बारे में भी समझ में आएगा और आप अपने अनुसार अपने व्यक्तिगत से आप क्या कर सकते हैं। हाउ कैन यू बी अ स्वयं सेवक फॉर भारत, हाउ कैन यू बी द कस्टोडियन ऑफ योर कंट्री। ये सवाल मैं अपने आप से रोज़ पूछता हूँ। आशा करता हूँ, उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आखिरी सवाल देखने के बाद आप में भी और अपने देश के प्रति, हमारे भारत के प्रति भाव बढ़े।
मतलब ये सवाल जो है हर बार पूछे जाते हैं, इसके जवाब हम देना चाहते हैं लेकिन कोई सुनना नहीं चाहता है और जानबूझ के उसको बगल दी जाती है। इसलिए इस फिल्म के माध्यम से ये कुछ सवाल है जो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के बारे में हमेशा हर किसी के मन में होते हैं, ये पूछने का हमने धाड़स किया इस फिल्म से।
So viewers, we are taking a short break, but we're counting down to that grand oath-taking ceremony where Prime Minister Modi will be attending Himanta Biswa Sarma's oath-taking ceremony. Shivam, that's a big story you're tracking today.
Big day. This is the second time Himanta Biswa Sarma is coming back to power. NDA is coming back to power for the third time, and various dignitaries, chief guests will be present in Guwahati, including ambassadors of various countries and industrialists. Coming up after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Himanta's grand return.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
TMC leader and former minister in Mamata's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in recruitment scam. Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today. Kerala Chief Minister suspense likely to end. Congress High Command to announce Kerala Chief Minister today. NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended. Probe in TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Mateen Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves court to hold demolition of his house. Very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and let's begin with a major story developing today as a CBI has taken over the case of the Suvendu PA's killing case. And this is a big update now we are getting into this case, as the state government, who has been probing the case, has now handed over the case to the CBI and recommended a CBI probe, in fact, in the murder of Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant, Chandranath Rath. The case is being presently probed by the West Bengal CID, and now the CBI is taking over the case starting today. So far, the CID have arrested 3 accused with connection to the case and have been produced before the court. There was a bit of a altercation last evening when that happened. And now, in the latest update, the Bengal government has handed over the case to the CBI. There's a big development coming in as CBI now takes over the case of the murder of Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant Chandranath Rath, who was chased down by bike-borne assailants, in fact sharpshooters, and 3 sharpshooters so far has been arrested with regards to this case and have been produced before the court yesterday, and now the case is being handed over to the CBI for further inquiries and further investigation to take place into this matter, as more questions emerge as to who hired these killers, and was this a contract killing that truly targeted Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant, and why, and the motive behind the murder that took place just 2-3 days before the oath swearing-in ceremony of the new Bengal Chief Minister term. And this is as post-poll violence escalated in West Bengal after election results were announced. And now we are getting this latest update that the CBI will be taking over the case today, as the state government has recommended a CBI probe in the murder of Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant. And so far the case has been probed by the West Bengal CID. So far 3 people have been arrested in connection to this case. This is a major story, viewers, as you can see now, that now the CBI has entered the picture, taking over the case, and with more stories, with more questions emerging in this case as to who hired the 3 sharpshooters who chased down Suvendu Adhikari's personal assistant and killed him just 60 meters away from his home. Now, viewers, we are getting another breaking news coming in at this moment. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has ordered the closure of 717 government-run Tasmac liquor retail outlets located within a 500-meter radius of places of worship, educational institutions and bus stations within 2 weeks. This is one of his first action that he has taken as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and now he has banned, in fact, gave an order to remove all of the liquor shops that is situated within 500 meters of around educational institutions, religious places of worship and bus stations, and this will be carried out within 2 weeks. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay, first action as Chief Minister, ordered closure of, in fact, 717 government-run liquor retail outlets, Tasmac liquor retail outlets, which are located within a 500-meter radius of places of worship, educational institutions and bus stations as well, and will be carried out within 2 weeks. And an anti-liquor stance and anti-liquor policy, and also as a big action after becoming the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. I'm now joined by my colleague Sharda to give us more details in this story. Sharda, very good morning to you and thank you for joining us on this broadcast. We are now getting Chief Minister C. Vijay's first line of action to crack down on the government-run liquor retail outlets. What was the main reason behind this action, as he has ordered a closure of almost 700 plus government-run liquor outlets within 500 meters of certain places of worship and educational institutions? Sharda.
Well, Amrita, after becoming the Chief Minister, Vijay did shine three important natures after what is promised in the manifesto. Now, he's ordered a closure of 700 task marks, which is placed near schools, colleges and temples. This was also one of the promises that he has made before becoming the Chief Minister, said that if his party comes to power, he will be closing down task marks that are running without a proper license, and also said especially the ones that are running near schools, colleges and temples will be closed to make sure that there is no disturbance for the public. Meanwhile, he'll also be taking over the 750 new police stations that will be formed to make sure the women's safety. So likely in the next 2 days, multiple law and order issues that Tamil Nadu being facing, Vijay will be addressing that, and the first one out of it is the liquor, the trouble that's going on in the state. He's also promised for a drug-free state. In that case, he'll also be implementing a special task force to make sure there is no drug menace in the state.
Thank you so much for your input, Sharda. We will get back to you very shortly as we track the story. Now, viewers, let's move on to another story, as 13 people have been apprehended so far in the NEET paper leak controversy, a probe that began after over 100 questions in the actual exam were strikingly similar to those in a practice question bank. Though NTA says that the probe is underway, this is not an isolated incident. The exam that lakhs of medical students prepare for has been marred with such controversies even in the past, raising serious questions of credibility. Watch this report for more details.
नीट के एग्ज़ाम्स को लेके जो तरह तरह की भ्रांतियां हैं, उसमें मैं आपको बताऊं, एक गैस पेपर है। गैस पेपर में करीब 410 क्वेश्चंस हैं। उन 410 क्वेश्चंस में से तकरीबन 120 क्वेश्चन केमिस्ट्री में आए हुए बताए जाते हैं। वो गैस पेपर इन लोगों के बीच में, इन बच्चों के बीच में आज से नहीं, वो काफ़ी एग्ज़ाम के करीब 15 दिन पहले, महीना भर पहले तक उनके पास में ये आ रखा था।
अंदर अलाउ नहीं है भाई, बाहर से विजुअल बना रहे हैं। अंदर भाई बाहर से बनाओ, बाहर से बनाओ, अंदर से नहीं भाई, कल वो हमारी भी ड्यूटी है। वीडियो अंदर अलाउ ही नहीं है, आपको पता होना चाहिए। हेलो हेलो, अंदर नहीं प्लीज भाई, आइए प्लीज। आपको बाहर से ले रहे हो आप, आराम से चलिए चलिए, ठीक हो गया। अब कर रहे हैं यहाँ से, तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते। वहाँ से सर, हाँ यहाँ से कुछ नहीं कर सकते, यहाँ से। हाँ हाँ, बस आप ले लीजिए। कितनी देर लेंगे? जो वो ले लूँगा मैं बाबा आपका। हाँ ठीक है ना, वो मैं ले लूँगा।
नीट के एग्ज़ाम्स को लेके जो तरह तरह की भ्रांतियां हैं, उसमें मैं आपको बताऊं, एक गैस पेपर है। गैस पेपर में करीब 410 क्वेश्चंस हैं। उन 410 क्वेश्चंस में से तकरीबन 120 क्वेश्चन केमिस्ट्री में आए हुए बताए जाते हैं। वो गैस पेपर इन लोगों के बीच में, इन बच्चों के बीच में आज से नहीं, वो काफ़ी एग्ज़ाम के करीब 15 दिन पहले, महीना भर पहले तक उनके पास में ये आ रखा था। जैसे किसी ई मित्रा पे किसी ने फोटोकॉपी कराई, तो ई मित्रा वाला ने आगे उसको फोटोकॉपी को आगे देना शुरू किया। तो हमारी जांच इस गैस पेपर के बेसिस के ऊपर जो चीटिंग हो रही है या किसी प्रकार का क्या कोई क्राइम हो रहा है, उसके ऊपर केंद्रित है कि हम उसकी देखें। कि हमने काफ़ी लोगों से बातचीत करी है कि किस जगह से ओरिजिन हुआ है, कहाँ से क्या हुआ है, लेकिन जो बच्चे जो एग्ज़ाम्स दे रहे थे उनके पास में उनके व्हाट्सएप पे, उनके उसके मोबाइल के ऊपर इसका ट्रैवल होना पाया गया है। तो उनके बेसिस के ऊपर हम लोग कड़ी से कड़ी बढ़ाते हुए, इट्स ए लेबोरियस और पेनफुल प्रोसेस, तो हम सभी लोग उस अधिकारी उसमें इन्वॉल्व थे। सर कड़ी से कड़ी, जैसे ये जो गैस पेपर था, उस गैस पेपर में वो करीब 150 पेजेस का, 87 प्लस 64-65 पेज, तो करीब 150 पेज का वो एक PDF है। उस 150 पेज में करीब 400 से अधिक क्वेश्चंस हैं। उसमें से 120 के करीब क्वेश्चंस बताया जाता है कि आए हैं। वो क्वेश्चंस कौन से कहाँ पे है, कौन सा किधर है, तो एक एक चीज़ को चेक करना। फिर यदि वो देहरादून में, यदि कोई व्यक्ति उसी लिंक में कोई देहरादून में था, तो उसको हमने पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
हाँ तो बाइट लेंगे इनकी, बोलर लेंगे अपन पुराना है।
हाँ, लेकिन मेन चीज़ कि यदि इससे बच्चों के साथ में चीटिंग भी हो रही है तो उसको भी चेक करना है, ताकि भविष्य में इस प्रकार से बच्चों के साथ में कोई चीटिंग नहीं हो सके। और
Now, viewers, we have a big story now coming in as U.S. President. Trump aide and U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham has said that U.S. must revisit the role of Pakistan as a mediator. Now, this comes after a U.S. report has emerged claiming Pakistan has allowed Iran to park its critical aircraft at Nur Khan Air Base to shield them from American strikes. Now, Trump aide has said that they must now revisit the role of Pakistan as the mediator after U.S. reports have claimed such instances of Pakistan indulging in even shielding Iranian military assets in its Nur Khan Air Base. Now, U.S. officials, as per U.S. media reports, have said Iran moved several aircraft, including military assets, to Pakistan Air Force Base at Nur Khan near Rawalpindi shortly after a ceasefire was announced by U.S. President Donald Trump in early April. The officials have also said that the aircraft movements appeared aimed at protecting Iran's remaining aviation and military assets from potential American strikes as regional tensions have escalated, even as U.S. President Donald Trump had claimed to state on record many times that several military assets of both land, air and sea have been destroyed. The Iranian military assets have been destroyed. And now a U.S. senator has claimed to say that all this while Pakistan has been shielding Iranians' military assets in Pakistan's own Nur Khan Air Force Base, and even questioned Pakistan's role as a mediator, as it looks like that Pakistan has been backstabbing U.S. all this while. And this is a big statement coming in, even as a ceasefire that is in talks for weeks now has not come to a concrete agreement with both sides. And now U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a close aide of U.S. President Donald Trump, has questioned Pakistan's role and claimed that they have shielded and sheltered key aircraft and military assets belonging to Iran at Pakistan's own Rawalpindi in the Nur Khan base. A big statement coming in, even as a ceasefire hangs in the balance in the West Asian war crisis, but there is no complete end so far, even as there are a potential escalation that may take a breakout anytime soon. And now U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham has gone on to say that Pakistan's role as a mediator can be questioned, as they have shielded military assets belonging to Iran in Pakistan. Now, viewers, moving on to another story. The TCS Nasik sexual harassment and alleged religious conversion case has now exploded into a full-blown political controversy in Maharashtra. The main accused, Nida Khan, has now been sent to judicial custody till May 24 after being produced before a Nasik court. Fresh allegations have now triggered a major political slugfest after claims surfaced that AIMIM leaders allegedly sheltered the accused while she was absconding. Municipal demolition notices, allegations of illegal property construction, and claims of financial support had now AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi openly defending Nida Khan. The case is now rapidly snowballing into one of the biggest political flashpoints in Maharashtra. Let's take a look at Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami's sharp opinion on the entire controversy.
Now, my first comment today is about what's going on in Kerala. First of all, it's really sad that the Congress party has made a national spectacle of its infighting. Imagine a party almost out of power everywhere. In one state, it gets a chance, that also not on its own, through the support, patronage of the Muslim League, which is all right because the Congress is a Muslim party. So they'll be very happy to be together with the Muslim League. There's a Muslim alliance, therefore, that's happening in Kerala. But what's happening is that 3 Congress leaders are in a do-or-die battle fighting each other. In our country, the last round of elections was on the 29th of April. On the 4th of May, the results came out. On the 9th of May, Shuvendu Adhikari was elected and sworn in as the Bengal Chief Minister. Then yesterday, we had Vijay, who was sworn in as the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. And tomorrow, Himanta Biswa Sarma will be sworn in as the Assam Chief Minister. The only one state where they cannot decide anything, where they are fighting for their lives. And both Satishan and Venugopal have made life hell for Rahul Gandhi. And that's a good visualization. Is Kerala, where they are fighting. It's a direct fight between 2 people. One person who says, I led the fight. That's the man on the right. His name is Satishan, 61-year-old. He said, I led the fight. On the other side, there is K.C. Venugopal who says to Rahul Gandhi, but I'm your man. I'm your yes man in Delhi. Isn't it my turn? And of course, there's a third person also called Ramesh Chenitala. But the real fight is between these 2. One is Rahul's man, and the other man is the Congress workers' choice. Ladies and gentlemen, V.D. Satishan supported by the electorate and K.C. Venugopal supported by the party high command. One other point is to be made. The Congress is a weak party. This time they should have come back with a super majority, but they couldn't. They're not even the halfway mark. They got only 63 MLAs out of 140, which means they're 100% reliant on the Indian Union Muslim League, which means effectively it's a Muslim League-led government. So the Congress is a Muslim League-led party. Its leaders are fighting desperately within. And I think personally that Muslim League wants Satishan as the Chief Minister, so he should be the one who should be made the Chief Minister. But I think Rahul Gandhi's man, K.C. Venugopal, will win this fight because eventually in the Congress party, historically, personal relationships matter more than merit. And this man, though he has no mass base, will hold either of 2 positions. Either he will be made the Chief Minister of Kerala or he will be given a consolation prize and told, let Satishan be Chief Minister of Kerala and we'll throw out Kharge and make you the Congress party president. In the process, however, of pushing his man, K.C. Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi will make the party weaker and divide it down the middle in Kerala. Just like in the process of dumping the DMK and becoming a junior partner of TVK, Rahul Gandhi has ended up making the Congress party weaker in Tamil Nadu and nationally. So it's Rahul Gandhi's ego, inability, incompetence that is leading the party to this terrible situation that it is in. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as the Congress party is stuck in Kerala, please remember, every move is important because it could mean the further attrition of a party that is left with very few places where it can remain in power in the country.
And now, viewers, moving on to a big focus story, shifting focus in Assam today. After a massive victory in the 2026 Assam elections, BJP leader Himanta Biswa Sarma is set to take oath for a 2nd consecutive term as Assam's chief minister, while the BJP-led NDA returns to power in the state for a historic 3rd consecutive term. The swearing-in ceremony in Guwahati will be attended by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with Home Minister Amit Shah as well. And the chief ministers of several NDA-ruled states have already started arriving in Guwahati to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma's 2nd stint as the chief minister. Let's take a look.
Bharat Mata Ki!
BJP's Himanta Biswa Sarma's oath-taking ceremony will mark the formal beginning of NDA's 3rd consecutive term in Assam. The alliance swept the assembly elections with 102 seats in the 126-member House. While the BJP first came to power in Assam in 2016 with Sonowal, Himanta Biswa Sarma became the chief minister after the 2021 elections. Now, after leading the 2026 campaign himself, Himanta is returning for a second consecutive term as Assam's Chief Minister. The ceremony in Guwahati is expected to witness the presence of Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, amongst others. Politically, the event is being seen as a major show of strength for the BJP in the northeast, where Assam remains the BJP's most important stronghold. Himanta Biswa Sarma says that the next phase of governance will be focused on implementing the manifesto promises.
आज देखिए कल समारोह हो जाने दीजिए, हम लोग पहला कैबिनेट करूंगा, हमारा मैनिफेस्टो जनता का सामने है, मैनिफेस्टो इम्प्लीमेंट करना ही हमारा सबसे एक जो लक्ष्य होगा वही हमारा सबसे प्राथमिक लक्ष्य होगा.
Among the critical promises made were the creation of 2 lakh government jobs, free education for higher studies in government colleges, and expansion of welfare schemes. The NDA also addressed sensitive issues such as the Uniform Civil Code and anti-infiltration measures. These themes became central to the NDA campaign, with Himanta positioning himself as an administrator for these issues. For the BJP, Himanta's oath-taking is not just about forming the government for a third consecutive time. It is about consolidating a decade of dominance in Assam while also implementing the promises which shaped their 2026 election campaign.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम. AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक फेंकता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases.
Hello viewers, we're live and breaking big news coming in. AIADMK has now split into two viewers. AIADMK officially breaks into two. CV Shanmugam announces that SP Velumani being the Legislative Assembly leader, C Vijay Bhaskar as the whip. Huge updates coming in here. On Republic TV, all is not well in the AIADMK. Republic is the first to break it, that AIADMK is also extending their support to the TVK. This is a huge update coming in here on Republic TV, because we are learning that after the split, we will see that many of these AIADMK MLAs are inclined to support Vijay's TVK-led government, which would also increase the assembly strength to about 156 seats ahead of the floor test. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. It is official. Velumani replaces EPS as the party leader. Big Republic scoop. AIADMK breaks into two. Huge update coming in here on Republic TV, because let's tell you exactly what happened. It was a very poor show for the AIADMK. They have just 47 seats. A big drop in votes share to 21.21%, and then there were a lot of calls for EPS to resign. Post that, viewers, now we're getting a huge update. There was a clear split in the party. Many MLAs wanted a change in leadership, and as the biggest updates coming in here, Republic is the first to break in and tell you that AIADMK has split into two, and they are planning, these MLAs who have split are planning to support TVK during the floor test. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Shardha. Shardha, this is huge coming in. Big Republic scoop. Big split within the AIADMK.
Shivangi, 5 days back, we first broke telling that the AIADMK's a separate section, a rebel factor, wanted to support TVK's Vijay. Well, he was struggling to get the party's majority from the left parties. But however, the AIADMK party leadership, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, made it clear that there will be no support given to the TVK. The announcement came after 2 days planning in resorts in Pondicherry, where the AIADMK resorted to resort politics, later said they will not be helping Vijay in forming the government. Later, the party leaders were disheartened and not agreeing to what Edappadi said. The majority number of the party leaders, the MLAs out of the 47, 30 wanted to support TVK. And yesterday we saw 17 gave a letter to the speaker, the pro-tem speaker of the TVK, saying that it would be Edappadi who will be the legislative assembly leader. Meanwhile, 30 other AIADMK leaders said it will be SP Velumani. Now, today morning, CV Shanmugam's factor, which has been conducting talks for the last 4 days, are saying that they want to be extending support to the TVK, has now officially announced that the 30 MLAs of the AIADMK would like to extend their support to TVK's Vijay and would like to be along with the TVK party. This is whether an alliance or not is something we'll know in the coming days, because the TVK and the AIADMK is yet to have official talks on the alliance. So in the coming days after the flow test, the TVK and the AIADMK will be indulging in talks. Meanwhile, SP Velumani, the second in command of the AIADMK, has made it very clear that they do not want the party to split into two, but make sure that the party leadership is changed, saying that the Edappadi's leadership has not been satisfied with everyone and that there should be a public general meeting called in the AIADMK party, and there should be a leader change to make sure that their political decisions are made according to the majority of the MLA's decision. And now this comes right after the 30 wants to support the TVK during the flow test.
Right. You know, Shardha, it looks like that the bone of contention here before the split was that EPS refused to ally with Vijay and the TVK last week when those alliance talks were on. We were discussing that. What other problems did the AIADMK MLAs, the ones who have split, have with EPS and his leadership?
Well, today CV Shanmugam officially stated that it was EPS who wanted to form the government taking support from the DMK. The unnatural alliance of the AIADMK, the DMK, were actually in talks, is what CV Shanmugam has revealed. He's saying that the party general secretary Edappadi wanted to become the chief minister with the help of the DMK, which was not agreed by the majority of the MLA, saying that the party's leader Jayalalitha would not have agreed for such an alliance, and they stood for what MGR and Jayalalitha would do, and saying that the AIADMK leader Edappadi Palaniswamy did not want to extend support to Vijay and not make him the chief minister, and tried to make sure that he was the chief minister, tried to reach to the governor telling that the DMK will come in support of the AIADMK if forming the government. We knew that there was backdoor talks of the AIADMK and the DMK.
Okay,
not official,
okay. Shardha, hold on for a second. I'm being joined by Apsara Reddy, who's joining us on the phone line from the AIADMK. Thank you for joining us here, Apsara Reddy. What is really happening within the AIADMK? Is this confirmed? Is AIADMK splitting into two? Do they plan to support the TVK? Is there a rebellion within the AIADMK? Yes, Apsara Reddy. Apsara Reddy, can you please can you hear us? Am I okay? We will go. We'll try to get some reactions. We'll try to get some reactions from the AIADMK viewers. This is a huge Republic scoop that we have got. Possibility of 30 MLAs with Velumani emerging with the TVK. So there's a big update coming in. It's a possibility that these MLAs will be supporting Vijay during the floor test, which will happen very soon in Tamil Nadu. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Shardha. Shardha, we will try to get some reactions from Apsara Reddy, AIADMK. We'll try to, of course, go back. But earlier, the AIADMK had absolutely dismissed any talk or any report of rebellion, saying all is well. All is well, but that doesn't seem so. Okay, we're being joined by Salem Dharni Dharan from the DMK. Thank you for joining us here. Dharni Dharan, leader from the DMK. Thank you for joining us. Could you just tell us a little bit more about what exactly is happening within the AIADMK? There's a huge split there. The MLAs are not happy with the leadership of EPS. They wanted to ally with Vijay, but EPS did not want that. Big updates coming in here. Your first reaction? Yes. Okay, we will try to get some more reactions. Okay, it looks like this is a very big scoop, Shardha. So, of course, we're waiting for some official reactions to come in from these leaders themselves. Remember, Republic has broken this news first. AIADMK has will be extending support to TVK during the floor test. I want to go back to my colleague Sharadha. Sharadha, remember earlier that the AIADMK had dismissed all these rumors. They call them rumors. Baseless reports that there's a rebellion, that there's a split. But right now, we can tell our viewers, and we are breaking it here, that yes, the AIADMK has split into two, and 30 MLAs would be backing Vijay.
Well, very true, Shubhangi. The 30 MLAs are now gave the pro tem speaker the letter telling that the SP Velumani will the legislative party assembly leader, and C. Vijay Bhaskar will be the party whip, and the 30 MLAs are ready to extend their support to TVK during the floor test. Meanwhile, 17 of them yesterday still continue with Edapadi, saying that he'll be the party leadership and the state legislative assembly. Now these 30 MLAs are giving a call for the party general, public general meet to be conducted, saying that Edapadi should step down as the leader and a new leader should be selected. Also making it very clear that they are in no intention of splitting the party into two, but are requesting for the party leadership to be changed to make better decisions, as the majority of the MLAs.
I want to go. I think we have Apsar Reddy back with us. Apsar Reddy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us here. Now, this is a big Republic scoop. AIADMK has broken into two. This is what we are breaking. There is a lot of MLAs not too happy with the leadership of EPS. Is this what is happening right now in the AIADMK?
We have to understand the legalities and the technical part of it. I think the party, the two-leaf symbol, and the General Council resolution that the EPS sir is the General Secretary remains. I don't think there's any bylaw that's been changed so that these people can defect and split the AIDMK. When you talk about the AIDMK as a party, it remains with Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami because he is the custodian of the two-leaf symbol. The Election Commission and even the Supreme Court recognizes him as the General Secretary of the party. So there's no change in that status. There are a few people who are disgruntled, who are making a certain political move. It's up to them to take it forward and see how the legal challenges are going to be for the party. At the moment, if you ask me as an official spokesperson of the AIDMK, our General Secretary and leader remains Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami.
So are you saying that that there is no split within the AIADMK to support Vijay during the floor test?
See, I'm not going to... I can't hoodwink what's happening right in front of our eyes all across cameras, and you're beaming it live as well. There are a few MLAs who are expressing their opinion and, want to take the party in a certain direction. But we have to see how this pans out, because technically and legally, AIDMK still belongs to Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami. None of the bylaws have been changed. The General Council resolutions haven't been passed. So we have to wait and watch how that pans out.
All right. So we are getting to know that C.V. Shanmugam has announced that SP Velumani will be the Legislative Assembly leader, C. Vijay Bhaskar as a whip. So would you confirm this or would you deny this?
He's come out and he's made an announcement. Mr. C.V. Shanmugam has made the announcement, so there's no denying it. It's happening. It's all across TV. It's the live visuals coming on TV on Tamil channels as well that he's announced it. That is the move that they are taking. But if you talk about AIDMK splitting, I'm being very technical in legalities, purely in legal terms. I don't think the AIDMK has gone into two bits, because I think the General Secretary remains Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami. The two-leaf symbol remains with Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami. The General Council is the ultimate deciding body. So if they have a General Council meeting with about 2,500 members, and if they sign off on whatever Mr. C.V. Shanmugam is saying, then that comes true.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, within the AIDMK, of course, now we see that some MLAs do want to support Vijay. Now we understand that EPS was not too keen on supporting Vijay, the TVK, when those alliance talks were happening. Could that be the reason that the new official announcements have come?
We don't know what Mr. Edapadi K. Palanichami's idea is on supporting TVK or not. And I don't think at this stage, where Mr. Vijay has already formed his government, there's an overwhelming majority for him. There's a lot of momentum pro-TVK. I don't think Vijay is at the mercy of any other party at the moment. He's formed the government and he's quite confident of running it. I think yesterday he made a visit to most leaders' houses. So I don't think Vijay is at the mercy of any decision-making on AIDMK's part anymore. I think he's quite strong, on a strong footing as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu with an overwhelming majority. I don't think that discussion is relevant anymore about whether AIDMK needs to support him or not.
All right. Okay. Okay, thank you, Apsar Reddy. We will be, of course, coming back to you once we get a little bit more clarity on what exactly is happening there. But I want to go across to Pulla Rao, political analyst. Thank you for joining us here, Pulla Rao. Now, we were just speaking to the AIADMK spokesperson there. They are not openly denying these reports either. They are, but there's still a lot of question mark about what is happening within the AIADMK. Have they really split into two? Is EPS being sidelined? Not getting straight answers from the AIADMK on that, but your first analysis of the evolving situation that we are seeing.
With due respect to whatever the AIADMK spokesman has said, one, just now on TV visuals, you will see a leader, Piyush Shanmugam, and others of AIADMK saying we are going to support Vijay. Our party was formed to be against the DMK. We cannot align with DMK. They're right before the TV screens. Let's accept it that a big portion of the AIADMK legislature party means the MLAs, out of the 55 or so that there are there, the correct number, one or two display that way, 2/3 are obviously going to support Vijay. There is a good political reason for that. The AIADMK has been out of power from 2021. If they don't join some power setup now, that means they'll be out of power for 10 years. It's a generation. Who will care for these MLAs? Definitely they have an opportunity. And my reading is a portion of them will go over and support Vijay. Third, Vijay has a very slender margin, 3 or 4 votes. And they're dependent on the DMK's kindness. That's why he went to the House and paid respects to all those who supported him. 118 is the figure, he's got 121. Any minute, 2 or 3 of them say goodbye, it's over. Therefore, he will also welcome this. And it's my understanding that definitely there has been some talks for the split of the AIADMK. To run a government for 5 years in a very hostile atmosphere in Tamil Nadu with the 2 powerful parties, DMK and the AIADMK, you can't do it with a shoestring majority of 4 or 5. After 6 months, some of them may split away. Therefore, you can take it for granted, going by the visuals on the TV screen, that there will be a split in the AIADMK. I think tomorrow is the vote. Either they will abstain from the vote or they will vote for Vijay. If the majority votes for Vijay, if the legislature party has split, there's nothing anyone can do, courts or anyone. So that's where it's heading at. Why should they stay out of power for another 5 years? What will happen to them? And don't forget, many senior AIADMK leaders have joined Vijay before the elections. The number 2 in the cabinet, one Mr. Sengotian, is a 9-term AIADMK MLA. He's there. He must be holding parlays with them. So one thing you can take it for granted. AIADMK legislative party will speak and vote for Vijay or will be neutral there. That is a given.
Yes.
And
Mr. Pullarao, I also want to ask you this because we have seen this historical pattern of AIADMK power struggles ever since Jayalalitha's passing in 2016. AIADMK has been marked by coups, shifting alliances, consolidation of power by EPS, OPS being sidelined. So this is once again a big shift there in the way that the leadership is functioning in the AIADMK.
Absolutely. And many senior AIADMK leaders are personally against EPS. I'm not commenting on the reasons why. Sasikala is against him. O.P. Paneerselvam, former Chief Minister, is now with the DMK. Therefore, it's also an anti-Palaniswamy faction. And Vijay is in power. Just now he got in. He needs their support. Why will they wait and sit in the opposition benches for what? For decimation after 5 years? Who will care for them in the next few months? If they join now, they will have value with Vijay. And also, if they join Vijay now, then all the ally partners of DMK who went over, including the Congress, will become ciphers. Ciphers there, 10 or 11 votes won't matter if 35 of these people go. So look forward to a very big change before evening today. Look forward. To stop that is difficult. That is the way the scene is evolving. It has been evolving for the last 5 days, from May 4th, in fact, when they all went to a separate camp and stayed in a hotel in Puducherry. All of this is going on.
Right.
AIADMK, they would have stayed with the AIADMK if Palaniswamy could have formed a government, but he couldn't. So they will go with power wherever it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pullarao, political analyst joining us here. Okay, we're getting some reactions coming in. Let's go and play them up.
Mandate, we wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all, we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIDMK party and AIDMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister. Respect the people mandate, we wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all, we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIDMK party and AIDMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister. We wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all, we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIDMK party and AIDMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister.
All right, getting some big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Now we're learning that Congress will be boycotting Himanta Biswa Sarma swearing-in ceremony. While leaders start arriving in Guwahati, Congress is boycotting the oath-taking ceremony. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now remember that Himanta Biswa Sarma will be sworn in. He will be taking oath as the Assam CM for a second consecutive term. Later on, around 11:40 a.m. in Guwahati. So we are counting down to that. But it looks like the Congress is boycotting Himanta's oath-taking ceremony. In that oath-taking ceremony, we can expect top leaders to be there. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, many others, and many CMs and deputy CMs are scheduled to attend the grand event, which will be taking place later on in the day. But according to the latest coming in, the Congress planning to boycott Himanta's oath-taking ceremony. All right, pictures coming in. So there are some pictures coming in on Republic TV. And the attendees are on your screen. So these are the attendees who will be a part of that grand event. Prime Minister Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Union Minister Sarbananda Sonowal, BJP National President Nitin Nabin, along with 40 NDA CMs and deputy CMs, all scheduled to attend the grand event at the venue today. We go to Aniruddha. Aniruddha, what exactly is happening there? Congress saying that they will be boycotting the oath-taking ceremony. And why is the Congress going to do that, Aniruddha?
Yes, Congress, in fact, has given a very absurd reasoning, as they have stated very clearly yesterday. Gaurav Gogoi has said that they will not be attending the swearing-in ceremony. None of the Congress MLAs who have been elected will be attending the swearing-in ceremony. And Gaurav Gogoi alleged that the government makes every stage or every platform a political platform, and that is the reason why the Congress party is boycotting the swearing in. This is what Gaurav Gogoi, the deputy leader of the Congress party in the parliament, and also the Pradesh Congress president, has to say as far as the swearing in ceremony is concerned, completely ignoring the fact this is a constitutional process. This is something which has been enshrined in the Constitution. This has also exposed the Congress's double standard. They talk about safeguarding the Constitution. They talk about, upholding the principles of the Constitution. But they, by boycotting the swearing-in ceremony in Assam today, the Congress party has self-exposed themselves. And particularly for Gaurav Gogoi, this loss has been very personal. There have been increasing demand within the Congress party also, including many top leaders of the Congress party in Assam, demanding his resignation. But he is completely unmoved by the fact that he has lost this election, and not just this election. In fact, under his leadership, this was the first election in Assam, but he had been the face of of the Congress party in the state. And we have also seen how in the last Lok Sabha elections also Congress merely managed to get only 3 seats in Assam out of 14. And now, as his leadership has been tested once again in the state in the last assembly elections, and one of the most miserable performance of the Congress party was witnessed in Assam. Even after, even after.
Well, thank you, Anuradha, for getting us all those details. And thank you, Anuradha. The Congress has got its worst performance this time around, winning only 19 of the 126 assembly seats, and they say they will be boycotting the oath taking ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. We'll continue to be live and breaking here.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं।
आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But
welcome back, viewers. After a massive victory in the 2026 Assam elections, BJP leader Himanta Biswa Sarma will be taking oath for a second consecutive term as Assam CM, while the BJP-led NDA returns to power in the state for a historic third consecutive term. Take a look at this report as we count down to the oath-taking ceremony.
Bharat Mata Ki!
BJP's Himanta Biswa Sarma's oath-taking ceremony will mark the formal beginning of NDA's third consecutive term in Assam. The alliance swept the assembly elections with 102 seats in the 126-member House. While the BJP first came to power in Assam in 2016 with Sonowal, Himanta Biswa Sarma became the Chief Minister after the 2021 elections. Now, after leading the 2026 campaign himself, Himanta is returning for a second consecutive term as Assam's Chief Minister. The ceremony in Guwahati is expected to witness the presence of Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, amongst others. Politically, the event is being seen as a major show of strength for the BJP in the northeast, where Assam remains the BJP's most important stronghold. Himanta Biswa Sarma says that the next phase of governance will be focused on implementing the manifesto promises.
आज देखिए, कल समारोह हो जाने दीजिए। हम लोग पहला कैबिनेट करूंगा। हमारा मैनिफेस्टो जनता का सामने है। मैनिफेस्टो इम्प्लीमेंट करना ही हमारा सबसे एक जो लक्ष्य होगा, वही हमारा सबसे प्राथमिक लक्ष्य होगा।
Among the critical promises made were the creation of 2 lakh government jobs, free education for higher studies in government colleges, and expansion of welfare schemes. The NDA also addressed sensitive issues such as the Uniform Civil Code and anti-infiltration measures. These themes became central to the NDA campaign, with Himanta positioning himself as an administrator for these issues. For the BJP, Himanta's oath-taking is not just about forming the government for a 3rd consecutive time. It is about consolidating a decade of dominance in Assam while also implementing the promises which shaped their 2026 election campaign.
All right, viewers, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Probe in the TCS grooming gang case widens. AIMIM Martin Patel, who shielded Nida Khan, moves court to hold demolition of house.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है। राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases of very...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic's big scoop confirmed as AIADMK splits into two over support to TVK. SP Velumani set to take over as party chief. Seven-member CBI SIT team headed by a DIG rank officer set to take over the probe into the murder of Shuvendu's PA, Chandranath Rat. And it is hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today at 11:40. TMC leader and former minister in Mamta's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in a recruitment scam. The Kerala CM suspense likely to end today. Congress High Command to announce Kerala CM today. The NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended. A fresh report suggests that Pak helped Iran hide its military aircraft from US strikes. Trump's aide says Pak's role as mediator needs to be re-examined. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are getting. It is about AIADMK and it is something that we already told. This is public scoop. AIADMK officially breaks into two. And CV Shanmugam announces that SP Velumani be the Legislative Assembly leader and C. Vijay Bhaskar as the whip. Now, the CV Shanmugam also said that we accept the people mandate. The mandate is not for TVK. The mandate is for Vijay to become the Chief Minister. And we as AIADMK support and extend the support to TVK on their victory. So this is a very big statement also by CV Shanmugam and very big development when it comes to the AIADMK. We were the first ones to tell that there was a split. There is an internal rift, disagreement between the two factions. One faction of SP Velumani and the other faction of Edapadi, that is EPS. And only 17 MLAs are backing EPS and 30 MLAs are with Velumani. And they want to go along with TVK. They want to give support to TVK, that is Vijay's party, Thalapathy Vijay's party, which has the successful mandate now. And Sharda is live with us for more details on the story. Sharda, we already told that this is supposed to happen. This will be happening and it happened. More details on what's happening with AIADMK. Sharda.
Well, Shivam, 5 days back when he first informed the actually has a rebel factor, and then the AIADMK leaders later unanimously stated that there will be no support extended to TVK. But again, now 3 days back, there were meetings continuously held, and now officially CV Shanmugam's factor of the AIADMK has announced that they will be extending their support to TVK. Vijay is saying that the mandate is for Vijay to become the Chief Minister. Today in the press meet, he also revealed that EP's idea was to become the Chief Minister, taking the support of the DMK, but however, 30 of the 47 MLAs was not up for it, and then stated that Vijay should be the Chief Minister and are ready to extend their support. Meanwhile, officially the AIADMK, the factors of the the parties split into two, whereas one is supporting the TVK, whereas one is still with Edapadi K. Palniswamy on whatever his decision is. This right now will be taken legally, and the party will be having a general meeting to decide whether they will be continuing under the leadership of EPS, whether there will be a leadership change. But one thing that they are very clear is about SP Velumani not wanting this party to split into two. So the decisions will be made accordingly in the next few days. Today, we had assembly sessions going on, whereas Edapadis and 17 MLAs are already present. CV Shanmugam and his factor are yet to arrive, but the speakers have already been decided. It's likely that they will be given space to talk on the floor, and the CV Shanmugam's factor of the AIADMK will be officially announcing in the assembly floor that they are supporting Vijay and the TVK to take power and to form the governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. The floor test is all set to happen tomorrow. So now Vijay already has 120, 112 from TVK plus Congress Alliance, and the rest are the external support given by the left parties, which are in alliance with the DMK leader, NK Stalin. So now we have to wait as to what the next stance of the AIADMK will be.
Yeah, definitely. It's a better option. It's a better choice even for TVK to go into an alliance with the AIADMK. But what do you think will be the future of AIADMK? Because they have more than 2/3 of the MLAs who are backing now SP Velumani, as per CV Shanmugam also, that faction also. Do you think that it will really be the end for EPS faction after this?
First, right, TVK is safer with the AIADMK's external support, but the Congress had initially mentioned that they have a demand that they do not have any communal party support, especially the NDA support being given to the TVK. And
especially the NDA support being given to the TVK, and that they would not agree. That's the reason that Vijay was talking to the left parties first before approaching the AIADMK. Now, AIADMK will be extending an external support once the party leaderships change. Most likely it will be SP Velumani, because 30 of the 47 MLAs are supporting Velumani to become the next party leader, the Deputy General Secretary. They need 2 more MLAs to agree to this. So 17 is with EPS, 30 is with SP Velumani, so they need 32 for the 2/3 of the majority in the party to change the leadership. Meanwhile, the party general meeting is expected to happen very soon, whereas the EPS factor and the SP Velumani factor to fight head on and seek all the support from the MLAs, of the 47 MLAs that they have. If 32 is done, it will be SP Velumani who's leading next. If not, EPS might continue, but only with an external support to the TVK. If SP Velumani is selected, then we have to wait if the TVK leader Vijay is going to be accepting their support, and will there be alliance talk? Will the AIADMK even part in the coalition government? Is all to be known in the coming days.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the statement by SP Velumani, who is saying that we are not breaking the party into 2. But does he exactly mean what he is saying, that they are not breaking the party into 2? Because if more than 2/3 majority support is with him, then it means that he will be leading the AIADMK. That faction will be stronger, and also it will be a difficult road for EPS in the coming future.
Very true. It is going to be a difficult road for the EPS in the coming days, because 2/3 of the party majority is already supporting Velumani to take over. In that case, EPS will have to step down. However, he has willingly not said that he'll be stepping down as a party general secretary, because even yesterday there were 17 MLAs who submitted the letter to the pro tem speaker telling that Edappadi will continue as a legislative assembly leader of the AIADMK. So now the AIADMK leaders will be having an important meeting. Following that, the party's majority will decide who their party leadership will be. But as you mentioned, it's going to be a very, very tough time for EPS to prove the majority, because we already know 30 of them have already signed the mandate telling that they want to support Vijay, and has already submitted it to the speaker with CV Shanmugam and SP Velumani's factor leading in the Legislative Assembly, whereas C. Vijay Bhaskar, who's also with CV Shanmugam, will be the party's whip in the Legislative Assembly. Meanwhile, as we speak, AMMK leader TTV Dinakaran, who claimed that their party support is with the ADMK leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, today Kamaraj, the MLA from Manargudi, has openly agreed that his support is for TVK Vijay. So this will also put in the place if the AMMK leader is going to be shifting to the TVK on the whole. Is he going to bring TTV Dinakaran support to Vijay, or is there going to be a back and forth pull between the AIMMK party leader and his MLA? Is all in place is for today.
Yeah, it's also the AMMK who's also shown support for the TVK. That's a big breaking development there also. And also just a day before the floor test, AIADMK splits into 2 and there is support for TVK, and this means a stronger and stable government. Stay with us, Sharda. We also will play the reaction of CV Shanmugam, what he actually spoke.
Respect the people mandate. We wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIADMK party and AIADMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister. Respect the people mandate. We wholeheartedly congratulate, first of all we congratulate Chief Minister Thiru Vijay, and wholeheartedly we as a AIADMK party and AIADMK legislative party support and extend our support to the TVK government headed by Chief Minister.
All right, Shraddha, if you can put this into perspective also, is the AIADMK, as per CV Shanmugam, hinting that there won't be any post-poll alliance after this, that they are splitting? Also, they're moving out of the NDA, that is leaving the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party. What will be the future for NDA after that?
Well, the talks between the parties still going on, so we have to wait and watch if they are going to leave the NDA, because if the CV Shanmugam factor wants to support TVK Vijay will accept it only if the AIADMK is out of the NDA alliance. So in that case, NDA has to be broken, which is consisting of the parties PMK, BJP, AMMK and the AIADMK all put together 53 MLAs. So BJP is 1, PMK is 4, and then there is AMMK with 1 and the AIADMK at 47. So now we can keep 30 from the ADMK and 1 from the AMMK, rendering support to the TVK. So the BJP and the PMK will just be not taking part in the flow.
What exactly was the reason of the rift? Was it because there's ideological difference? AIADMK was launched against DMK. They have ideological differences, and there were talks also of a possible AIADMK and DMK alliance, and that's something that CV Shanmugam and the other faction did not like. So there was a split because that exactly was the reason, the main reason behind the split. Do you think so?
Shivam, let's be clear that both are Dravidian parties, both ADMK and DMK do not have much of an ideology difference. Same goes for the TVK party. The party ideological leader seems to be Periyar for Vijay as well. So the rift is not because of ideology, but for the support to be rendered to the party that's taken into power. So the AIADMK 30 MLAs wanted to be with the TVK to make sure that they extend support to the party. In that case, they'll at least be part of the ruling party instead of in the third place, because DMK has secured 73 along with the alliance, apart DMK plus and sort. In that case, we leave Congress and the left parties, which have now with the TVK. 59 seats in the DMK are still there, which makes them the opposition, whereas the ADMK with 47 goes to the third place. AIADMK knows that being in the third place, they will not be giving an equal fight to the TVK and the DMK. So in the next 5 years, there's chances of the AIADMK party going completely underestimated. In that case, AIADMK wants to make sure that they are either part of the ruling or the opposition. In this case, they have decided it is TVK and not DMK. Initially, the talks, as I mentioned, AIADMK and DMK went on with EPS being portrayed as a chief minister. But there was a point when the DMK said they will render support if Tirumavalan is made the chief minister. If the VCK leader is made the chief minister, then the DMK will render support and the AIADMK and DMK can come together. But that was not something these 30 MLAs agreed, because it was not their party's initial aim, because they, from the start, they've been wanting to support Vijay and they continue to stick on to that. So we cannot bring in ideological differences here, but the difference is only to accept the people's mandate of making Vijay the chief minister.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the details on this story, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to another big breaking news development that we're getting. And the big question is that, was PM Modi's route targeted? More details emerge from Bengaluru, and it's not just gelatin sticks. Even circuit and timer found to trigger the blast. And this is a very big revelation. First on Republic, on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen, there is a big, huge conspiracy angle that is being probed over discovery of the gelatin sticks. Police is tight-lipped on recovery of circuit, the wires and the time. A big development coming in right now. Big twist in Khanapara gelatin stick case. There's a major explosion bid which has been foiled, and police action prevented the disaster. As per the intel they received, the massive conspiracy angle was suspected here in the gelatin sticks recovery case near Khanapara ahead of PM Narendra Modi's event, because these were found after an intel was given by a man who was arrested, and because it was exactly on the supposed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's route. So it's quite sensitive. Sources indicated that not just gelatin sticks but circuits required for triggering a blast have also been recovered in this case. Now, preliminary investigation suggests preparations were allegedly underway to fix timer and date settings for a possible explosion. Now, investigators suspect that if detonators had been attached and timing activated, a major blast could have occurred. A major blast was averted, and police are being credited for timely action and detection. However, they are tight-lipped, not much of a response from them on what exactly was the reason, the motive. However, officially, police have so far maintained that only gelatin sticks were recovered. Investigation is going on as we speak, but a big development, and this is about the timer and other things that have been found. The preliminary investigation suggests preparations were allegedly underway to fix timer and date settings for a possible explosion. That means it's not just the gelatin sticks that were recovered, not just that, but also there was a recovery of circuit, wires and timer. And in this way, ladies and gentlemen, an explosion can be planned, it can be timed, and it can occur, it can happen when there is a VIP movement. So who exactly is behind this entire scenario? Who is exactly behind this planning of the blast, of the possible blast that could have taken place while Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there, and he was there traveling through that route? Now, this is a major explosion bid which was foiled, and this action by police has prevented disaster. But also the big question is, why is the police tight-lipped? Why are not more details coming out? And especially also this big revelation that you can only see on Republic, that there are other things also, the recovery of circuit and also wires and timer. And so it's not just the gelatin sticks. Now, there is a conspiracy angle being proved over the discovery of the gelatin sticks. And police is still tight-lipped on recovery of circuit, wires and the timer. Big development coming in. Was PM Modi's route targeted? Was this an attempt to attack Prime Minister Narendra Modi? More details are emerging from Bengaluru, and it's not just the gelatin sticks, the explosives which are used for various purposes. Now, even circuit was there, and even a timer has also been found to trigger the blast. That's the big question mark. Was it a deliberate plan to attack the convoy? Was it a deliberate plan by some group? That needs to be investigated, because this recovery was done based on an intel, based on a phone call, and this time the recovery was huge. There was a big recovery of gelatin sticks, and now conspiracy angle is being probed over the discovery of gelatin sticks, and the police seems to be tight-lipped on the recovery of circuit, wires and timer. Gelatin sticks which were found on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's route. Big development here. There's also recovery of wires and timer where this explosive was found, and police is tight-lipped on the recovery. Gelatin sticks found along Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy, and just imagine, police detained the suspect who made the call to the police control room at around 7:30 a.m., who threatened to trigger explosion near the airport and the Art of Living premises during Prime Minister's visit, and it can be dubbed as a huge, immense security breach, because as per protocol, the security needs to be intensified when there is a PM's visit. When you have the PM's route which has been declared, identified, the police recovered gelatin sticks abandoned along the PM's convoy route minutes before it passed to reach the Art of Living ashram, just before it was passing through that route. And these are the next revelations which we have just found. Explosive revelations where not just the gelatin sticks, but also the timer, wires to trigger a possible explosion and attack PM Modi's convoy. A security scare which unfolded on the outskirts of the city hours before Prime Minister Narendra Modi travelled along the Khanapara road to visit the Art of Living Foundation campus. Now, 2 gelatin sticks were found near Koparedikere, close to Thathaguni estate on the route used by PM's convoy, and this prompted an immediate response from security and anti-sabotage teams already deployed for the high-profile visit. Now, as per the police, the explosives were discovered roughly 20 to 25 feet away from the main road near a compound wall on National Highway 948, just about 2 kilometers from the Art of Living campus. The discovery came around 1.5 hours before Modi's convoy was scheduled to pass. The packet contained gelatin sticks, and it was noticed by the police constable deployed on the special duty. And there was also intel. So there are various reports that suggest there was intel and the police was active. However, they're not revealing more further details about the wires, the circuits and the timer, which have also been recovered. Gelatin sticks were recovered, noticed by the police, which had been deployed there, and the suspicious packet was then taken, and this was found that there were gelatin gelatin sticks there. And anti-sabotage teams were rushed to the spot and the gelatin sticks were seized. Case has been registered under Explosives Act. Now, this is being investigated by Kagalipura Police Station initially. Now, it's a big development, and this is a possible attack on the convoy of Prime Minister. So this needs to be thoroughly investigated, and the police needs to respond on this, on the developments of the investigation. Now, there were gelatin sticks which were thrown just near the road, 20 to 25 feet near the road. And also, there was one constable who was alert, and he was the first one to recover the gelatin sticks. And as per police, they say that there was no immediate danger of explosion because that time there was no detonator as per initial reports. But now we are getting it that there was also recovery of circuit, wires and timer. And PM was very close to the Art of Living campus here. He was scheduled to go there, and the route was from that road from where these gelatin sticks were found. All right, we have Abhishek with more details on this entire development. Abhishek, so this is a very big revelation that there was also a recovery of circuit, wires and timer in this case. So one can understand that gelatin sticks might be used for explosion of various purposes. But what about the circuit, the wires and timer? Was there a deliberate planning that we are looking at to attack PM's convoy in this case?
Shivam, prima facie, it looks like this was a planned attack on Prime Minister's convoy, which happened in Bengaluru on the Sunday, where he was here in Bengaluru's outskirts to attend the private program in Art of Living campus. Just even before the entry of the Art of Living gate, around 2.5 kilometers away from the Art of Living's gate, 2 gelatin sticks were found on the roadside just below a light pole. And the area was...
குறிப்பிடக்கூடாது என்பது மரபு இருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினாலே நான் பெயரை குறிப்பிடவில்லை. ஆகவே அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் சார்பாக சட்டப்பேரவை தலைவராக பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ள தங்களுக்கும் சட்டப்பேரவை துணைத் தலைவராக பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ள அவர்களுக்கும் இதயபூர்வமான நல்வாழ்த்துக்களை இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இன்றைக்கு ஆளுங்கட்சி எதிர்க்கட்சி என்று பாராமல் இன்றைக்கு தாங்கள் இந்த பக்கமும் அந்த பக்கமும் சாயாமல் நடுநிலையோடு வைக்கும் தராசு போல நீங்கள் என்றும் செயல்பட வேண்டும் என்று அன்போடு இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். எந்த அளவுக்கு எதிர்க்கட்சிகளுக்கு பேசுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பு கொடுக்கின்றீர்களோ அந்த அளவுக்கு உங்களுடைய அரசு சிறப்பாக செயல்படும். ஏனென்றால் மக்களுடைய பிரச்சனையை எடுத்து வைப்பது எதிர்க்கட்சியினுடைய கடமை. ஆகவே எதிர்க்கட்சியினுடைய கடமை சிறப்பாக செயல்படுவதற்கு அனைத்து எதிர்க்கட்சிகளுக்கும் முழுமையான நேரத்தை ஒதுக்கி கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று அன்போடு இந்த நேரத்தில் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன். நீங்கள் ஏற்கனவே அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் பொன்மனச்சம்மல் புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆருடைய ஆட்சி காலத்திலே நீங்கள் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக இருந்து பணியாற்றியவர்கள். மாண்புமிகு அம்மாவுடைய காலத்திலும் சட்டமன்ற பணியாற்றியவர்கள். சட்டமன்ற பேர விதிகள் முழுமையும் நன்றாக தெரிந்தவர்கள். சிறப்பான முறையிலே பேசக்கூடியவர்கள். சிறப்பான முறையிலே அவையை நடத்தக்கூடிய திறமை மிக்கவர்கள். ஆகவே அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு அற்புதமான ஒரு நிகழ்த்தக்கூடியவர்களுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல வாய்ப்பை நீங்கள் பெற்றிருக்கிறீர்கள். இந்த புனிதமான ஆசனத்திலே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்றீர்கள். எங்களுக்கு அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் மட்டுமல்ல, அனைத்து எதிர்க்கட்சிகளுக்கும் போதுமான நேரத்தை ஒதுக்கி கொடுத்து மக்களுடைய பிரச்சனையை எடுத்து செல்வதற்கு நீங்கள் நல்ல வாய்ப்பை தர வேண்டும் என்று இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்து, மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சராக பொறுப்பேற்றுள்ள மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் எனக்கு இதயபூர்வமான நல்வாழ்த்துக்களை இந்த நேரத்தில் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன்.
Chief Minister Joseph Vijay, and I extend wishes to his government to carry out the functions of the administration. I congratulate all the newly appointed ministers who have won from the assembly election. So here we have Edapadi Palaniswamy congratulating all the newly appointed ministers. Up next, the speaker is asking whether Mr. S.P. Velumani of the AIDMK wants to address the assembly. S.P. Velumani begins his address by invoking, by paying tributes to Mr. MGR and Jayalalitha.
மாண்புமிகு புரட்சித் தலைவர் காலத்திலே, மாண்புமிகு புரட்சித் தலைவர் அம்மாவுடைய காலத்திலும்
வில்லிவாக்கம் தொகுதியிலிருந்து சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டு இந்த அவையில் சிறப்பான முறையிலே பணியாற்றியவர். அஇஅதிமுக பல்வேறு
we have been waiting to Villivakam Assembly since the time of MGR and Jayalalitha, and we have been running the constitution properly. The similar situation was also happening in the Thousand Lights constituency.
இந்த பேரவைத் தலைவராக நடுநிலையோடு பணியாற்றி அண்ணன் டாக்டர் காளிமுத்து, அண்ணன் நம்முடைய ஜெயக்குமார், அதே போல மாண்புமிகு
SP Velumani is talking about the leaders from the respective constituencies in Chennai who have been winning for the last few years and have been working for the constituency itself.
All right, so these are the visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu Assembly, and tomorrow is the floor test. And today, the very big development, Republic already told, it was Republic's scoop. Republic broke it first, that AIADMK wanted to extend support to TVK, and they did, and after that too, after splitting into two. So there are two factions. One is the SP Velumani faction, which holds 30 MLAs. So, and they are supporting, they want to go with the TVK and form an alliance with the TVK. And then you have their deputy faction, the EPS faction, which has 17 MLAs, and this is a very big development coming in from Tamil Nadu. So now Vijay is getting all the support that he needed earlier, which he was lacking, and then somehow he was able to achieve the 120 mark, post the 118 majority mark that was required. And now the AIDMK, since the result came out and there was internal rift, there were tensions within the party over the senior leadership. While one faction was reluctant, the other was ready to go with the TVK. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up just coming after the break. Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today. We'll get you the live visuals and all the latest updates, minute-to-minute updates after the break.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो है। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. Class option होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation,
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic's big scoop confirmed as AIADMK splits into two over support to TVK. SP Velumani set to take over as party chief. 7-member CBI SIT team headed by DIG rank officer set to take over the probe into the murder of Shuvendu's PA Chandranath Rath. Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for second consecutive term today at 11:45 a.m. TMC leader and former minister in Mamta's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in recruitment scam. No end to confusion in Congress over Kerala CM face. 9 Kerala leaders in Delhi today to hold talks with Congress High Command. NEET UG 2026 paper leak controversy deepens. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced. 13 suspects apprehended. Fresh reports suggest that Pak helped Iran hide its military aircraft from US strikes. Trump's aide says Pak's role as mediator needs to be re-examined.
We have a big breaking news coming in now as Pakistan has admitted that it shielded Iranian aircraft during the war. This is coming after US Senator Lindsey Graham has claimed that Pakistan has been shielding and sheltering military assets, Iranian military assets, including aircraft at its Nur Khan Air Force Base. And now Pakistan has in fact admitted to shielding Iranian aircraft during the war. This comes after US Senator Lindsey Graham has also questioned Pakistan's role as a mediator, as now Pakistan is coming out as somewhat as a player that has played both the sides, both the US and Iran, after admitting that they have in fact shielded Iran's aircraft and other military assets in its Nur Khan base. And this coming even as a ceasefire hangs in the balance, and Pakistan emerging as a player where they are siding with both US and Iran, and in fact backstabbing United States at this point. They have said that they have in fact harbored Iranian aircraft after much claims of US President Donald Trump saying that the US have decimated all military assets of Iran. Now Pakistan is emerging as the key party where Iran's military assets have been stashed in the Nur Khan base, and now Pakistan has in fact come on to admit that they have shielded Iranian aircraft during the war, backstabbing much to the United States. And the US Senator, a close aide of the US President Donald Trump, has also questioned Pakistan's role as a mediator in this regard. And now I'm joined by our guest, Major Samarpal Tour. On this broadcast, a very good morning to you, sir. And well, this is a big breaking coming in as Pakistan has admitted that they have been sheltering Iranian aircraft and military assets in its Nur Khan base, and now coming out as somebody, a player, a partner that have backstabbed US, and now their role as a mediator is being questioned at this point. Major.
The fact that there were two variants of C-130s that the Iranians had, and in fact this was already done almost 20 to 25 days back, and when they had shifted these two C-130s in Pakistan, it was much prior to the first round of talks. So what is a bit intriguing is the timing of it getting exposed. I mean, it was already declared before. The Pakistanis knew about it. The Americans knew about it. But why is it being called out now is the big question. Secondly, Pakistan has also opened up its road links, its borders, and one rail link so as to link the Iranian trade with the Chinese, and to also secure its own oil supply from Iran. So these are the hypocritical double standards of Pakistan, which is actually now irking USA, and USA is now calling it out in the open so as to put Pakistan in a spot, so as to call on its hypocrisy that it is done. It's been doing it since the Afghanistan war. It has done it when they sheltered Osama bin Laden. They've been doing it again, even now. So I think high time that the Americans have called it out. The Americans are also now fed up with the Pakistanis and the dual standards, and their deception and their deceiving and their lying to the Americans. So I certainly feel that Pakistan has crossed the red line, and it is time that America has run out of patience, and it is calling it out internationally in front of the world that what Pakistan is doing is against the interest of the Americans.
Also, Major, what was Pakistan aiming to gain from this particular step? They were trying to play US, they're trying to be in hand in glove with Iran while sheltering their military assets, while also speaking of ceasefire talks while going to Washington. This is coming as they have also raised the question of a second ceasefire talk after the first one failed. What was Pakistan aiming to gain from all of this?
See, end of the day, we all know that Pakistan's economy is in shambles. Economically, they're not doing well. They've taken bailout packages from the International Monetary Fund. They've actually only been taking loans to pay back loans. They don't have a strategic growth structure in terms of their industrialization or enhancement of employment in the nation. Their GDP is struggling. So yes, it is a situation of dire straits because Pakistan does not have oil reserve. So that is basically this war has pushed Pakistan on the edge. Its economy is on the edge. It's on the verge of implosion. The fuel prices are like 400 rupees a liter. A common man in Pakistan is not able to afford even commuting, and they're not even to afford 3 meals a day. So definitely Pakistan is on the edge. And because of its desperation, it knows that America is not going to come in to help. Saudi Arabia will only help if it offers its military protection to the Saudis. And in return of that, they are being paid. That too, they are being paid in phases, not all the money at once. So yes, there are a lot of limitations which have increased for Pakistan. They are totally dependent upon, the loans and the bailout packages. That is one of the major reasons what compelled them to actually support Iran indirectly and to avoid this war. Because either ways, they are siding with the Saudis. Saudis want to go to war with the Iranians. And then simultaneously, the Americans want to use the Pakistani logistical air bases at Shamshi. And again, it will drag Pakistan into the war. So either ways, Pakistan is on the edge. Even if it doesn't want to go to war, it has to go to war. If it is in support of US and Saudi Arabia, it also wants to keep in good relations with the Iranians because of its dependency of oil, which again remains very uncertain now. So I think it is only time that is going to decide whether Pakistan's economy is going to implode at any moment or they are going to carry on struggling like this.
And also, Major, this thus puts the focus back in Pakistan as a nation, at least in the global stage, as a nation that cannot be trusted. Because earlier in the past, we have seen Pakistan have given shelter to Osama bin Laden. They have given shelter to other big terrorists also who were attacking India. So they are now emerging more and more as a nation that cannot be trusted. And why even mediate peace talks at this point?
Certainly, because you see, the terror tanzeems Operation Sindoor has exposed the support that the Pakistan government and the military was actually providing to the 13 Tanzeems. That is where we hit and struck and destroyed the markazas, and that is what came out in the public domain. And after that, it was a huge matter of embarrassment for Pakistan. Then their airfields getting hit and getting decimated. They were not being able to utilize those airstrips, which rendered their air force, worthless. And that is one of the major reasons that, Pakistan has been playing this double game, including China. They have derailed the CPEC project. They have deceived the Chinese by actually offering President Trump the rare earth minerals, what Asim Munir did. So Asim Munir's closeness and his inclination towards the Americans has resulted in the deterioration of relationship between Pakistan and China. And moreover, you see the Pakistan military diaspora and the Pakistan political diaspora are not getting along well. It is the President Zardari who is pro-Chinese. His inclination is more towards China. So he's been visiting China. He's been trying to keep the economy surviving and going, whereas the Chinese are pressurizing Zardari and the political diaspora as to keep a distance from the Americans and don't let them come into Pakistan, because that reduces the proximity of the Americans against the Chinese.
Right. Major, do stay with us because we are joined by my colleague Gursimran again from the ground. Gursimran, this is a major story emerging as Pakistan has now admitted to shielding Iranian aircraft after US Senator has also alleged that they've done the same, that they were sheltering Iranian aircraft and military assets. What's the latest you're tracking for us at this point?
Pakistani Ministry of Foreign Affairs has come out with a statement in which they have admitted that there are currently aircrafts of Iran that are still parked in the various bases of Pakistan. Though they have denied that there is something that they have landed their air bases or something like that. But the reality remains the way Pakistan has come out with the mincing words admitting that they still have the Iranian aircraft still parked in Pakistan. Though the negotiations are long over, and from the statements that have been coming from the US President also, there lies zero possibility that any of the contingent, either from the United States or any of the associates of the United States, will be traveling to Islamabad to hold talks with the Iranians, because a recent statement that has come from the Donald Trump that clearly states that this ceasefire is on life support system and it can collapse anytime. So there is no negotiations that are going on. Now coming to the Pakistan is trying to actually kill two birds with the same stone. And I would like to ask Major Samarpal Toor also that how does Major Samarpal Toor see this move of Pakistan, that they are trying to please Pakistan as well as Iran, because by US, Pakistan wants them to be on the tables for the talks, and for Iran they are providing a safe space. Major Toor.
Straits, because the reason being, the Pakistan military establishment is inclined towards the Americans. They want to, Asim Munir is a powerful person. Basically, he's the one who is responsible for the democratic erosion. That is how we saw when he received the Iranian delegation, how he received J.D. Vance. So it is an admission of Pakistan political diaspora that it is Asim Munir who's the man in charge. So he's an undeclared dictator of Pakistan. He's the one who's calling the shots. And unfortunately for China, Asim Munir is not inclined towards China, but is inclined more towards the Americans. Because by offering the rare earth metals, that is one of the big deal that he wanted, by which the Americans and the American market would have entered Balochistan. As a result, he would have achieved dual purposes. That is to control the Balochistan freedom struggle. Secondly, economically, he would gain from the American companies doing the mining projects over there. As far as China is concerned, yes, the proximity of the American forces next to China is a matter of great concern, because China is already being surrounded by the Americans, because Americans have the military bases in Japan, it has a military base in South Korea, it has its presence in Taiwan, and now its presence is almost there in Bangladesh and now Pakistan. So this is what is actually creating a lot of issues between China and Pakistan. The undercurrent is not very good. And Zardari is the one who's been visiting China from a political party and point of view so as to douse the misunderstanding. And the CPEC projects have already taken a hit. They have stopped at multiple places. It has come to a dead end and stagnation. And the Chinese did point out that it is due to the corruption within the Pakistan government and the corrupt contractors at various locations that CPEC project is not able to proceed at the pace that the Chinese predicted. So as a result, the Chinese are disgruntled, they are feeling betrayed, and now the pressure is mounting upon the political diaspora from the Chinese. As far as the Americans are concerned, they are actually encouraging and entertaining Asim Munir to call the shots. And that is one of the major reasons what made Asim Munir call in the 27th Amendment so as to get immune powers, that he will not be tried by the court of Pakistan, irrespective of whatever decision he takes during his military tenure. And other than that, he's planning for one more amendment to take place in which he will be enabled to actually stand in for the political elections to be the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So yes, things are on the edge. The people are suffering. Their economy is on the verge of imploding, and a lot of distrust between the Americans and the Pakistanis. And eventually, the Iranians themselves declared Pakistan not to be a very reliable mediator. So if Pakistan chooses to assist the Americans, it gets hit by the Iranians itself. And if Pakistan sides with the Saudis or the Americans either ways, it is going to face the wrath of the Iranian in any case.
And also,
yes.
Major, we know that US President Donald Trump is set to visit China in just a few days. So what do you think will take place at these talks, especially with regards to this latest revelation? And now, do you think that the ceasefire talks will be officially dropped after the latest developments?
I certainly feel this is either a make or a break period for the Americans and the Chinese. Because if these talks do not end well, then probably a second phase of Cold War will begin in the world. That will be between China and the Americans. The Chinese are uncomfortable with the American presence in and around Taiwan and equipping Taiwan with their latest weapon systems. So that is what the Chinese are against. And it is hampering their one China policy, which is being challenged by the Americans. So the American influence in this region of Southeast Asia has increased. American presence has increased in the Philippines. In fact, it was yesterday night that first time Tomahawk missiles firing drill was conducted over the Philippine Islands. So that is what is irking the Chinese, and the instigation, they call it the instigation by the Americans for carrying out military exercises with the Philippines. Then we have the issue of Malacca Strait. We have the issue of the Coco Islands, which are there. And India is very, very concerned because Coco Island is just 45 kilometers north of Andaman. And that is where majority of the trade and traffic will pass by. So the rhetoric and the support that Iran is giving, China is giving to Iran, that it should control the Strait of Hormuz, is basically a blueprint that China itself is wanting to implement in Southeast Asia, which is not going to be the case. And probably President Trump is going to come in to offer, olive branch and to economically start good relations, to drop the tariffs and to normalize the relations with the Chinese. But if the Chinese have an aggressive stance and are in support of Iran, then probably the talks will disintegrate. And moreover, China has already declared that the year 2027, they will be conducting military operation to take over Taiwan. It all depends on how the Chinese, come to a certain conclusion in terms of President Trump and what demand he puts in front of the Chinese.
All right. Thanks so much, Major Samar Patul and Gursimran, for joining us on this broadcast and for your inputs. And now, viewers, we'll move on to another story, a big development in Assam as BJP set coming back for the third time as a hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta Biswa Sarma set to take oath as Assam Chief Minister for the second consecutive term today. Coming up next.
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है, ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
Welcome back, viewers. And we have a big breaking news now coming in from Kerala. Now, the confusion within the Congress party over the Chief Minister of Kerala only seems to be growing each day. It's been over a week now since the election results were declared, and we don't even have a top candidate for the Chief Minister post in Kerala. Now, in the latest development, 9 Kerala leaders have supposed to reach Delhi today to talk on the Chief Minister issue. As many as 6 former KPCC presidents and 3 KPCC working presidents will reach New Delhi today to hold discussions with the High Command to reach a consensus on the Chief Minister. Now, former KPCC Presidents Mullapalli Ramachandran, VM Sudhiran, K. Sudhakaran, MM Hassan, and many others, the key persons who will be reaching Delhi, some of them working presidents, and they will be in talks with the Congress High Command, supposed to reach Delhi very soon to put an end to the Chief Minister controversy that's emerging. Even after a week after the poll have been declared, the Congress party in Kerala is still unable to find a consensus on a particular Chief Minister face. This is now developing as the key leaders of the Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee will now be meeting and holding talks over the Chief Minister issue and to find a consensus and likely to name a Chief Minister today. Now I'm joined by my colleague Shankar from Kerala, who has been tracking this story and have all the details for us. Shankar, we are now getting reports that key leaders of the Congress Committee in Kerala will be holding talks with the High Command. Do we have any details so far? Because it's been a week since the polls have been declared and there has been no consensus. Will this meeting lead to a particular name that will have a consensus of all the party in Kerala?
Yes, it has been nearly over a week since the results have been announced, and even after passing a week, the Congress party could not find its Chief Minister candidate. But now there is a crucial meeting taking place in Delhi with as many as 9 senior leaders from Kerala. You know, they include former KPCC presidents K. Sudhakaran, Kadannapalli Ramachandran, and others, K. Sudhakaran and all. And KPCC working president Shafi Parambil, PC Vishwanath, AP Anil Kumar and all will also be joining them in the meeting. But the question is that will the High Command be able to take a decision on the CM post today. Going by the words of senior leaders, it was found that the decision may take 48 hours. So this was stated yesterday. So most probably the decision may come on Wednesday only. But there is a chance that there is a less likely to be the CM post is announced today. The chances are high that the result maybe means the High Command has already taken a decision on the CM post, but the allies and even the senior leaders in Kerala suggested the High Command to consider the ground reality before taking a decision. That is the reason why.
Right. Thanks for the inputs, and we will definitely get back to you for more details as we have to take a very short break now, and we will return with more stories lined up for you on the other side coming up next after a very short break. The hat-trick for the BJP in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma set to take oath as the Assam Chief Minister for the second consecutive term today, coming up next.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Correct. The taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India.
As Americans continue to bomb military targets in Iran, was Pakistan shielding Iranian military aircraft? An American media report has confirmed that several Iranian jets were secretly parked in the Noor Khan base in Pakistan, with Pakistan now confirming after this report emerged in the American media. What it confirms is that while Pakistan was also giving support to America while targeting Iran, it was also double-crossing America while shielding Iranian aircraft. The story is playing out in different ways diplomatically, with even the Trump administration asking for ties to be reconsidered with Pakistan. That's our focus at 12 p.m. on the live report.
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी. डिबेट यानी विवाद. भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन. इसमें भरोसा रखता है.
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है.
जब भी भगवे के और कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Republic's big scoop confirmed as AIADMK splits into two over support to TVK. SP Velumani set to take over as the party chief. 7-member CBI SIT team headed by DIG rank officer set to take over the probe into the murder of Suvendu's PA Chandrana. Hat-trick for BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam CM for second consecutive term today at 11:45 a.m. TMC leader and former minister in Mamta's last cabinet, Sujit Bose, arrested in the recruitment scam. No end to confusion in Congress over Kerala CM phase. 9 Kerala leaders in Delhi today to hold talks with the Congress High Command. NEET UG paper leak controversy deepens further. Alleged multi-state network links and circulation trail traced 13 suspects apprehended. And Pakistan's double game has been exposed. Pakistan admits shielding Iranian aircraft, says stationed some aircrafts temporarily. We're getting some updates coming in, viewers. We are live. We're breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. The question we are asking is that was PM Modi's route targeted? So more details are emerging from Bengaluru. Not just gelatin sticks, even circuit and timers found to trigger the blast. Conspiracy angle being probed over discovery of gelatin sticks. Police are tight-lipped on recovery of wires and timers and circuits. So this is coming in as the NIA has joined the probe into the recovery of suspected explosive materials along the route scheduled for Prime Minister Modi during his visit in Bengaluru on last Sunday. And now we're getting all these updates coming in as some serious discoveries have been made. So we are getting our viewers all these updates. The police remain tight-lipped about what exactly has been found. So they have found, like we told you, wires and timers, and it is not just gelatin sticks, but circuits and timers have been found. And were they being used to trigger the blast? So was Prime Minister Modi's route being targeted? More details are emerging from Bengaluru. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And this is coming as at the backdrop of the gelatin sticks which were found along Prime Minister Modi's convoy route in Bengaluru. And a lot of ministers had demanded a comprehensive probe by the NIA and other agencies into the gelatin sticks that triggered a security scare. I really want to, we'll be going across to our colleagues in a short while from now. Okay. Right now, let's go straight across to Guwahati. Let's go to Guwahati because we are counting down to the oath-taking ceremony, which will be taking place shortly. Guwahati is all decked up for that oath-taking ceremony. Traffic curbs in Guwahati ahead of the swearing-in. Prime Minister Modi and other dignitaries will be arriving very shortly for the NDA oath-taking ceremony. Okay, pictures coming in on your screen. The security has been tightened and beefed up ahead of that huge event that we are counting down to. That will begin approximately half an hour from now. And Prime Minister Modi has already arrived ahead of the swearing-in ceremony of the third BJP-led NDA government in Assam. So there's some live pictures that we are getting for you. Preparations are underway as the oath-taking ceremony is not too far away. We are counting down to that. And those are the pictures that we are getting for you of the security and the venue where the oath-taking ceremony would be taking place. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by Anuruddha. Anuradha, we see that the district administration and the Guwahati traffic police have issued detailed traffic advisory ahead of the event. We also seeing many pictures come in of the tight security in Guwahati ahead of that big event.
Yes, many VVIP movement is taking place in Guwahati, and that is one reason why special traffic arrangements have been made for the VVIP movement, and we are also getting to know that many top industrialists have already arrived in Guwahati, including Mukesh Ambani and the Adani. And apart from that, 22 chief ministers from different NDA ruled state and the BJP ruled states are also in Guwahati to attend the oath-taking ceremony. And apart from that, also many top leaders.
का ये थर्ड टाइम गवर्नमेंट है असम में और हमारा डॉक्टर हिमंत बिश्व शर्मा जी उनका सेकेंड टर्म इस बार मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ ग्रहण है। तो इस ऐतिहासिक दिन में मुझे भी मौका मिला मंत्री हिसाब से शपथ लेने के लिए। बहुत मन में अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है। ठीक है।
All right, viewers, so pictures coming in live from Guwahati. We're getting some reactions coming in.
So it is a great privilege for me to be a member of Dr. Himanta Biswa's cabinet. So I give my gratitude to my leader, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. At this great moment, I can say this only, that we will try our level best to work for the betterment of our state so that Assam can contribute to the growth and economy of our country.
Okay, so we're getting these reactions coming in. So Himanta Biswa Sarma will be taking oath as a CM of Assam for a second consecutive term. He will become the first non-Congress leader in the state to achieve the milestone after Prafulla Kumar Mahanta. The swearing-in ceremony will be taking place very shortly in Guwahati. Prime Minister Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman are expected to attend this event. Chief Ministers from 22 NDA-ruled states and UTs, BJP leaders, ambassadors, and many, many more will be present for that big event. And Sarma has announced that 4 ministers will be taking oath as well. And the final list of ministers will be decided after discussions with the BJP National President Nitin Nabin. Remember that the BJP-led NDA, which includes the BJP, the AGP, the BPF, secured a third straight term with 102 seats in 126-member assembly. The BJP alone won 82 seats. BJP President JP Nadda said 8 BJP MLAs proposed Sarma's name as the legislature party leader. Okay, so we are counting down to that update. Suvendu Adhikari has also landed in Guwahati a short while back. In fact, West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari has praised Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership in Assam. And he has arrived to attend the swearing-in ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma, calling him like an elder brother. Okay, let's go to Aniruddha. Aniruddha, counting down to the oath-taking ceremony. What is happening on the ground?
Yes, you can see today at least 1 lakh people are expected to attend this swearing-in ceremony for the third consecutive term. The NDA is forming the government in the state, and it is for the second time that Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is going to take oath for the office of the Chief Minister. And along with him today, 4 other ministers are also taking oath. Ajanta Neo, who had been finance minister in the previous government, is taking oath today again. Apart from Ajanta Neug, we also have Rameshwar Teli, former Union Minister of State for Petroleum, who is also taking oath as a minister in Himanta Biswa Sarma cabinet today. Rameshwar Teli is in fact one of the very senior BJP leader, and two from the alliance partners, Ahom Gana Porikhot and the BPF, that is Ahom Gana Porikhot's president Atul Bora and BPF leader Sharan Boro are the one who are taking oath today. So altogether 5 ministers, including Chief Minister designate Himanta Biswa Sarma, will be taking oath today, and later on there will be expansion of the cabinet, and as in Assam, including the Chief Minister, there can be 19 ministers in the cabinet. We are not sure whether in this government there will be a full council of ministers or not, because in the previous council of ministers we saw that 3 posts were kept vacant, but in this government it is also expected that the state might witness a full council of ministers, given the fact that the NDA has won 102 seats in this recently held elections. And I'm just
দিনটো এটা বিশেষ দিন, ঐতিহাসিক দিন, আৰু গোটেই ভৱিষ্যতৰ দিনবিলাকত সদায় এই দিনটো এটা স্মৰণীয় হৈ থাকিব, যি ঐতিহাসিক।
Yes, Aniruddha. Yes, Aniruddha. Okay, we are getting these reactions coming in. We'll try to go back to Aniruddha, who's joining us in a short while from now. So Aniruddha was telling us, yes, go ahead, Aniruddha. 4 ministers to take the oath as well. Go ahead.
Yes, Ivangi, as you can see as we speak, we are standing at the entry point of the field where the oath-taking ceremony is taking place, and you can see elaborate security arrangements have been made. This is the way through which the VVIPs and the VIPs will be entering the venue. In fact, Prime Minister Modi will also enter from this side, and he will be gracing the oath-taking ceremony as the chief guest today. Apart from Prime Minister, Union Home Minister.
अनुष्ठान में हमारे देश का सम्मानीय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री और नितिन नवीन जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री, और 20 से अधिक स्टेटों का चीफ मिनिस्टर्स मौजूद है, एम्बेसडर भी मौजूद है, लोग राज्यों का कोने कोने से आ रहे हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है। मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ।
आप तीनों बार जब सरकार बनी 2016 से, तब से मंत्री रहे हैं, हैट्रिक में हमेशा शामिल रहे हैं। आगे सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज क्या रहेंगी?
नहीं, प्रायोरिटीज देखिए, क्योंकि लास्ट 5 इयर्स जिस ढंग से डॉक्टर हिमंत बिश्व शर्मा ने, हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने काम किया है, लोग इसलिए भारी बहुमत दिया है, तो इस बार रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और बढ़ गया है। और इस 5 बार आप देखेंगे, मैं चाहता हूं और मैं जरूर देखूंगा, क्योंकि ये गोल्डन पीरियड होगा असम का लोगों के लिए और देशवासियों के लिए।
देख सकते हैं अतुल बोरा ने ये कहा है।
Right, okay, taking a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. The swearing-in ceremony will begin at 11:45 a.m. We'll be right back. Now, Suvendu Adhikari has also landed in Guwahati. It's a hat-trick for the BJP in Assam. Himanta to take oath as Assam CM for the 2nd consecutive term. In a short while, stay tuned. We'll get you all the live updates from the ground.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenge.
As Americans continue to bomb military targets in Iran, was Pakistan shielding Iranian military aircraft? An American media report has confirmed that several Iranian jets were secretly parked in the Noor Khan base in Pakistan, with Pakistan now confirming after this report emerged in the American media. What it confirms is that while Pakistan was also giving support to America while targeting Iran, it was also double-crossing America while shielding Iranian aircraft. The story is playing out in different ways diplomatically, with even the Trump administration asking for ties to be reconsidered with Pakistan. That's our focus at 12 p.m. on the live report.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के बोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth. क्लास अब शुरू होगी, because the professor is here. ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
Come back. We are getting your pictures live from Guwahati. These are live pictures coming in. You can see tight security at the Khanapara venue ahead of the swearing-in ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma as the Assam CM. Security arrangements have been tightened, getting some reactions from the ground.
दूसरी बार आज मुख्यमंत्री पद का शपथ लेने वाले हैं। हम छत्तीसगढ़ से हैं। हमारे साथ हमारे दोनों डिप्टी सीएम भी हैं, श्री अरुण साव जी और विजय शर्मा जी। छत्तीसगढ़ के 3 करोड़ जनता के तरफ से मुख्यमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत उनको शुभकामनाएं, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Coming in, ladies and gentlemen, after the record mandate in Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma set to take oath as the Chief Minister once again. Himanta, okay, let's cut across live. Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Top leaders of the BJP, NDA reaching Guwahati from different parts of the country. The NDA going to be present here in its full strength to support Himanta Biswa Sarma as the Assam Chief Minister, the incumbent, takes oath once again.
खुशी का माहौल है असम में और आज हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी
मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ ले रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही आसाम वासियों के लिए खुशी का माहौल है, आज देख रहे हैं हम। और ये हिस्टोरिक हैट्रिक है भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की, और हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा लगातार दूसरी बार ये मुख्यमंत्री बन रहे हैं। एक डायनामिक और विजनरी लीडरशिप के तौर पर उन्होंने काम किया है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ा दिया है, ये कई वेलफेयर स्कीम करी है, स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा विभाग में काम उन्होंने अच्छा किया है। इसलिए जनता ने लैंडस्लाइड मैंडेट उनको दिया है, 102 सीटें देकर सेंचुरी मार दी है। डबल इंजन की सरकार यहाँ काम करेगी। आदरणीय देश के प्रधानमंत्री, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो विजन है, सबका साथ सबका विकास, और इस देश को एक महाशक्ति के रूप में बनाने का जो संकल्प किया है, इस पर लोगों ने भरोसा किया है, और इस पर लोगों ने भरोसा कर लैंडस्लाइड मैंडेट दिया हुआ है। केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई की जो रणनीति है, ये चाणक्य नीति जैसे पश्चिम बंगाल में सफल हो गई, वैसे आसाम में भी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री उनके वजह से मिली है। यहाँ की जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि डेवलपमेंट को उन्होंने वोट किया है, डेवलपमेंट को वोट किया है, और इसके वजह से डबल इंजन की सरकार तेजी से काम करेगी। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू सर।
With Himanta Biswa Sarma today, the details are with Republic. Taking oath for a second consecutive term, Himanta Biswa Sarma returning as the NDA scores a hat-trick in Assam. 4 ministers from the BJP, AGP and BPF. Now these are pictures coming in from the Khanapara Veterinary College, where top leaders and dignitaries from the NDA are beginning to arrive, one after the other from the different states. Mayur Bora is joining us. Mayur Bora is a political analyst, and he's joining us live on the broadcast. He's joining us from Assam today, this morning. Good morning, Mayurda. And these are pictures from Assam. Big day for Himanta Biswa Sarma, returning as the Chief Minister for a second time, hat-trick for the NDA. This mandate is, this verdict is special, isn't it? This mandate is special for Himanta Biswa Sarma. Mayurda.
Absolutely, yeah. This, as you have rightly pointed out, third time NDA is coming to power in Assam, and second time consecutively under Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. And this time they are emboldened with a very sensory kind of a mandate. 102 seats for the NDA, and for the first time, BJP has crossed the halfway mark, and halfway mark is 63. They have gone up to 82 this time. So there is a massive mandate, and in the process, what has happened, it has heightened the expectation of the people. People, they have been, as you know, during his campaign also, people have been coming him, hugging him, embracing him, picking his nose and cheeks and everything. He has become very popular. But in 2021, actually, very sarcastically, some people tried to use a pejorative term like mama for him. But this is the astute Himanta Biswa Sarma who adroitly used it to his advantage. And later on in the whole country, he has become very, very popular by utilizing the same epithet which was used in a way to corner him, in a way to a little bit satire him and all. So that's the adroitness and astuteness of Himanta Biswa Sarma. And since he is a 24/7 politician, there are many things which I personally have lot of reservations. But one thing nobody can find.
किया और जनता ने भी अपना पूरा विश्वास और आशीर्वाद उन्हें दिया, मोदी जी की सरकार को दिया। हम ढेर सारी बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं जनता को, जिन्होंने विकास किया।
बंगाल में भी बड़ी जीत हुई है।
बंगाल में भी बड़ी जीत हुई है। पूरा देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व की सराहना करता है और उनके किए हुए कामों को आगे बढ़ाना चाहता है।
महिलाओं ने भरपूर वोट दिया है, आपने भी बहुत कैंपेन किया दोनों राज्यों में।
अब महिलाएं समझ रही हैं कि उनका लाभ, उनका सम्मान किसके साथ रहने में है। तो मोदी जी ने हमेशा महिलाओं को धुरी मान करके अपनी हर एक योजना बनाई, उनके लिए इतना काम किया, उनके सुखद और सम्मानपूर्ण जीवन के लिए। तो महिलाएं जरूर अपने साथ किए हुए अच्छे व्यवहार का पुण्य प्रताप देती हैं।
जी ने कामाख्या मंदिर के दर्शन किए, क्या मांगा?
पूरे देश के लिए सुख और शांति, हमारा देश आगे बढ़े, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब आगे बढ़े।
पीएम ने जो अपील की है वेस्ट एशिया को लेकर, उसको दिल्ली सरकार किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट कर रही है?
देखिए, हम ऑलरेडी पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट की दिशा में बहुत काम कर रहे हैं। हमारी ईवी पॉलिसी होकर के हम खड़े रहें, और इस एकजुट होने में ही देश की भलाई है, हम सबकी भलाई है।
Okay, so that's Rekha Gupta from Delhi. Going back to Mayurda. Yes, Mayurda, please go ahead. We had to interrupt to cut across live. Yeah.
Although personally speaking, many people have many reservations, but nobody can find fault with the fact that here is a man who is so enterprising, who is so diligent, who is a 24/7 politician, he is a 24/7 administrator also, and everything, starting from politics to many issues of governance and administration, he keeps everything on his fingertips. And that's why most of the opposition leaders, they become quite listless and they become totally redundant before the behemoth, before the gigantic force that Himanta Biswa Sarma unleashes, especially before the election. And as I was telling about the heightened expectation of the people, I'm sure Himanta Biswa Sarma, as is the existential and very of repeated credo of BJP, that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Now, while performing the governance for the second time with a massive mandate, I'm very sure and I wish that he will be covering everyone. Those who have come to Assam, there are, you know about the Bengali origin Muslim, a lot of politics took place. But I personally feel now, those who have come before 25th March 19
है और प्रधानमंत्री जी नरेंद्र मोदी
and Himanta Biswa Sarma, I'm sure he will go ahead with this kind of a mandate. He can be extremely magnanimous. He can be extremely inclusive. And compared to his earlier times, I don't say that he was not, but I think there is always a scope for improvement in terms of inclusive development to touch all the corners, every section of the population.
Bharatiya Janata Party जीवन नीति डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जी कपूर पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी कपूर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी.
Okay, so there is an issue there. Riniki Bhuyan Sharma. Riniki is the wife of the Assam Chief Minister. In fact, she was targeted. She was personally targeted. It was very personal, this election for Himanta Biswa Sarma. And he spoke about it in detail when he opened up to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, about why this election was different. This election was different. Himanta said going in after the Zubeen Garg incident, the campaign focus, they could not focus completely on the campaign because of the Zubeen Garg incident. That happened. And he faced personal attacks. His children came under attack. He opened up in great detail while speaking to our editor-in-chief. Mayurda, but despite all of that, yeah. I mean, for him to have come back and scored a century, 102 is not an easy number. You know that.
Definitely not. For the first time in the state history in the recent past, he has received this enviable number of 102 out of 126 seats. Assam doesn't have a huge number out of 126. If you see, BJP contested in around 90 or 91, and out of that, they have won in 82. And this despite because of the personal allegation brought about by Congress party against the Chief Minister's wife. And that is in a court of law, so I don't want to comment. But one thing I can tell you, that people of Assam, majority of them did not take all these allegations at the face value. That's why you can see this kind of a mandate. Otherwise, you see the kind of seriousness of the allegation people have also gone by or have accepted the allegation as true. I don't think Himanta or BJP would have got 102 seats. So ultimately, in a democracy, I think the people, they are the supreme arbiter of the destiny of all the people who contested election. And that has been made very, very clear. Now, rest is in a court of law. I don't know. But apparently, if you ask me...
अब ये 5 साल उससे भी ज़्यादा असम के विकास के 5 साल हो गए और देश के भी विकास में एक बहुत अहम भूमिका असम निभाएगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है.
देवेंद्र जी, वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रधानमंत्री ने अपील की है, महाराष्ट्र में इसका क्या असर होगा और क्या-क्या उसके आगे कदम उठाए जाएंगे?
प्रधानमंत्री जी की अपील ये देश हित में अपील है. हम सभी को प्रयास करना होगा. मैं ये मानता हूँ कि एक दिन में सारा बदलाव नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन सबने थोड़ा-थोड़ा प्रयास किया तब भी बदलाव हो सकता है. हम लोग भी अपने तरीके से इसमें क्या बदलाव कर सकते हैं, व्यक्तिगत रूप से देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या बदलाव कर सकता है, शासन के रूप में महाराष्ट्र शासन क्या बदलाव कर सकता है और जनता को हम किस प्रकार से प्रेरित कर सकते हैं, ये पूरा प्रयास हम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे.
कोई खाका तैयार किया है?
नहीं, अभी तो करेंगे, अभी करेंगे.
All right, I'm going across to Aniruddha as well. Aniruddha, stay with me. Let me get in a word from Aniruddha. He's inside the venue there. Aniruddha, Okay, the Sarvananda Sonowal. Let's cut across live and then go to Aniruddha.
एनडीए तीसरी बार सरकार बनाने जा रही है, हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा सीएम के पद की शपथ ले रहे हैं।
हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है, हिस्टोरिक डे for the people of Assam, for NDA, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, with the blessing of the people of Assam, and here under the leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, we could able to create history. Now we are going to witness those mammoth gathering because people have come from across the state very spontaneously and enthusiastically to witness this historic event.
Okay, Aniruddha's live. Aniruddha, over to you. Who all? Okay, just looking at more pictures. So we will keep getting pictures. That's Chandrababu Naidu's son, Nara Lokesh arriving with Rammohun Naidu, the Union Civil Aviation Minister. So the NDA leadership in full strength there, arriving at the venue. Let's go back to Aniruddha. He's live. Aniruddha, over to you. Let's stay live with the pictures, Aniruddha, from inside the venue.
Yes, Niranjan, just taking you through the pictures from the Khanapara veterinary ground where Himanta Biswa Sarma is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of the state of Assam for the second consecutive term. In a short while from now, approximately 10 minutes from now, the Himanta Biswa Sarma, Chief Minister designate of Assam, will be taking oath in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Apart from that, there are other host of union leaders and also the chief ministers of 22 chief ministers from different.
देखिए, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी का गरिमामय उपस्थिति में कुछ क्षण बाद आसाम में तीसरी बार के लिए भाजपा नेतृत्व में एनडीए सरकार शपथ लेगी और आसाम के विकास में जिन्होंने बीते 4 दशकों में करीब बड़ा योगदान सुनिश्चित किया है, ऐसे हमारे दूसरे बार के मुख्यमंत्री
Aniruddha, okay, let me go back to Aniruddha. You will keep getting all those visuals endlessly and those reactions because it's a live story. There will be interruptions. Aniruddha, over to you.
Visuals coming in from Guwahati, you can see elaborate security arrangement has been made. Apart from the politicians and the leaders from various political parties or the affiliates of the NDA, also top industrialists of the state are also attending the industrialists of the country, in fact, are attending this oath-taking ceremony, and people from different walks of life from all across Assam. If we talk about the common public that is attending, apart from that, many people have been given out invitation by the state government, inviting them to participate, and this also includes some common public who have no take on politics or who are common daily earners. They have been also extended invitation, and over 1 lakh people from various parts of the state are expected to attend this historic moment as NDA sweeps the state with 102 seats. Never before in the history of Assam, even after the peak of Assam agitation in 1985 also, the ACP at that point in time couldn't manage to get single absolute majority. But this time the sweep has been so tremendous that 102 seats have been backed by the NDA and 82 seats have been swept by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But if we talk about allocation of ministry or a council of ministers, there we see
well, yes, Aniruddha is right over there, and we just saw those pictures come in a short while back of Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's just arrived at that venue, and we see that lakhs of people are also turning up for that oath-taking ceremony. Niranjan, our executive editor, continues to be with us. This ceremony is attended by PM Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and Suvendu Adhikari, who has also arrived, said that Himanta Biswa Sarma is like an elder brother to him. So we're getting these reactions. Aniruddha, back to you.
Hello.
Yes, Aniruddha.
हाँ जी बताइए. कौन Aniruddha? Okay, देता.
All right. Okay, Aniruddha is back with us. Aniruddha, if you can hear me, you were talking about the elaborate security because, of course, we see that multiple deputy CMs of NDA rule states are here. Yes, Aniruddha, go ahead. What's happening on the ground?
Today, as I was taking you through the visuals of the arrival of the guests to attend the oath-taking ceremony. We also need to point it out that the Congress party, interestingly, has decided to, boycott the swearing-in ceremony today, and in an absolute face-saver that the Gaurav Gogoi is trying to put in. He has alleged that he yesterday gave a soundbite where he said that since the Bharatiya Janata Party makes every event political, so they are not attending. This is an absolute disrespect to the people's mandate. This is an absolute disrespect, that the Congress party is showing to the constitutional arrangements, and they have decided to boycott. But yes, if we talk about the spirit of the common people, the spirit of the common people is very high. They are out here in large number to attend the swearing-in ceremony. Okay. More than 1 lakh people.
Aniruddha, you're live on Aniruddha. Hi, this is Niranjan here. You're live on both Republic TV and Republic Bharat. So I request you to give us a commentary in Hindi so that both the viewers of Republic TV and Republic English and Republic Bharat can hear you. And we would love to see you inside because who's there. So why don't we try and go inside the venue? Aniruddha, we'll cut between your visuals and the live pictures from inside. Aniruddha, Hindi में हमारे दर्शक के लिए.
जी निरंजन, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं बहुत ही एक शानदार सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर बना दिए गए हैं. 1 लाख से भी ज़्यादा लोग आज इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में शामिल होने को आ रहे हैं. यहाँ पर 22 अलग अलग मुख्यमंत्री, अलग अलग राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री भी यहाँ पर शामिल हो रहे हैं. इसके अलावा यदि हम बात करें टॉप इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट की, तो यहाँ पर रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज से लेकर के अडानी इंडस्ट्रीज तक के बड़े बड़े जो शख्सियत है वो आज यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में शामिल होने के लिए. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी के साथ साथ गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, इसके अलावा यूपी के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ, बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री सम्राट चौधरी, इसके अलावा पश्चिम बंगाल के नए मुख्यमंत्री सुवेंदु अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर शरीक हो रहे हैं. और साथ ही साथ उत्तर पूर्व के जितने भी राज्य हैं, अरुणाचल से लेकर के सिक्किम, त्रिपुरा, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, मणिपुर, इन सभी राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ पर शामिल हो रहे हैं. इस शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में उपस्थित रहेंगे. कई दिग्गज नेता अब तक आकर के पहुँच चुके हैं वेन्यू के अंदर. हालांकि वेन्यू के अंदर सिक्योरिटी रीजंस के वजह से लाइव व्यू डिवाइस को अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा है और वहाँ से वो लोग डायरेक्ट सीधा लाइव लिंक दे करके सीधा संप्रसारण की सुविधा उपलब्ध करा करा रहे हैं। मीडिया को अंदर कैमरा ले जाना तो अलाउ है, लेकिन लाइव व्यू डिवाइस लेकर के वेन्यू के अंदर जाने की परमिशन नहीं दी गई है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री से लेकर के तमाम राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री, गृह मंत्री यहाँ पर आज उपस्थित है। अब से कुछ ही देर में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भी आकर के मंच में उपस्थित होंगे। अब प्रधानमंत्री मंच के बिल्कुल बगल ही एक स्टेट गेस्ट हाउस है, वहाँ पर ही वो ठहरे हुए हैं। राज्यपाल लक्ष्मण प्रसाद आचार्य मुख्यमंत्री डेजिग्नेट हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा को शपथ वाक्य का पाठ कराएंगे और उनके साथ 4 और मंत्री भी आज शपथ लेंगे। इनमें अजंता नेओग, जो कि पहले मंत्रिसभा में वित्त मंत्री रह चुके हैं, वो भी शपथ ले रहे हैं। इसके अलावा रामेश्वर तेली, जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कैबिनेट पर मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर पेट्रोलियम थे, वो भी आज शपथ ले रहे हैं। इसके अलावा असम गण परिषद के सभापति अध्यक्ष अतुल बोरा और बीपीएफ के नेता शरण बोरो भी आज यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा के साथ शपथ लेंगे। बाद में फिर से
नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद, भारत माता के, भारत माता के। भारत माता के।
Namaskar and welcome everyone. All are requested to kindly raise for the national anthem followed by state anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Sir, the Chief Minister designate and the ministers designate are present to take the oaths of office and secrecy. I request your permission to present them. The Chief Minister designate shall now be invited to the dais to take the oaths of the office and of secrecy as Chief Minister for the state of Assam. Shri Himanta Biswa Sarma, Chief Minister designate. You may be pleased, sir, to administer the oath of office and the oath of secrecy to the Chief Minister designate as invited and presented.
মই শ্ৰী হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে বিধিৰ দ্বাৰা স্থাপিত ভাৰতৰ সংবিধানৰ প্ৰতি মই প্ৰকৃত বিশ্বাস আৰু আনুগত্য পোষণ কৰিম। মই ভাৰতৰ সাৰ্বভৌমত্ব আৰু অখণ্ডতা অক্ষুণ্ণ ৰাখিম। মই অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্য বিশ্বস্ততাৰে আৰু শুদ্ধ অন্তঃকৰণেৰে সম্পাদন কৰিম আৰু মই ভয় বা পক্ষপাত অনুৰাগ বা বিদ্বেষ নোহোৱাকৈ সংবিধান আৰু আইন অনুসাৰে সকলো শ্ৰেণীৰ লোকৰ প্ৰতি ন্যায় আচৰণ কৰিম। মই শ্ৰী হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে মই অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্যৰ যথাযথ সম্পাদনৰ বাবে আৱশ্যক হোৱাৰ বাহিৰে মই এনে বিষয় যি অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ বিবেচনাৰ বাবে অনা হ'ব বা মোৰ জ্ঞাত হ'ব তেনে বিষয় মই কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিসকলৰ ওচৰত প্ৰত্যক্ষ বা পৰোক্ষভাৱে অৱগত বা প্ৰকাশ নকৰিম।
Sir, the ministers designate are present to take the oaths of office and secrecy. I request your permission to present them. The ministers designate shall now be invited to the dais one by one to take the oaths of the office and of secrecy as Minister for the state of Assam. You may be pleased, sir, to administer the oath of office and the oath of secrecy to the ministers designate as invited and presented one by one. Shri Rameshwar Teli, Minister designate. মই ৰামেশ্বৰ তেলী ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে বিধিৰ দ্বাৰা স্থাপিত ভাৰতৰ সংবিধানৰ প্ৰতি মই প্ৰকৃত বিশ্বাস আৰু অনুগত্য পোষণ কৰিম। মই ভাৰতৰ সাৰ্বভৌমত্ব আৰু অখণ্ডতা অক্ষুণ্ণ ৰাখিম। মই অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্য বিশ্বস্ততাৰে আৰু শুদ্ধ অন্তঃকৰণেৰে সম্পাদন কৰিম আৰু মই ভয় বা পক্ষপাত অনুৰাগ বা বিখেদ নোহোৱাকৈ সংবিধানৰ আৰু আইন অনুসাৰে সকলো শ্ৰেণীৰ লোকৰ প্ৰতি ন্যায় আচৰণ কৰিম। মই ৰামেশ্বৰ তেলী ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্যৰ যথাযথ সম্পাদনৰ বাবে আৱশ্যক হোৱাৰ বাহিৰে মই এনে বিষয় যি অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ বিবেচনাৰ বাবে অনা হ'ব বা মোৰ জ্ঞাত হ'ব তেনে বিষয় মই কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিসমূহৰ ওপৰত প্ৰত্যক্ষ বা পৰোক্ষভাৱে অৱগত বা প্ৰকাশ নকৰিম। बहुत बधाई आपको। श्री अतुल बोरा, मिनिस्टर डिजिग्नेट।
মই শ্ৰী অতুল বৰাই ঈশ্বৰৰ শপত লওঁ যে বিধিৰ দ্বাৰা স্থাপিত ভাৰতৰ সংবিধানৰ প্ৰতি মই প্ৰকৃত বিশ্বাস আৰু আনুগত্য পোষণ কৰিম। মই ভাৰতৰ সাৰ্বভৌমত্ব আৰু অখণ্ডতা অক্ষুণ্ণ ৰাখিম। মই অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্য বিশ্বস্ততাৰে আৰু শুদ্ধ অন্তঃকৰণেৰে সম্পাদন কৰিম আৰু মই ভয় বা পক্ষপাত অনুৰাগ বা বিদ্বেষ নোহোৱাকৈ সংবিধান আৰু আইন অনুসৰি সকলো শ্ৰেণীৰ লোকৰ প্ৰতি ন্যায় আচৰণ কৰিম। মই শ্ৰী অতুল বৰাই ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্যৰ যথাযথ সম্পাদনৰ বাবে আৱশ্যক হোৱাৰ বাহিৰে মই এনে বিষয় যি অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ বিবেচনাৰ বাবে অনা হ'ব বা মোৰ জ্ঞাত হ'ব তেনে বিষয় মই কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিসমূহৰ ওচৰত প্ৰত্যক্ষ বা পৰোক্ষভাৱে অৱগত বা প্ৰকাশ নকৰিম। Short signature. बधाई आपको, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Shri Charan Bodo, Minister Designate.
आं मुस्रि चरण बर' अबं गसाइनि मुङाव समायखिरा लानानै बुङोदि आङो आयेन खान्थिजों सुजुजानाय भारत संबिजितखौ सैथोयै फोथायगोन आरो गनायगोन। आं भारतनि सार्वभौमत्व आरो खौसेथिखौ रैखा खालामगोन। आं आसाम रायजोनि सासे मन्त्रि महरै फोथायनाय आरो गोगो गोसोयै आंनि मावनो गोनां हाबाफोरखौ गिनाय एबा सोरखौबा अननाय, मोजां मोननाय एबा गिज्रा गोसो लायालासिनो संबिजित आरो खान्थि बायदियै गासैबो थाखोनि सुबुंनि फारसे गाहाम बिसायगोन। आं चरण बर' अबं गसाइनि मुङाव समायखिरा लानानै बुङोदि आसाम रायजोनि सासे मन्त्रि महरै बिबान मावफुंनायाव आंनो मन्त्रि महरै दैथाय हरनाय एबा मिथिहोनाय बाथ्राखौ जायखिजाया सुबुं एबा सुबुंफोरनो थोंजोङै एबा खेंसालियै फोरमायनाय एबा मिथिहोनाय नङा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Srimati Ajanta Niyog, Minister Designate.
মই শ্ৰীমতী অজন্তা নেওগ ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে বিধিৰ দ্বাৰা স্থাপিত ভাৰতৰ সংবিধানৰ প্ৰতি মই প্ৰকৃত বিশ্বাস আৰু আনুগত্য পোষণ কৰিম। মই ভাৰতৰ সাৰ্বভৌমত্ব আৰু অখণ্ডতা অক্ষুণ্ণ ৰাখিম। মই অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্য বিশ্বস্ততাৰে আৰু শুদ্ধ অন্তঃকৰণেৰে সম্পাদন কৰিম আৰু মই ভয় বা পক্ষপাত অনুৰাগ বা বিদ্বেষ নোহোৱাকৈ সংবিধান আৰু আইন অনুসাৰে সকলো শ্ৰেণীৰ লোকৰ প্ৰতি ন্যায় আচৰণ কৰিম। মই শ্ৰীমতী অজন্তা নেওগ ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে এগৰাকী অসমৰ মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্যৰ যথাযথ সম্পাদনৰ বাবে আৱশ্যক হোৱাৰ বাহিৰে মই এনে বিষয় যি অসমৰ এগৰাকী মন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ বিবেচনাৰ বাবে অনা হ'ব বা মোৰ জ্ঞাত হ'ব তেনে বিষয় মই কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিসমূহৰ ওচৰত প্ৰত্যক্ষ বা পৰোক্ষভাৱে অৱগত বা প্ৰকাশ নকৰিম।
बहुत बहुत बधाई यार, बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत। Sir, the swearing-in is now complete. With your permission, the proceedings may now be closed. The proceedings are now closed. All are requested to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Pictures from the Khanapara area in Guwahati where the oath-taking is on. Oath-taking ceremony of Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister. Senior NDA leaders, Chief Ministers, Union Ministers, party leaders in attendance. Eknath Shinde, Conrad Sangma, Chirag Paswan, Yogi Adityanath, Shuvendu Adhikari. The Prime Minister, they're making a stop by as he talks to Shuvendu Adhikari once again, inquiring about his first few days in office. The Prime Minister leaving the stage after the swearing in of Himanta Biswa Sarma. Himanta Biswa Sarma with the record mandate, the best ever tally of the BJP with 102 combined seats for the NDA. Himanta has taken oath along with 4 MLAs of the NDA. 4 MLAs of the NDA have taken oath today at this ceremony in the presence of the Prime Minister. The oath of secrecy given in by Governor Lakshman Prasad Acharya. Let me quickly get in a word from my colleague Aniruddha, who has details of the ministers who were sworn in today. Aniruddha, details of the ministers who were sworn in, and what do we know about the role each one would be playing in the new Himanta cabinet?
Yes, Niranjan, today along with Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, 4 others have taken oath as ministers in the Council of Ministers led by Himanta Biswa Sarma. These include Ajanta Neog, Rameshwar Teli of the BJP, Atul Bora of the Assam Gana Pariষদ, and Saran Boro of the PF. The expansion of the cabinet will take place within this week. This is we are getting to know. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is expected to go to Delhi, and after coming back from Delhi, the expansion of the cabinet will take place. As we speak now here, you can see there has been a lot of movement. Prime Minister is expected to leave from the venue of the oath-taking ceremony, and apart from Prime Minister, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Chief Minister of UP Yogi Adityanath, all other VVIPs who were present in the swearing-in ceremony of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma are now about to leave from the venue, and as we continue to speak, we would also try to get in a few voices of the VVIP and VIP attendees who are attending this swearing-in ceremony. But yes, the area has been cordoned off, as you can see. This is one of the very high-profile swearing-in ceremony that has taken place in Assam, and also for the fact that NDA has emerged victorious in Assam for the third consecutive term, and Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Assam for the second consecutive term. So this itself is speaking volume about the importance of this event, or the importance of this swearing-in ceremony that has taken place. And as we speak now, we can see Governor L.P. Acharya moving out of the venue. He has already left the venue, and in a short while from now, other BVIP guests will also move out of this venue. As I was taking you through the significance of this event today, yes, that is the most important fact remains is that more than 1 lakh people from different parts of the country, state, has arrived in Guwahati to attend the swearing-in ceremony, and yes, this you can see. This is the convoy of the Prime Minister. Is
Okay. Following the NDA sweep in the Assam Assembly elections, Himanta Biswa Sarma elected the leader of the NDA legislature, and he's taken oath as the Chief Minister of Assam for a second consecutive term after that record number. 102, that's the number on the right of your screens. 102 out of 126. One of the biggest victories for the BJP in sheer scale in Assam. Okay, we have some breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The next breaking update coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. Let's cut across that. We have a controversial comment that was made by Udayanidhi Stalin. Udayanidhi Stalin, on the first day of the assembly in Tamil Nadu, has asked for Sanatan Dharma to be eradicated. A comment that he's made in the past. He's targeted Sanatan Dharma, he's targeted Hinduism in the past. He's once again, Udayanidhi Stalin, in his speech today in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, has attacked Sanatan Dharma while asking for Sanatan Dharma to be eradicated. I have the soundbite, let's play that out.
சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய ஆதரவோடு அமைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய புதிய அரசிற்கும் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை நான் மீண்டும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம். இயக்க சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய ஆதரவோடு ஆட்சி அமைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய புதிய அரசிற்கும் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை நான் மீண்டும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Every religion equally, our ideology based on everyone's equal based on birth. That by itself says we are a secular social justice party. We'll ensure no influence from other parties will put a dent in our ideology. We'll treat everyone equally, and that's how it's going to be moving forward. Thank you.
And that was Mr. Revant from the TVK party, as you heard him live. TVK is very sure that they are a secular party. So even after Udayanidhi's statement on saying eradicating Sanatan Dharma, TVK might not likely take it as how the DMK in the last 5 years has been strongly opposing the Hinduism, especially the Sanatan Dharma. And Udayanidhi is once again stirring up the controversy of Sanatan Dharma after 5 years. And it looks like the TVK leaders are very sure of forming the government for all sectors of people, not biased on any religion. And maybe the reactions from the TVK based on the Tamil anthem saying that they believe in the language, they put Tamil first. So indirectly answering DMK, the opposition party, that anymore going forward, it will be Tamil anthem that played first before the national anthem and Vande Mataram.
The controversial comment that is made, Sharda, this is not the first time that he's done this, Sharda. It's not the first time that he's done this. And I can see Vijay in that video thanking him. Everyone in the assembly seems to be quiet and nobody objected to that comment.
Well, if you see, Tamil Nadu's assembly has always been like this. Most of them against communalism, and the parties that come forward speak about secularism. Vijay's TVK's ideology also come from Periyar, who is DMK's ideological leader, who was also the founder of the DMK's ideological party, DK. In that case, Vijay is against communalism, and Congress, which is an alliance party with the TVK, has made it very clear that Vijay cannot agree for any communalism party to come along in alliance with them. So this shows that the TVK leader, Vijay, is also against Sanatan Dharma indirectly, though he has not made any strong comments, just like Udayanidhi has made. He's even yesterday while oath taking, he said that the oath that he takes is promise on God. So it's contradicting on what Vijay's statement would be on Sanatana Dharma. We have to wait for the party stance because their ideological leader is Periyar, but they take oath based on the belief in God. So probably they are not completely against Sanatana Dharma or the religion background. TVK constantly continues to state that the leader is for the people, for the betterment of the people. In that case, they are secular party for all the people, but just not extending communal support to a particular religion.
Play out that soundbite once again. This is what Udayanidhi Stalin said. Udayanidhi Stalin on the floor of the House on the first day of assembly. Everyone watching, everyone listening, nobody raised a protest when this comment was made.
இயக்க சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய ஆதரவோடு ஆட்சி அமைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய புதிய அரசிற்கும் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை நான் மீண்டும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம். இயக்க சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினருடைய ஆதரவோடு ஆட்சி அமைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய புதிய அரசிற்கும் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை நான் மீண்டும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் பேரவை துணைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி. உங்களுடைய பணிகள் சிறக்கட்டும். மீண்டும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். வெல்க தமிழ், வாழ்க தமிழ்நாடு. மக்களை பிரிக்கும் சனாதானம் நிச்சயம் ஒழிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Okay, Sharda joining us live. Sharda, AIDMK was also inside the assembly. None of the AIADMK MLAs protested, have they? You've been speaking to them outside the assembly as well. Has anybody mentioned it?
But nobody has gone against what DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin had said. This is not the first time Udayanidhi is making comments against Sanatana Dharma. 5 years back, he also said there should be eradication of Sanatana Dharma. He compared Sanatana Dharma to the disease of dengue and malaria and constantly pointed out that the Sanatana Dharma should not be allowed, which separates the people. Whereas today the AIDMK and the TVK, the ruling party and the tertiary party in the assembly, were silent for the statements made by the DMK. DMK has always been a party that is against Hinduism and Sanatana Dharma very openly. Whereas the AIADMK, which is in alliance with the NDA, says that they are secular and that they are for all party and all the religions and all the parties in the NDA have always raised voice against the DMK's comment. But today, with the TVK leading the majority, AIADMK split into two factions, one supporting the TVK and other waiting for AP's order, made the assembly very silent on the comment made against Sanatana Dharma by Udayanidhi. Even the DMK did not give a reaction on the questions raised why the comment was made. Udayanidhi Stalin snubbed the questions taken by the media to him on why the comment was made. Meanwhile, TVK continues to state that they are secular and for all people in religion and that there wouldn't be any direct attack that like the DMK made by the TVK MLAs or the leaders or the members of the party, whereas the AIADMK is still yet to make a decision on whether they're going to be supporting TVK or that they're going to be a tertiary party continuously. But 30 MLAs have said they want to support TVK. The talks are to go on. So as of now, they are very silent on the comment made by Udayanidhi against Sanatana Dharma.
A big breaking news update coming in. Let me go across straight to that. The NEET examination has been cancelled. I want to break those details right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an official confirmation coming in. NEET examination has been cancelled. This is after Republic TV broke the details. In fact, yesterday, Republic TV broke the details of the corruption in the NEET examination. NTA has scrapped, the National Testing Agency has scrapped the NEET examination after draft questions. After draft question paper was circulated on the basis of inputs subsequently examined by NTA in coordination with the central agencies and investigative findings shared by the law enforcement agencies in order to ensure that there is transparency in the system, the National Testing Agency, with the approval of the Government of India, has decided to cancel the NEET 2026 examination conducted on the 3rd of May and to reconduct the examination on dates that will be notified separately. This is a shame A shame because it is not the first time that allegations of corruption have emerged, and it's not the first time that such a charge has been made. So we'll go across to my colleague Shravan as well. Shravan will be joining us. I also have Shambhavi. Shambhavi is tracking the story in Rajasthan. We'll go across straight to her. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a big update. The NTA has cancelled the NEET examination. The NTA has cancelled the NEET examination. We're getting in more details. The story is evolving right now. And this is a day after we brought you details of the corruption. The inputs received by NTA taken together with the findings shared by the law enforcement agencies establishing that the present examination process could not be allowed to stand. The reconducted examination dates along with the reissued admit card schedule will be communicated through official channels of the agency in the coming days. The Government of India has further decided to refer the matter to the CBI. The CBI will probe the NEET corruption. Shravan is joining us. Shravan, this is big. Shravan, if you can take us to the details, I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated.
Well, in fact, there are questions also being raised in the manner this has been conducted to begin with. Initially, there was no FIR that was even registered, and that is the reason why questions were being raised about Rajasthan government when instructions were essentially not given to the police. In fact, it turns out the SOG, which is basically looking into this entire matter, they say that they have received complaints, they're looking into the matter, they've made certain detentions in this particular case, but as far as arrests are concerned, that hasn't really taken place. Let me just give you a background, Niranjan, as far as what really has happened. Before the examination actually took place, there was a guest paper, a paper that was essentially circulated. It is now being traced back to Kerala. We are given to understand an MBBS student has been identified who had basically sent a questionnaire or a question paper to his father, and this was basically distributed in the PG hostel. And thereafter, several girl students who were basically present in the examination have actually found similarities in the paper that was circulated and the original paper. In fact, it has taken some considerable amount of time for the NTA to finally take this entire decision of cancelling the examinations. But whether at all this is only limited to Rajasthan, it has spread to other places, that is not known at this stage. So far, this entire investigation is only being carried out in the state of Rajasthan because it seems that Sikar happens to be the epicenter of this entire matter. We'll try and go across to our reporter Shambhavi, who's reached Jaipur and is also getting in touch with the investigators there to get us a better sense of what exactly has happened and the basic question that we're essentially asking right now. And you've had, you've seen a political turn taking place here with Ashok Gehlot, the former Chief Minister of Rajasthan, raising questions. Then you've had several other Congress leaders raising questions as to why a basic FIR has not even been registered. In fact, the former Education Minister, Niranjan, when we spoke to him late last evening, had already indicated that, there is a delay in this entire investigation. The very fact that no FIR has been registered, the very fact that they have not been able to identify the exact location in Sikar from where this has actually spread raises some very, very uncomfortable questions right now. Yet again, you have, dreams of several students crashing after this decision that has been taken by the NTA. Not for the first time you're looking at, allegation of this nature. In the past, too, a similar sort of allegation was leveled, perhaps jeopardizing the future of several students yet again.
Shambhavi is also joining us live. This is pathetic. This was allowed. In fact, this was something that was raised by several states, several governments, several times, and this is a shame. Students gave the examinations on the 3rd of May. Let's tell you what we broke last night, ladies and gentlemen. Republic TV broke details of how the NEET exam, there was a draft, there was a guess questionnaire that was circulated. 600 of 720 questions, I repeat, 600 of 720 questions of this guess questionnaire happened to be the exact questions that some students got, right? This was doing the rounds, and exact questions, 600 of them appear in the actual paper on the 3rd of May, confirming the corruption. Shambhavi is in Rajasthan. Shambhavi has the details. Shambhavi.
Well, yes, we know that 600 questions out of the 720 questions were matching, and 140 questions were direct match. So they were conceptual matching and direct match. But now big decision has been taken by the NTA that this entire exam, which was conducted on 3rd of May, will be scrapped and a fresh exam will be conducted. Although NTA has also agreed that this is going to be a huge problem for the aspirants and for the family. But they're going to make sure that this process becomes smooth. Also, although there has been zero input or zero news on what measures are they going to take to make sure that something like this does not repeat itself. Because this was a matter of a guest paper being circulated all the way from Kerala. A student sent this guest paper to his father and said that distribute it to the children, to the girls in your PG. And from that, a PG owner in Seeker distributed it to the students who were living in his PG, and also further sold it to the coaching companies and coaching institutions and other people, for which started with around 30 lakh rupees, and then later on it mellowed down to 5 lakh per guest paper. So this was, they were earning on the behead of others' future. And now that NTA has taken this huge decision that the dates and everything related to the exam will be announced separately, that no new fees will be charged by the students. The existing fees will be refunded to the students. In fact, the existing admit card will be discarded. New admit cards will be issued. The centers, the exam centers will remain same. And such details have been issued by NTA. But this is a huge breaking news that the exam which was conducted on 3rd of May has been cancelled, and a new exam, a fresh exam will be conducted. And also they've ordered a CBI inquiry into this entire matter, where around 600 questions, I repeat, 600 questions out of 720 questions were matching and conceptually matching. And even there have been screenshots, WhatsApp screenshots where being circulated, where you can see the students saying that this is the question paper, students, and I guarantee you, if you solve this question paper, you are going to score very well in your NEET exam. Back to you.
Okay, I'm staying with this. What do we know about the investigation? I mean, how many of these questions matched? What was the modus operandi? Because some reports suggesting that it was a multi-state operation. Shambhavi, that people from different states were involved.
Definitely, it was a multi-state operation, allegedly. That is what was being said. And out of, now there are two kinds of matches. There are direct matches and there are conceptual matches. A lot of those questions were conceptually matching with a little bit of details, little bit of tiny details here and there in the actual paper and the guest paper which was being circulated. The original paper had 600 questions, match with around 600 questions of the total 720 papers, out of which 140 questions were direct matches, which is exact questions which were there in the guest paper. So was it a coincidentally very good guest paper, or was it a leaked paper? Now this is also being investigated at the moment. And of course this has come out that this is a multi-state operation. Of course a lot of states were involved. Two main places which has come up is Kerala, of course, because that is where it started from, the student. But where did that student get the paper from in the first place that he sent to his father? That is also a question. Then the paper was then sent to his father. Without, how did the father then went to distribute that paper from there onwards to the students of his PG, and which all institutes were actively participating in this? Which all coaching institutes were actively participating? They bought that guest paper for 30 lakhs or 5 lakhs given the amount. So again, these are all the investigation points which is being investigated at the point, but as a huge breaking news, of course, we know that this paper has been cancelled. The exam which was conducted, the NEET exam which was conducted on 3rd of May stands cancelled, and a new exam with fresh admit cards, with fresh details, with fresh dates will be released by the NTA. NTA has also asked the students to only believe their official site, to not go around believing the media, the social media websites or social media reports. and also make sure that the money is being refunded, that no new fees is being charged by them. And although this will be a huge inconvenience for the aspirants and for the family, this is something which is important, which the NTA is saying to maintain the integrity and the confidence of the people in this exam. Back to you.
Okay, I'm staying with this story because this is the only story that matters, ladies and gentlemen, the story that affects millions of students every single year. Every single year, thousands of them take this exam, and millions of them take it. In fact, millions of them, upwards of 5 million students take this examination. And if they gave the examinations on the 3rd of May, and it's suddenly now discovered that there was corruption, it's betrayal for the students who gave the examination in all honesty. And that is why this is turning out to be a bigger controversy than what it is. Who is investigating? What has the investigation shown so far? If you can take us to those details.
The SOG is currently investigating, although this will now be handed over to CBI for further investigation, but SOG is currently investigating the matter. And in this investigation, again, Kerala has come up as an important point, as I've been reiterating again and again, that the boy who initiated the sending of this guest paper to his father, it started from Kerala. They've also identified Sikar as the center of this controversy, because that is where the institutions, the coaching institutions and the students who were residing in PGs nearby, they were actively a part of it. Now, the point of investigation, one of the main points of investigation with SOG has been investigating is how many students were involved. How many students were involved, were directly involved, who got the paper for 5 lakh rupees, or initially the paper was leveled at 30 lakh rupees, and how many students were, again, involved in this. And then apart from that, were they actually aware that this is a leaked paper, or were they treating it as a guest paper, that this is some very good guest paper and they will practice it and then they will sit for their exams? This is one of the major points of their investigation, that how many people were affected by this. Because again, although this might be a small portion of the people that were involved in this, but as you mentioned, more than 5 million people sit for this exam, and all of their lives will be affected now that the exam stands cancelled and everything will start afresh. All the details, all the exam dates and all that tedious process, they will have to go through that again, only because some people were involved into corrupt practices. There was leaked, the paper was leaked as a guest paper, and it is still being questioned, it is still being investigated by SOG, that whether this was a very good guest paper or whether this is just a very coordinated corrupt act done by multiple states at once. That 600 questions out of 720 questions, mind you, 600 questions, that's a huge amount, were matching, and 140 questions were a direct match, which is the exact question which was there in the guest paper, or the exact question in the paper that they sat for NEET.
All right, and this needs to be thoroughly investigated from now on, and the paper NEET has been scrapped. What more details are we looking at? What more action are we looking forward to now?
Well, now that the NTA will prepare for a fresh series of exams, so now the entire process, by given the releasing of the date, releasing of the admit cards, the exam centers are going to remain the same. That is for the convenience of the students. The fees that they've already paid will be refunded. We will also make sure that no fees is being charged. So NTA does now have the responsibility of conducting this entire exam once again and making sure that something like this does not happen. But again, no guidelines or nothing of that sort have been released by them, mentioning what are they going to do, what measures are they going to take to make sure that something of that sort does not repeat itself. That millions of students who sit for this exam, they don't have to go through that tedious process, to that mentally tedious process again. So this will fall in the category of NTA's responsibility. Apart from that, now that the SOG was investigating the matter till now, it is now being handed over to CBI. CBI will do a comprehensive investigation about how this entire thing started, what started this, who started this, how many states, which people were involved in this practice of destroying millions and millions of students' dreams and hopes, and only because of a chunk of them, of a huge chunk of them were involved in this. Now the entire people, entire students, all the aspirants, NEET aspirants will have to sit for this exam again. Back to students.
And also, the matter has been conveyed now. The CBI will also come into action in this case. But this is not the first time that we are looking at a paper leak of such a big level. We are looking at a level of corruption that is killing the dreams of NEET students once again, Shambhavi.
Definitely involving CBI. Now the government has ordered CBI to do a comprehensive probe, a comprehensive investigation into this entire matter. This shows the seriousness of the matter, because it is not a matter of 100 or 200 questions. It is not a matter of some guest paper working miraculously well for the students. It is a matter of 600 questions out of 720 questions. Now that is a huge number, and out of that 140 questions being direct match, that stands as a huge slap in the face of the even NTA, that there was some lack in the process. There was some issues with the process of conducting the exam that they failed at, and that is why the students have to suffer. Students have to go through the entire examination process again. They prepare for years. Aspirants sitting for NEET exam, they prepare for years, and now the exam that they gave on May 3rd has been scrapped because of some corrupt practices which has been where several states have been involved, several students have been involved, several coaching institutions have been involved. We are still yet to know who else is involved, and that is going to come out very soon in this investigation. Shivam.
All right, Shambhavi, stay with us. We have Rahul, a parent of a NEET student, who is also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rahul, what will be your comments? It's really heartbreaking. A student prepares for a very long time, and finally, when you give the examinations and after that you come to know that the paper has been leaked, and guest paper questions match exactly with what the questions are being conducted, what we have given in the examination paper. Your reaction to this, sir?
No, this is absolutely a pathetic situation that my kids are facing. It happened in 2024. And now after 2 years, 2026, same situation, no improvement in the situation. Even this time when the kids went for the exam, a lot of inconvenience was caused by the invigilator also. So they are coming out of that thing. The 20-25 minutes are lost in the exam. And now they are hearing the news that the NEET 26 exam are completely scrapped. It is some kind of a joke. The 2 years they have given their rigorous hard work to make themselves prepare for this NEET exam. And because they want to become a doctor of this country. This is how they have been treated. This is complete failure of the government, and government must own this. This is complete failure of NTA, and it comes under the Education Ministry.
All right, definitely. Rahul, what kind of action is what you're demanding from the government in this case? So there should be an example that should be set as a benchmark that such instances cannot be repeated, Rahul.
I demand the NTA itself has to be scrapped now. They have lost their morale. They don't have any moral ground left to conduct this exam itself. It is time and again this is happening.
As a parent, the kind of feeling, the kind of emotions that you must be going through right now, if you can share that also with our viewers and listeners.
Daughter is right now under tremendous trauma, and she is continuously crying ever since this news has been broke out. And same situation would be there for all these 23 lakh students.
Do you think that the authorities will guarantee a fair and transparent investigation in this matter?
No, I have lost the trust. I have lost the trust. Sorry, your name.
Okay, you demand that the NTA itself should be scrapped, sir?
Yeah, because 2024 same situation happened. Honorable Supreme Court also had to intervene, and it was sure that these things will not be repeated. They cannot just wash their hand by just scrapping this exam altogether. It is some kind of a joke. Right now they are going in a counseling round and thinking about which college they have to take the admissions. And in middle of nowhere now they are asking us to again back to the square one and asking to again reappear for the exam.
And also, Rahul, stay with us, sir. Yeah, we need more comments from you. We're also getting visuals of the protests which are happening. Rahul, if you can share the kind of preparations that a student does, the preparation not just on the part of the student, but also on the part of the parents. It's like a nightmare. It's like a trauma for everybody in the family.
Yes, it is. See, when any NEET student goes to think about appearance of the exam, they spend 16 to 18 hours in the exam to prepare themselves for this NEET exam. This is one of the premium exam in the country.
Okay.
It is a national level exam. They have put their midnight oil to prepare themselves for the exam after they cleared their 10th standard exam. And so a lot of screening, they do the screening of these students 3 hours before the exam, and this kind of, frisking goes for the student. What about the accountability of NTA and the Education Ministry here?
All right, Rahul, please stay with us. These are the visuals. As you can see, this is the protest which is being done by the NSUI, a protest. Let's listen in also.
विश्व गुरु बनाएंगे वो विश्व गुरु बनाने के कवायद में पेपर लीक हो रहा है। सिर्फ राजस्थान में नहीं, बिहार में पेपर लीक हो रहा है, यूपी में पेपर लीक हो रहा है, हर जगह पेपर लीक हो रहा है। और हम स्टूडेंट हैं और स्टूडेंट होने के नाते अगर हम अपनी आवाज उठा रहे हैं तो देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से जो पुलिस बल का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। क्या मतलब इस तरीके से आप देश में शिक्षा की बहाली आप देख रहे हैं, शिक्षा दिन प्रतिदिन बदहाल हो रखा है। Thank you.
All right, these are the reactions because this is a protest which we are seeing. This is being done by the NSUI. All right, we have more parents who are joining us for a comment on this. Dr. Anaga, who's also a parent of another NEET aspirant. Dr. Anaga, a very sad moment indeed. We are getting that the paper has been leaked and many questions have matched with a guest paper. Your first comment on that?
Yeah, first thing, the NTA should be scrapped. If they are unable to conduct this exam, just scrap that NTA. They are useless people, I should say. Every year the same drama is happening. Every year the same thing is happening. What the government is doing literally, these many children, 27 lakh people are literally giving. And one more, the very, very important thing is, before every state government, they used to conduct the exam for the state colleges. And the AIMS and the JIPMA, they used to have the common exam. Let us go with the same thing. Why the NTA needs to conduct the exam? That is a better option for every student. Let the states conduct. They conduct in a much better way than this NTA.
Dr. Anaga, you're hinting towards state examinations rather than central examinations in the case of selection of doctors.
Yes, definitely. Because the state examinations, they conduct in a more sophisticated manner. Because we are seeing the MSET. The more, they conduct even in the online exam. Why are they giving a paper mode exam at 2026? Even 2024, it happened the same thing when the parents requested them to conduct in an online mode. What is the need for them to conduct the same date for all the states? Let's jumble the paper. To each state, they conduct in different time slots, in different dates. What is the need for them to conduct from entire, country the same date and the same timings? At least they can do that thing. To conduct some states some other day, some states other days with the different papers. If they can't do at least online because of this, this massive, like logistics and all, at least they can do this thing, na?
Well, there seems to be an entire syndicate, a lobby, a group that is behind this paper leak. What is happening right now, Dr. Anaga, and you are not just the first parent who is asking for the scrapping of the NTA. Now we have more people joining us for a comment on this. Thanks a lot, Dr. Anaga. Now we have Jaya, who is an observer who wants to speak on this issue. Jaya, what will be your comment on this? Really heartbreaking for the students who were now at the level of counselling on what college they should be taking. And now we are getting the news that the paper has been leaked and there will be re-examination.
Thank you for having me on your channel. I am a keen observer of this NEET scrapping, a repeat of what happened earlier. Needless to say, what a traumatic experience by the parents and their children. I empathize with both the student community and the parents, and the children, after years of hard work, everything goes down the drain only because of the malicious and mercenary few. The intent of this malicious and mercenary few. It's immediate need of the hour is to evolve a foolproof examination system, particularly for the medical students aspiring to do medicine in India. It's high time that this lobby, which keeps, popping up its head off and on, has to be completely destroyed. And at least let them have some morals when it concerns the future of the country. These doctors are going to treat the people of our country. We need to evolve a foolproof system for this examination.
Yes. What exactly do you think is the reason behind this? Because it's a dream career and also a career of service of the people of the nation. And if you just imagine if earlier also we had a report, and because we knew in 2024 also there was a paper leak. But do you think there might be also many cases in which paper might have been leaked and there were no reports of that coming out, and we have such doctors who are working and treating people? Jaya.
Everything is possible. It's also because of the incapacity of some of the students to compete with the others, and the parents who also sympathize with such children. And you have people in the market, waiting to make a quick buck, and that's life. They are very aim in life. They have no morals whatsoever.
For joining and for your comment on what's unfolding right now. Visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen of the NSUI protest against the paper leak, and NEET 2026 has been scrapped. There will be re-examination and the exam fees will be refunded. We have Harsh and Shambhavi joining from Jaipur and also from New Delhi. Harsh, I would like to come to you now because there is a protest that we're looking at that's being done by the NSUI. And if you can share what the latest update is regarding the opposition protesting against what's happening right now.
Right, Shivam. In fact, talking about the opposition remarks in this regard, Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, in fact, has maintained that 89 of such, he has pointed towards 89 paper leaks in the last decade, in the last 10 years. In fact, he has pointed out towards 48 re-examinations that were held in the past 10 years. Now, this is the opposition's say on this matter when we are fetching another big paper leak that was conducted by the elite National Testing Agency. Now, Abhishek Singh, who is the serving head of the NTA, in fact, took over. He assumed charge last year with his ideology of no tolerance against such malicious activities that the nation is witnessing for the past few years. Now, this comes as another breaking that we are fetching at this hour, that the May 3rd examination of NEET has now been cancelled, and over 25 lakh aspirants and over 25 lakh applicants of these exams will remain affected, because almost 140 of the questions that were released in a questionnaire, were released in a guest paper, were exact match that was close to securing 600 of the 720 marks if these questions were to be believed, if these question paper were to be believed. Now, this comes as a big breaking that the investigation has now been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Okay. However, the May 3rd examination of NEET stand cancelled, and nearly 25 lakh aspirants remain affected nationwide. Shivam.
All right, Shambhavi, what's the latest you are fetching? Because becoming a doctor is a dream work. It's a dream career. It was built on years of sacrifice, and parents are quite upset when they are getting to know about the exact number of questions which have matched. It's unimaginable, and this is no coincidence, and the action has been taken place. But they have to go back again to preparations, re-examinations, and also the inquiry will take a lot of time. This is not the first time this is happening, Shambhavi.
Right. And in this, now that it has scrapped, the NTA has scrapped this examination which was conducted on 3rd of May, it is saying that quote-unquote present examination process could not be allowed to stand. This is what the NTA has said, that the present examination process which undertook, which included the guest paper being released, the questions matching with the paper which was given in MBA, in the NEET exam, the process could not be allowed to stand. And although they agree that that this is going to be a huge inconvenience for the aspirants and for the parents. They believe that this is for the greater good. This is important for the people so that they maintain their belief in this national examination. And given that they have to choose between the inconvenience of the parents and the aspirants and them presenting and preventing the integrity of this exam, the NTA seems to be choosing the latter. And in this case, in this matter, where now the exam has been scrapped, a new set of exam will be conducted with new admit cards, with new details, with new dates, with also, which is important, let us also tell our viewers, the students, the aspirants who are watching us right now, that three main things. You will be issued a new admit card, so the previous admit card will not be accepted. Apart from that, you will be given a refund on the fees that you've submitted. And the third one is that you don't need to pay a single penny again. Not even a single penny for this examination. So this is what the NTA has come up.
That's not all for the fault of the NTA and also that NEET examinations. There's thorough examination that should be done in this case and to prevent that future such scenarios do not happen again. Thanks a lot to Shambhavi and Harsh for all the details that you have just shared. All our viewers will continue our coverage on the NEET 2026 UG, which has been scrapped, and these are the visuals of the protests which are happening as we speak in Delhi. We'll bring you all the latest details on this after a short commercial break.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking citizens to save fuel, avoid unnecessary travel, and even work from home if possible. This urgent appeal comes because global tensions are creating a massive energy crisis that directly threatens India. India currently imports up to 90% of the crude oil it needs to survive, and more than half of that oil comes from the Middle East. But the country is currently facing a massive challenges due to the blockade caused by the US-Iran conflict. And right in the middle of this dangerous situation, an event is about to take place that could make things much worse. United States President Donald Trump is traveling to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. While the news might focus on their discussions about trade rules, technology, or artificial intelligence, the most critical topic for India is what these two leaders will decide regarding the Middle East and global oil supplies. The choices made during this specific meeting will determine if India will have enough fuel.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है।
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास टूट गया।
आप लोगों ने तो देश चलाने का दावा किया है, लेकिन आप लोगों का ना कोई हिसाब है ना कोई किताब।
ये चोट निशान छोड़ेगी।
This week we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that scientists have known about hantavirus, they've almost always believed that the only way you can get it is from being in contact with the droppings, the dried urine of mice or other rodents. Saying this is not the next pandemic, this is not the next epidemic, this is a cluster of cases, a very unusual situation that is not expected to spread its tentacles across the world and across the United States. We've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपोई तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास ऑप्शन होगी, because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे, तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
हमें पेट्रोल डीजल का उपयोग कम करना होगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently issued a strong warning to the nation, asking
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोचे विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा लगता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है, तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
कोई ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, इट्स अ टेरर मशीन।
अगर हम टेररिस्ट होते तो टेररिस्ट हमें क्यों मारते?
आरएसएस ने बाबरी मस्जिद तोड़ी और आरएसएस वायलेंट है। Just say it!
वो तब गिरा जब इस देश के बहुसंख्यक समाज का विश्वास।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
After paper leak exposes widespread cheating, testing agency has scrapped the NEET UG examination. CBI to conduct the investigation. Government of India refers NEET UG to CBI to conduct an investigation into the matter. Himanta Biswa Sarma, along with 4 ministers sworn in as BJP, completes the Assam hat-trick.
শ্ৰী হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ঈশ্বৰৰ নামত শপত লওঁ যে মই অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে মোৰ কৰ্তব্যৰ যথাযথ সম্পাদনৰ বাবে।
A day after Tamil Nadu's new government is sworn in, Udayanidhi now stokes a row in assembly and calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. Republic's big scoop confirmed as AIDMK splits into two over support to TVK. SP Velumani set to take over as the party chief. 7-member CBI SIT team headed by DIG rank officer set to take over the probe into murder of Svindu's PA Chandranath. Pakistan's double game exposed. Pakistan admits shielding Iranian aircraft and saying that stationed some of the aircrafts temporarily. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So the NEET examination has now been cancelled. CBI will conduct the inquiry. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what has been happening so far. This is a huge update on Republic TV. We'll tell our viewers what is happening right now. Corruption has killed the dreams of these NEET students once again. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. The NEET has been cancelled. The CBI will probe the NEET examination paper leak. The National Testing Agency has scrapped this examination after allegations of a paper leak and many irregularities. Live pictures coming in. NSUI is protesting what has happened. CBI probe has been ordered by the centre. The government has handed over the matter to the CBI, indicating that this is being treated as a major issue. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV as the NEET examination has now been cancelled. And of course, it's a big setback to all those students who have been preparing so hard and spending so much of time and money and hopes and dreams on the NEET examination. So NEET UG, which was held on May 3rd, has been cancelled after the paper leak. The CBI has ordered the probe into this case. So the NTA, the National Testing Agency, has just confirmed that the examination will be reconducted. No fresh registration is needed and fees will be refunded. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Around 22 lakh students had appeared for the NEET examination, NEET UG 2026. It's one of the largest entrance examinations in the country. and now it is caught in a major credibility crisis. Lakhs have been affected because of this. That's why the government has now stepped in, ordering a probe by the CBI, announcing re-examination to restore the trust in the system. So back to back, I'm just coming in here on Republic TV. The case is now with the CBI for a detailed probe. Decision was taken after reviewing inputs shared by law enforcement agencies, and those inputs that came in indicated that the examination process was compromised. We're trying to get some reactions from the ground as well, as many have come out on the streets. NSUI is protesting. You can see the protests are getting a little bit intense. Many of these protesters going ahead and climbing on barricades. All right, I'm being joined by Deepak, a parent of a NEET aspirant, joining us. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Deepak. I'm coming across to you. And like we were discussing earlier, you know, a lot of students, you are a parent of an aspirant as well. Did your child give the NEET examination on May 3rd?
No, ma'am, I'm Dr. Bhupen Chaurasia.
Okay, Mr. Bhupendra Chaurasia, okay, you're a NEET petitioner.
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I was one of the petitioner in 2024 when there is a big NEET scam happen and the life was compromised. I have seen the tears of thousands of parents and their families. There was a big scam, and later on the CBI was not entered, and the Supreme Court verdict what came that, okay, the scam was there, the leak was there, but it was not a widespread, a big spread. And then later on, thousands of aspirants have just, they have killed their dream to become a doctor. So I don't know what is happening in our country. It was a big disaster for all the medicos. It is a big disaster for all those who have a dream to become a doctor in India. And I don't know when will it stop. 2024 it happened. Now it happened again in 2026. 22 lakh students have appeared for the examination. They have spent the money. They have traveled. And now again there is a big leak. This time it was a leak in a form of some salt papers. And there were 120 questions of chemistry. And that paper is the same salt paper will appear and the question appeared in the examination. So I think the decision made by government is good. But now the more challenging things which is coming is that what NTA is doing, how these questions are coming out, what NTA people are doing, what the chairperson is doing, what the education minister is doing, how it is possible that this all protected things, this very important question bank is coming out. It is reaching to the private coaching mafias, and how the life is affecting. I think it is a very serious concern, and the Modi government has to look at it, because this is your future. This student want to be the doctors. Their family are having a dream. Now, okay, you have stopped this exam, you have cancelled this NEET exam. What will be happen after 2 weeks or 3 weeks? Again, you will be conducting a NEET exam. How we can trust you? Again, might be there will be a scam.
Mr. Chaurasia, you were speaking about coaching institutes. Mr. Chaurasia, you were speaking about coaching institutes right now. So
yes.
How do you think, when we talk about the coaching institutes, what are they doing? How are they involved in leaking questions? And is this a bigger problem, Mr. Chaurasia?
Ma'am, I'll tell you, it is not at all involved with the coaching institute. It is all a failure of NTA. You have to understand one thing. For example, if I am an NTA academic director, we are having a team of doctors who will give us the questions of different subjects. Like in the NEET exam, there will be questions from the botany, zoology, physics, chemistry. So, they will take these questions from more than 20 faculties, and then they will accumulate this question paper, and then the question paper will appear to the student. How these questions are coming in the market? Obviously, someone from inside NTA is doing this corruption. And if this is not done inside NTA, it is not possible that the coaching mafias are getting this paper. You are getting my point, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chaurasia, for joining us there. We are trying to, of course, get many reactions on the story. Saurav is joining us from New Delhi. Saurav, coming across to you, of course, we were discussing that this has been, of course, a big mental stress and financial loss for so many students, and their hopes and dreams are pinned on this examination. What are we learning from the ground? What's the latest coming in? There's a protest which is happening, NSUI protest.
और ये तो मैं मानता हूं, पर वही है कि लोग माने ना माने, और आने वाले टाइम में हम इससे बड़ा आंदोलन करेंगे और ये धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा तो लेकर ही रहेंगे। जय भीम, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद।
यहाँ पे एनटीए ने बोला है कि वो ट्रांसपेरेंसी की वजह से ये जो एग्ज़ाम है वो रद्द कर रहे हैं और दोबारा से एग्ज़ाम लिया जाएगा, तो इस पर आपको क्या बोलना?
देखिए, जैसे कि अभी हमारे साथी ने बताया कि वोट चोरी से बनी हुई सरकार अब परीक्षा चोरी की तरफ पहुंच चुकी है। कोई भी एक आम परिवार से आने वाला छात्र पूरा साल अपने खून पसीने की मेहनत लगाता है, दिन रात एक करके उस परीक्षा की तैयारी करता है, और लेकिन जब वही परीक्षा, वही एग्ज़ाम पेपर व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से, टेलीग्राम के माध्यम से जब वो लीक हो जाता है, चाहे वो 1 मार्क्स की लीकेज हो, 600 मार्क्स की लीकेज हो, जब वो लीक हो जाता है तो लीकेज सिर्फ एग्जाम की लीकेज नहीं, लीकेज देश के युवा के भविष्य के साथ लीकेज है। जिस तरीके से हमने पिछले कुछ समय में देखा कि इस देश की, इस प्रधानमंत्री की फॉरेन पॉलिसी कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है, स्टेट पॉलिसी कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड, इसी तरीके से अब एजुकेशन पॉलिसी भी पूरी तरीके से कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो चुकी है, शिक्षा व्यवस्था पूरी तरीके से लचर हो चुकी है, कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी लेने को तैयार नहीं है, कोई ट्रांसपेरेंसी हमारी संस्थाओं में नहीं बची है, जिसके पूरी तौर पर जिम्मेदार मोदी सरकार और ये धर्मेंद्र प्रधान हमारे शिक्षा मंत्री है। हम पुरजोर तरीके से उनके इस्तीफे की मांग करते हैं।
सर, यहाँ पे सीबीआई ने अब केस टेक ओवर कर लिया है एनटीए से, और अब सीबीआई जांच करेगी।
रख देते हैं, जमीन बेच देते हैं बच्चे को कोचिंग कराने के लिए, और उसके बाद अगर पेपर लीक हो जाए तो उससे बड़ा मैं समझता हूं कि धोखा किसी के साथ नहीं हो सकता। और ये नीट का पेपर पहली बार लीक नहीं हुआ, मेरे ख्याल से एक बार 17 में हुआ था, एक बार 21 में हुआ था, फिर एक बार 24 में हुआ था, और एक बार अब लीक हुआ है। 4 बार पेपर लीक हो चुका, तो पेपर ऐसे तो लीक होते नहीं है। इसका मतलब बहुत बड़े स्तर के ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ तो कल्यूजन है, मिली भगत है, पॉलिटिकल पेट्रोनेज है। मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने 2017 का पेपर लीक किया था वो आज कहां हैं? उनको सजा मिली? जिन्होंने 2021 का पेपर लीक किया था उनको सजा मिली? जिन्होंने 2024 का पेपर लीक किया सबकी बेल हो गई, सारे बाहर हैं, सबको कह दिया गया अब अगले पेपर के लीक करने की तैयारी करो, और वो कर रहे हैं। पेपर लीक पे लीक पे ये चल क्या रहा है इस देश के अंदर? और मैं पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कहता हूं, सरकार चलाना कोई आसान काम नहीं है, सरकार चलाना बहुत मुश्किल काम है। जिन लोगों से एक पेपर ठीक से नहीं होते बिना लीक करवाए, वो सरकार क्या चलाएंगे? मिले हुए हैं ये लोग। इट इज अ केस ऑफ कंप्लीट कल्यूजन। लाखों करोड़ों बच्चों के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ किया जा रहा है। उन सब बच्चों के साथ मेरी संवेदनाएं हैं, और मैं उन सब बच्चों को बोलना चाहता हूं कि सड़कों के ऊपर उतरना पड़ेगा। ये सरकार केवल और केवल जन आंदोलन की भाषा समझती है, और केजरीवाल आप लोगों के साथ है। थैंक यू।
Just hearing Arvind Kejriwal speaking there and talking about that this is not our first time that such a case has happened of the paper, the NEET paper being leaked. Okay, I want to go across to our guest who's joining us. I'm being joined by Abhishek Patil from Bengaluru, NEET aspirant 2026. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Patil. आपने क्या एग्जामिनेशन दिया था May 3rd को NEET का?
यस मैम, ऑफ कोर्स। ये तो 2026 का नहीं है मैडम, ये जब 2024 में हुआ था एग्जाम, जब लीक हुआ था, कौन कौन अरेस्ट हुए थे, उसको कौन सा लीगल एक्शन में रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दी है कि नहीं मालूम मैम। ये ऐसा है कि नीट एग्जाम ये नेशनल एजुकेशन से ऐसा हो रहा है कि बच्चों को कॉन्फिडेंस का मलक भी 20% में नहीं मैम, ऐसा हो गया अब एग्जाम के बारे में।
अच्छा अभिषेक, आपको लगता है कि अभी जो एग्जामिनेशन कैंसिल हुआ है, जब ये न्यूज़ आया था, व्हाट डिड यू फील अबाउट इट? और जो दूसरे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो प्रिपेयर कर रहे थे, उनको क्या लगा? वर दे हैप्पी अबाउट इट और दे वर डिसअपॉइंटेड?
नो, मेंटल हेल्थ पूरा डिसअपॉइंट है मैडम। सी, हम प्रिपेयर ऐसे हुए थे कि May 3rd होने के बाद हम डायरेक्टली रिजल्ट के लिए वेट कर रहे थे कि वी गेट अराउंड 650 अबव 650 लाइक दैट वी आर थिंकिंग, बट सडनली वी विल सी द ट्विटर एनटीए सेड दैट वी विल रिकंडक्ट। क्या है कि ये मालूम नहीं हो रहा एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर क्या कर रहा है कि लाइक दिस इज वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्टूडेंट मेंटल हेल्थ बहुत डिस्क्रीज होता मैम। ये बहुत आप न्यूज मीडिया से बहुत ये पूरा हाईलाइट करके ये फाइनल कर लेना मैडम। ये 2020 इज एंड ऑफ द नीट एग्जाम लीक मैडम, ऐसा होना चाहिए ये।
Yeah, Abhishek, you're talking about this, and we were also discussing on Republic TV here that so many students, aspirants like you, you have spent so much of time and energy. We talk about traveling, talking about accommodation, giving the examination, coaching. A lot of time has been spent by aspirants like you. So, of course, this is a very, very tough time. Like you were saying, it's giving you mental stress.
Yeah, of course, ma'am, of course. See, 2026 हम ऐसे सोचे थे कि like last year paper difficulty हुआ था. When 2024 paper will be leaked, no, then after 2025 NTA conducting very tough exam, tough questions, and cutoff will be decreased. Then we will feel that 2026 fortunately we will good and the paper will be good. That's we think it, ma'am. Then after when we see the May 5th, 6th paper will be leaked, that news, it will be very unfortunately number of students may come home, we are get relief and we will go for marks and we will rechecking the answer key. But then we will see the Twitter today, then we will, of course, my mental health will be very disappointed. Then number of students struggling, they will be free about exam. Then we will study again. We will go through exam. This is very not legally it is not good, ma'am. When 2024 में लीक हुआ था, उन लोगों को क्या लीगली एक्शन ली, वो कहाँ है, क्या कर रहा है, सारे बेल का ऊपर बाहर आ चुका है. उसको एक्शन जब भी तुम लिए तो ये सारे नहीं होता बोल के मेरा एक अनुभव है मैडम.
Abhishek, जो repeated paper leaks हुए हैं, it has happened earlier, like you are saying, बहुत बार paper leaks हुए हैं. Do you think because of this, students का जो trust है, because of this controversy, NEET is a very, very important examination. It's a very tough examination. So, of course, it does erode the trust of the students and the aspirants.
Yeah, ma'am, देखिए हमारा NTA से ये first time नहीं है. They have experience about it. Around 2024 में इतना leak हुआ था. Around 60 out of 62 students are get 720. ऐसा leak paper वो experience करे है. See, one more thing, we don't have NTA that experience, then okay. First time it is came okay, it's a mistake from NTA. It is not a first time, it is have become an NTA experience about 2 to 3 times. Then again, the NTA doing this type, I don't know, ma'am. Then NTA have this year 2026 sure much. They have Twitter every day. We have get secure paper. We already sent a center. We have in under CCTV. What CCTV under? The NTA in the under committee members have involved this paper leak. That is, I am sure that much. When NTA members are sure under the leak paper, what that you are taking a legal action? What we are doing? It's a national testing agency. All countries are seeing the exam. How can you conducting exam? Conduct otherwise CBT mode.
Yes.
Then JEE mains are conducting. No, then conduct the online mode. That is a good for no. That's what we are requesting.
Yes, Abhishek, you are saying that, of course, now it will be a second attempt now. Do you plan to give the second attempt because we see that there will be fresh examinations which will be held? Are you planning to give the second attempt this time?
No, what second exam, ma'am? We are not hope NTA will conduct again. Next year will be a leak paper. Around next year we get this, like we are disappointed, ma'am. This is like unfortunately this student not right way for this way. I am requesting to news channel. This is the Republic. I want to request you. Please highlight the consult. Please reach out the education minister. He will be where he doing that. No. Please take a legal action. Do big legal action, ma'am, for this.
Okay. Abhishek, stay on with us. I'm also being joined by my colleagues, being joined by Shivam and Gursimran is joining us. Coming across to you, Shivam, first, because we were talking to to a lot of these aspirants. Aspirants are very upset. And the question that they're asking, and while I was speaking to Abhishek Patil, who's an aspirant, they're saying that this is not the first time. It's happened multiple times. So the students' confidence it's shaken. They put in so much of effort, so much of work into it. The parents have so much of expectations from them. And when something like this happens, it is extremely disappointing for them. Shivam.
Exactly, this is not the first time a NEET paper leak has happened, and surprisingly this was the time when students go for counselling, and this is the time for counselling for the students. And during that time, if you get to know that the paper has been cancelled, and the statement that comes from NTA that the money will be refunded and there will be re-examinations, and their probe is on, Rajasthan SOG is on it, and a CBI probe has also been ordered in this entire case. But the matter of the fact is, why is it happening time and again also? Now this also gives a chance to various other political parties in opposition to point fingers at the ruling government also. However, the repeated pattern is what concerns the parents exactly. Now, we were joined by various parents a little while ago also, and most of them asked that the NTA itself should be scrapped, NEET itself should be scrapped, and there should be state-level examinations in this case, and there will be more transparency, more ease. But that also can't be one particular formula to avoid such kind of paper leak in future also, because as you can see, there is a mafia indeed, there is a lobby indeed, there is a syndicate indeed which is working together, and they work in coordination, and the leak paper. In this very case, Shivangi, as you saw, there were many questions that were matching exactly with the paper that they received. Now, there were various allegations that maybe there were handwritten questions that were taken. Now, there are possible chances of the paper leak happens at the time of printing or the paper setting. So whether it happened during the paper setting time is also a very big question. Who was involved there? That should be thoroughly investigated. And did it happen during the time of the printing? So that also needs to be thoroughly investigated, because there is a lot of money that is involved, must be involved in this entire scenario, and it's a dream profession for many aspirants in this case, and most of them, they want to be doctors. More than 22 lakh aspirants gave this examination.
Hold on. I request Shivam and my colleague Gursaru to hold on. Getting some breaking news coming in. Let's go to the breaking news we're getting for our viewers. A WhatsApp link has emerged in the NEET paper leak case. WhatsApp link has emerged, viewers. We'll tell our viewers a little bit more about what is happening here. There seems to be a connection between the paper leak and WhatsApp. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now we understand that a WhatsApp group has been discovered. It has around 400 members, and there's a link which has emerged. Here because the investigation is continuing into the matter. But a WhatsApp group has now come in focus. And we have that video for you. This is the WhatsApp group. This is a WhatsApp group named Private Mafia, and it has been discovered. The group's caption states it was created solely for the purpose of uploading leaked examination papers. It further instructs members not to forward these papers outside of the group. And we're getting these updates because remember, the CBI is already going to take over this case. It's trying to obtain the case details from the NTA and the Rajasthan SOG. The CBI is expected to go ahead and register a formal case shortly and proceed with the investigation later on. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. WhatsApp link emerges in the NEET paper leak. We have that video. For you. This is the video of that WhatsApp group, which is extremely suspicious. Okay, let's go to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, what is this WhatsApp group all about? This WhatsApp group was named Private Mafia, and it has 400 members. Yes, Shivam.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. Not just a mafia, it's a syndicate. Seems like they were working in coordination, and this is a Telegram group and also a possible WhatsApp group. And these are the visuals that we have fetched exclusive on your screens, first on Republic, and clearly because the investigation has just begun and you will get more such breaking developments. The Rajasthan SOG, as per its investigation, because they're conducting the investigation, have found that the matter, and several individuals have been taken into custody already, and now they are being questioned, and now these are the big revelations which are happening as we speak right now. And the shocking fact of the matter is that out of the entire question paper, 60 questions appear verbatim in these groups. The video that we are sharing, the images that we are sharing, 60 questions appear verbatim in the actual examination paper. Now, Shivangi, I was again earlier also highlighting the fact there are two instances where you can exactly match the paper. One at the time of the paper setting and the other on the time of the printing. So it must have happened during the time of either printing or the paper setting time. Now, 60 questions matching, and in total more than 100 questions matching in the entire scenario clearly explains that there must be many people involved. More than 40 people have already been interrogated, arrested in this case, detained in this case. Now we'll have to look at more details. Now this group, which was formed, a Telegram, and also we are possibly being told that it's also a WhatsApp group, the name of this was Private Mafia. So they've been flaunting their name, that is a Private Mafia, and more than 400 members are there, which means it's a very big group, a very big syndicate. People are operating at different levels, and the group's caption explicitly states that it was exactly created for the sole purpose for uploading leaked examination papers. So in earlier cases also we saw that whenever there was a paper leak case, there was money involved and the students had to pay in that case, and there was a syndicate. And now this exclusive WhatsApp group, a Telegram group which has been formed with 400 members explains the magnitude, the gravity of the entire matter. You can understand 400 members, yes, and they could have circulated it further to other students who would have given the same examination, which got cancelled. Now many prepared very hard for this examination, burned the midnight oil. The parents also were with them while they were preparing for the examinations, and it's clearly a trauma, a nightmare, as what we were being told by the parents who joined us earlier for a comment, because they say that NEET should be scrapped and this should be thoroughly investigated also, and an example also should be set. A punishment of such a sort should be given that nobody would dare to repeat such a scenario, because we are talking about doctors here, Shivangi. We cannot have doctors who became doctors after cracking the examination on the behalf of using
absolutely, Shivam. Absolutely. You know, this is one of the most competitive examinations in the country, and it needs trust. Gursimran is joining us live from Jammu. Yes, Gursimran, what's happening on the ground?
See, Shivangi, this is a big shocker for the students, especially those who have seen what has happened in 2024. And once again, they have been burning their midnight oil, but all of a sudden, this kind of incidents happen. I'm speaking to the students who are preparing for the NEET. आप मुझे बताइए, ये जो जब आपने न्यूज़ सुनी कि उसको स्क्रैप कर दिया गया है, कैसा लगा?
सर इट्स वेरी डिसअपॉइंटिंग. जैसे इस बार फिर से एग्ज़ाम जो है वो लीक आउट हुआ है, तो जो स्टूडेंट्स जो पिछले 2 साल से प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, तो इट्स अ वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम. जैसे पूरे नेशनल लेवल पे होता है, 22 लाख स्टूडेंट्स या 26 लाख स्टूडेंट्स देते हैं, जिसमें से कुछ ही सिलेक्ट होते हैं, और उसमें से भी कुछ रिजर्वेशन वगैरह, और जनरल कैटेगरी के लिए तो अलग ही लेवल की हार्ड वर्क होता है. तो जैसे हम प्रिपेयर करते हैं, मॉक टेस्ट देते हैं, हम इतने रिफ्रेशर्स पढ़ते हैं, हम टेस्ट सीरीज़ देते रहते हैं, एक कोचिंग सेंटर की नहीं, बहुत सारे. तो ये बहुत टफ होता है एक स्टूडेंट के लिए जब वो सुनता है कि उसे दोबारा वो पेपर देना पड़ रहा है, और अगर उसका स्कोर अच्छा भी आया होता है, वो बहुत खुश होता है कि जब उसका ड्रीम फुलफिल होने वाला होता है. लेकिन अगर ऐसे स्कैम होंगे, और वो भी एक एनटीए जैसी एक बहुत बड़ी एजेंसी कर रही है, तो बहुत डिसअपॉइंटिंग. और हम जैसे स्टूडेंट्स का ट्रस्ट, इनफैक्ट हमारे पेरेंट्स का भी ट्रस्ट उठ जाएगा.
सो इट इज़ अ ट्रस्ट दैट गेट्स शेकन. हाउ डू यू सी, मींस जब आपको दोबारा से प्रिपेयर करना पड़ता है एग्जाम देने के बाद, वो कितना ट्रॉमेटाइजिंग होता है?
जब 2 साल हमने मेहनत कर ली नीट के लिए, और एक बार हमने पेपर भी दे दिया. अब हमने ये कि जिस बच्चे ने पूरे 2 साल अच्छे से मेहनत किया, उसको तो कोई 600 में नंबर बन रहे हैं अच्छे खासे, तो अब उसको ये पता लगता है कि नीट का पेपर लीक हो गया, अब उसको फिर से तैयारी करनी पड़ रही है. तो उसके लिए कितना शॉकिंग है कि अब उस मतलब ट्रॉमा है एक तरीके का, कि उसको अब फिर से वो 2 साल की जो प्रिपरेशन है वो फिर से उसको रीस्टार्ट करनी है, और फिर उसको फिर से नीट का पेपर देना है. तो बहुत डिसअपॉइंटेड है. हम जब 2027 में हम जब नीट देंगे, तो हम कैसे विश्वास करेंगे एनटीए तब लीक नहीं करेगा पेपर?
आप मुझे बताइए, अब 2-3 महीने का ही टाइम दोबारा से री एग्जाम के लिए मिलेगा, क्या इतना टाइम सफिशिएंट रहता है दोबारा से पूरा प्रिपेयर करने के लिए?
जैसे कि एक बच्चा जो 2 साल पूरा प्रिपेयर कर रहा है, n नंबर ऑफ मॉक टेस्ट दे रहा है, एंड फिर उसका नीट हो रहा है. ऑब्वियसली पहली बात, अगर उसका एक अच्छा स्कोर, सेफ स्कोर बन रहा है टू गेट सिलेक्टेड इन अ गुड गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज, तो उसके लिए तो सब कुछ ठीक होगा. बट अगर वापस री नीट का सुनना, सबसे पहली बात तो मेंटल ट्रॉल कितना है उस बच्चे के ऊपर. उसको कुछ टाइम तो अपने आप को उसको कुछ टाइम तो अपने आप को समझाने में लग जाएगा कि दैट उसको वापस से वो पेपर देना है, एंड ऑब्वियसली प्रिपरेशन करने के लिए उसको टाइम चाहिए होगा, तो रीनीट होना बहुत डिसअपॉइंटिंग है.
So that's what Shivangi, these students are saying, that they need time to prepare when it comes to the re-examination, but the present situation is that they are under trauma, that how they will go ahead.
That's right. Okay, Gursimran. Yes, that's right, Gursimran. I want to go across to Saurav, who's joining us live from New Delhi. NSUI was protesting there, and we saw the protesters, climbing barricades. What is the NSUI demanding? Big demonstration there, Saurav.
Yes, the NSUI is demanding the resignation of the education minister here in the national capital, saying that it's a story of every time that the paper gets NEET paper gets leaked and they have to give the paper again. NTA always conducts the paper again, and it is the responsibility of the NTA to check all such things that the paper cannot get leaked, and the students should not suffer regarding this. Today we have with us several NSUI students who were protesting in the national capital, and as you can see behind me, we have several students with us, and we'll try to talk to them. So now the NSUI and NTA has scrapped this NEET examination, and they will conduct the examination again. So what are your thoughts?
See, this has been every year. Last in 2024 also the NEET paper was leaked. Lakhs of students had to reappear in the exam, and NET-JRF paper was also leaked. BPSC paper is getting leaked, and again the NEET this year. So I just request what's going on in the name of Vishwaguru. I don't know what Pradhan Mantri Modi and this Dharmendra Pradhan is trying to make. They comes on Pariksha pe charcha, but they won't talk after Pariksha. Pariksha to leak ho raha hai. They are not talking about. They come on Pariksha to charcha, but they are not taking responsibility of a free and fair examination. Where our future, the students who are preparing hard for years and years to appear in the exam, but when they came out of the examination hall, paper get leaked, and again they are going to announce that they are going to take the exam again. But this is absolutely failure of this Modi government, and this government, Dharmendra Pradhan, they should resign immediately.
What are your demands? You are staging a protest here against the scrapping of the NEET examination. What are your demands?
Our biggest demand is that Dharmendra Pradhan should resign. And there is no other option. If we talk about numbers, I tell you that out of 1,700,000 students try to attempt for suicide or they suicide, and their solution is the single solution. They are using it in Bengal also, that they don't make any fair laws about that concern. They just give a ticket to if a student will suicide after this incident, and they'll give ticket to his father or mother, and then they say that the problem is solved.
As per the investigation, the guest paper which was circulated to the students before the examination, 120 to 135 questions are exactly the same in the paper. So what are your thoughts?
It is not a coincidence. It is the same story every time. We see the NEET paper has been leaked. There is no accountability. Dharmendra Pradhan ji, he's sitting in his AC rooms. He's just saying that the paper has been leaked. We are doing the paper back.
All right, Saurabh, I'll come back to you for more updates from on ground. But right now we're getting some breaking news update in this entire leak operation. Now 9, in fact, have been arrested from 5 states. Now the entire leak operation expanded beyond one state. It was a multi-state operation, and now 9 people have been arrested from about 5 states in this entire NEET leak operation. That's the latest we are picking up. And my colleague continue to stay with me. Saurav is joining us from New Delhi. And we also have Gursimran with us from Jammu. Now, they're getting us updates about what's happening on the ground, the protests which are escalating, and also the reaction coming in from the NEET aspirants. But right now, the breaking update is that about 9 people have been arrested in this entire leak operation, which expanded beyond one state. It was a multi-state operation, the entire operation in which a NEET guest paper was leaked. It circulated through WhatsApp, through Telegram, hours before the examination. In fact, it was sold for as many as 5 lakh rupees. And now we're looking at, in fact, the situation escalating. My colleague Shivam is also there with us. Shivam, do give us the entire scale of this operation. Now, as per the latest, 9 people have been arrested from 5 states.
Yeah, there are many arrests that have taken place already because the SOG is investigating the entire matter. Now, we have also other developments that we are getting right now. And Shravan is also with me. Shravan, we are getting many big breaking news developments. A syndicate is involved here. A group has been found, and what more?
Well, in fact, super exclusive details of this entire investigation that has been carried out, while all the other networks are essentially talking about one particular location in Rajasthan. It is not limited to Rajasthan. In fact, the details that have been picked up by my colleague Aishwarya are the following. One, that the conspirators actually met in Nasik. That's the first location where the meeting actually took place. Thereafter, we're given to understand they moved to Haryana. One copy, a physical copy of the leaked paper was sent to Haryana. Thereafter, further distribution actually takes place, and you're looking at least 3 to 4 states where the multiple set of copies were basically sent, which includes Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Rajasthan, where 10 sets of the leaked copies were sent. Now, we are not very sure how big is this particular group, those who are essentially involved in leaking the paper, but it is quite clear now that this is not limited to just Rajasthan. What we are picking up is that other states are also being roped in. As of now, we are being told that multiple arrests have already taken place. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, the reason why it has taken a political turn is simply because you've had the Congress leaders there alleging that the Rajasthan government has not filed an FIR. Rajasthan's SOG, which is again a special operations group that is looking into this entire matter, they are saying that their investigation has progressed. They've been able to identify those who have been involved. We're talking about a guest paper which had basically moved from Kerala to all the way to Sikar in Rajasthan, where further it was basically distributed. So it is quite clear this is a pan-India operation that has been carried out. The scale of it is far larger, if I may say so. These are exclusive details. We'll stay with the breaking news. The first big breaking news coming in is with regards to the arrests that have been made. 9 arrests that have been made so far from 5 states. The second important news that is emerging right now, it is no longer limited to Rajasthan. In fact, multiple states are basically been involved in it. The conspirators' first meeting actually happened in the city of Nasik. Thereafter, they moved to Haryana. Physically, that copy was actually moved to Haryana. Multiple sets were basically reprinted, and we are being told that this was thereafter sent to states like Andhra Pradesh as well as even Telangana.
So this means, Shravan, that exactly this is a very big syndicate, a very big group, the private mafia group, that's what they call themselves in Telegram and WhatsApp groups. But exactly the pattern that has been used, is it the same pattern that has been used earlier in the previous cases? Because in the NEET examinations, previously also, you have tracked the stories, you have been on ground, you have reported on ground. What do you think? Does it exactly match, or they are re-innovating the method by which they crack papers and they leak papers?
Well, it would be a little premature right now to really look at a pattern right now, given the fact that this has just happened in the last 24 to 48 hours. But from the preliminary information that has come in, surprisingly, it's a similar tactic. The very fact that you have a group, a WhatsApp and a Telegram group that has been created, it has been named as Private Mafia, in which it has also been circulated. Now, not very sure that if it is already being circulated, why was physical copies were also being sent? That's the only differentiator if I have in this particular case compared to what we had seen in the past. But this time, it seems that the group is larger. From what information that we are getting right now, it does appear that it is larger than what we know so far. It is not about one particular state. It is way more than that, which shows that the scale of this entire scam is way bigger. And the direct impact happens to be scores of students who were basically applying for this, who were sitting for the examinations. Now, given the fact that you've had the National Testing Agency taking the call of calling it off, which means that you're once again jeopardizing the future of several students.
Definitely, Shravan, because this was the time when students go for counseling and decide which college they will be picking, and they're at a level, it's nothing short of a trauma, not just for the students, but even for the parents in this case. They have prepared very hard. Just a few days back, the examinations were over, and now they're getting to know that the paper has been leaked. If you can put this into perspective and share exactly the pattern, the method that was used in this case, when exactly was this found that the paper was leaked? What exactly was the tip-off? What exactly was the point where do you think the police was able to rectify and get to know that the paper leak happened?
Let me admit right now we do not have the full picture.
Okay.
It all started from Rajasthan, in Sikar particularly. It's a PG hostel where the distribution has actually taken place. It has been traced to a MBBS student in Kerala. Okay. And it turns out that the same MBBS student had sent this guest paper, the so-called guest paper, where about 120, if I'm not wrong, 120 questions had already matched. And what we are being told, we are also going to try and connect with Super 30's founder, Anand, who's speaking to our network, sister network, Bharat right now. We can also try and connect, the input team can try and connect Anand right now on the screens from Bharat. But coming back to the point here is what we are essentially being told is that the link that comes in from Rajasthan is from a PG institute, a PG hostel where the circulation takes place. So the father of the Kerala student basically sends this to this particular hostel in Sikar, where the distribution essentially takes place. Largely girl students who were present in the hostel had got this particular paper. And thereafter, when the examinations actually happened, the similarity, the stark similarity that you're basically looking at between the guest paper and the original paper that was circulated, roughly about 120 is what the match is looking at. That's when the suspicion actually arose, and complaints were essentially also being filed. But what is surprising here is that despite the complaint, the reason why there is also a political turn right now is because you do not have any, there isn't any, they haven't taken the call of why an FIR was not registered. That is not known at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. The delay in FIR or also the political blame game is happening right now. Various parents were also joining us. Our lines were open earlier. If we can reopen the lines and take their feedback, their comments, because Shravan, it's really a nightmare for the parents, and they were demanding one thing. They said, scrap NEET, scrap NTA. We do not want NTA to be there, and we want state level examinations. But that's their personal perspective, and they have the right to make a comment on that because they've burned the midnight oil in this case. But the anger that we are seeing, especially the opposition wants to cash on this opportunity also, because primarily it's right now as we speak, it's the NSUI that is protesting.
Previously also it had taken a political twist, but since the political twist, the reality is this, that the students, their future takes a hit. In the past too, because of the counselling dates that had come in previously, also the Apex Court had to basically intervene for the counselling sessions to be put in the right time frame. This time also with the delay that's going to once again take place with the NTA now, they will have to perhaps call for a meeting and thereafter decide as to when exactly the re-examination will actually take place. And that would further delay this entire process. Now that becomes, the bone of contention right now. Yeah. But having said that, the reason why this is happening for the second time once again underscores the point that there is particularly some leak within the system which needs to be plugged.
I'm also being told that we have another parent of a NEET aspirant, Krisha Mehta, also joining with us. Krisha, the question can be taken by Ishita. Ishita, please continue. Over to you.
As Shivam and Shravan were discussing that, how it is essentially putting the future of these NEET aspirants in jeopardy. I'm also being joined by Krishna Mehta. I want to ask you, as a parent of a NEET aspirant, how do you feel right now? Now the examination has been scrapped off following the massive leak. So what is your reaction right now?
Like, all the children are really shattered with all their dreams. Now they are feeling not to actually be a doctor in India. They actually want to leave India.
Right.
This is my daughter here. I don't feel like there's point of being a doctor in this country.
Right. So you appeared for this examination, right?
Yeah.
And what exactly is your feeling right now that examination has been cancelled, and of course the dates will be declared very soon for when the re-examination will be taking place?
Firstly, NTA has no accountability. This has happened in 2024. They have not learned anything from this. The management is, I'm sorry to use this word, but it's shit. In the exam, the invigilators take 30 minutes of ours in the formalities in a 3-hour exam with 180 questions. And then even after you give the exam, you unwind for these many days. And then there's a news that there's a re-need going to happen, which is like heartbreaking.
Right. For how long were you preparing for this examination? If you could tell us about your preparation and for how long were you preparing?
All the 22 lakh people giving this exam, we have not done anything for 2 years. No social life, no going out. We've dedicated our time for this exam just to become a doctor in this country. And I don't know what the country is going to serve us back for the sacrifice they've made.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I have to add one more thing.
Right.
I have to add one more thing. I've got to understand that 2nd May, that before this exam was conducted, there were news and it was told just as rumors that papers are leaked.
Of course. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to us. And we're also being joined by Kirori Lal Meena, Minister of Agriculture and Horticulture of Rajasthan, live with us. Shambhavi, over to you. Please take the conversation forward.
So.
Rajasthan ka seeker is coming up as a center of all this controversy. Is there any lead that there is some network which was working?
जो भी कंप्लेंट मिली थी सीकर सेंटर को लेके, जहां ये बताया जाता है कि 300 पेपर क्वेश्चन में से 120 गैस पेपर के मिलान हूबहू था, उसके आधार पर एसओजी ने जांच की, प्रमाण जुटाए, प्रमाण एसओजी ने एनटीए को बताए, जिसके आधार पर एनटीए ने परीक्षा रद्द कर दी और सरकार ने सीबीआई जांच के आदेश दे दिए। इससे बड़ी संवेदनशीलता और तत्परता सरकार की नहीं हो सकती।
सर, अभी तक कितने ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको क्वेश्चन किया गया है, डिटेन किया है?
15 लोगों को राउंड अप किया है एसओजी ने और एसओजी की तथ्यात्मक रिपोर्ट का परिणाम है कि ये परीक्षा रद्द हुई और अब आगे तो सीबीआई जांच करेगी, तभी पता लग पाएगा कौन है।
आखिरी सवाल सर आपसे, कोई पर्टिकुलर कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन या ऐसे कोई लोग या कोई
जानकारी में नहीं, बट कोटा के बाद सीकर एक बड़ा एजुकेशन का हब है, वहाँ जिस किसी ने भी ऐसा किया है उस शैक्षणिक हब को कलंकित करने का काम किया है।
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Kirori Lal Meena speaking to us on the paper leak and the fact that the NTA, with the permission of the government, has cancelled the NEET exam, which was conducted on 3rd of May, and now fresh exam will be conducted from scratch. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, also take us, our viewers, through the entire investigation that's now taking place. We understand this was not just limited to one state, Rajasthan, but in fact, it went on to other states, including Andhra as well. And now about 9 arrests have been made from 5 states. So take us through the latest you're picking up as far as the legal investigation goes into this massive paper leak.
Well, definitely this was a multi-state operation allegedly, and that several states were involved in this paper leak, and that although Rajasthan is coming up as a center point of it, especially Sikar is coming as a center point of it, because that is where the paper was distributed, the guest paper in which 140 questions matched out of 200 questions. That was the guest paper which started from Sikar itself. There was a PG owner who distributed it to the girls who used to reside in his PG. Then later on sold it to a lot of coaching institutions, and that is where this entire syndicate started. So again, that is being investigated. The point in SOG has prepared a report on the basis of which the NTA has taken this decision of scrapping the NEET exam, the NEET UG exam altogether completely. Now, mind you, let us also tell our viewers again that 140 questions out of 200 questions were matching. So if a student would have attempted those 140 questions as per the guest paper, they could have easily secured 600 out of 720 marks. That is a lot. And that will, now that the investigation has been further...
Kumar, who's the founder of Super 30 on Republic. Mr. Kumar, I want to ask you, because you teach students for IIT exam, you understand the kind of, effort that goes into the preparation for such entrance exam, the kind of sweat, tears, blood these aspirants put in. So what is your reaction to this entire leak operation and now, of course, the cancellation of the exam as well?
ये बहुत दुखद बात है कि ऐसी घटना घटी है और बच्चों को परेशानी हो रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि उनके पेरेंट्स बहुत दबाव में हैं, तनाव में हैं और ये देख के बच्चे घबराए हैं। लेकिन मेरी पहली प्रतिक्रिया तो यही है और सरकार से ये गुजारिश है कि आपको कभी भी इस तरह की घटना न घटी, इसका ध्यान रखना चाहिए आप लोगों को। लेकिन एक राहत की बात है, थोड़ी राहत की बात कि तुरंत अपराधी पकड़े गए हैं, सजा भी मिली है, परीक्षा भी दोबारा होगी। इसलिए बच्चों को धैर्य बनाए रखना चाहिए, पेशेंस बनाए रखना चाहिए और फिर मोमेंटम में आना चाहिए और परीक्षा के तैयारी के लिए नए जोश से जुड़ जाना चाहिए।
Right, sir. So as you mentioned, that there has been, the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this case. Several arrests have been made. But as you said that, parents, students, both are anxious. They had been preparing for this for a really long time and now the cancellation has taken place. So any message that you have for students, who appeared for this exam and now have to reappear again when the dates are declared?
एकदम मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आपके चैनल के माध्यम से तमाम बच्चों को, उनके पेरेंट्स को कि आप एकदम पेशेंस बनाए रखें और इसको इस तरह से लेके चलो, कोई बात नहीं, न्याय मिला, थोड़ा परेशानियां तो थोड़ी हुई हैं, लेकिन चलो दूसरी बार परीक्षा हो रही है, दूसरा बार मुझे मौका मिला है। अब तो इसके अलावा कोई कारण नहीं है कि अपने आप को मोटिवेट करे। यही एक वजह है, यही चीज है जो सोच के अपने आप को मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं आपके कि चलो फिर से कोशिश करते, अच्छा कोशिश करते, जैसी परीक्षा हुई थी उससे भी अच्छी परीक्षा होगी।
जी बिल्कुल। और बहुत सारे प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं इस समय कैपिटल सिटी में भी NSUI की तरफ से, जो बोल रहे हैं कि जो ये पहली बार नहीं है कि नीट का पेपर लीक हुआ, इससे पहले भी कई दफ़ा नीट का पेपर लीक हो चुका है। तो ये जो इंटायर ऑपरेशन है वो बोल रहे हैं कि ये सिस्टम ही फ्लॉड है। तो एज एन एजुकेटर आपके हिसाब से जो एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट होता है, आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है इस पर?
नहीं, देखिए ये केवल NTA का विषय नहीं है, बल्कि यहाँ पूरा देश में जाल फैला हुआ है कोचिंग संचालकों का, माफियाओं का। ये एक बड़ी वजह है। बार बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटती है, सरकार कानून बनाती है, कोचिंग के लॉ बनते हैं, उन पर कार्रवाई होती है, फिर वही ढील ढाल हो जाती है। इसलिए सरकार को चाहिए, हमारी गुजारिश भी है सरकार से कि जो कोचिंग के नियम बनते उस पर सख्ती से काम किया जाए और जो व्यक्ति इसमें इन्वॉल्व है इस घटना में उसको ऐसी सजा दी जाए कि अगली बार कोई इसकी पुनरावृत्ति न करे, इसको रिपीट न करे।
तो आपकी समझ से जो कोचिंग माफिया है इस समय, आपने जैसा बताया कि जो कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस है ये जगह जगह अब आ गए हैं, इन पर मोर रेगुलेशंस की जरूरत है, मोर रिस्ट्रिक्शंस की जरूरत है?
एकदम जरूरत है। इसके लिए कोचिंग लॉ बनाए गए, कई बार बनाए गए, हर साल बनते हैं जब ऐसी घटनाएं घटती है। लेकिन कुछ समय तक वो लोग इसको करते भी हैं लागू, लेकिन धीरे धीरे लोग भूल जाते हैं। अब परीक्षा शुरू होने वाली है, 6 महीना पहले से खोज खबर लेनी चाहिए सरकार को कि अभी कोचिंग में क्या चल रहा है। पहले से उनका जो स्पेशल ब्रांच के लोग हैं उनकी नजर होनी चाहिए, कहीं कोई क्वेश्चन लीक करने का तो काम नहीं कर रहा है। तो पहले से तैयारी होनी चाहिए और सख्त तैयारी होनी चाहिए।
All right, thank you, Mr. Kumar, for joining us on Republic TV. Also getting reaction from Ashok Gehlot. Let's take a listen.
छात्रों ने, अभ्यर्थियों ने 3 और 4 तारीख को ही पुलिस को रिपोर्ट कर दी, तो कोई परवाह नहीं करी पुलिस ने। फिर उन छात्रों ने NTO को लिखा, NTO को लिखा, तब जाके उन्होंने DG पुलिस को, मैंने सुना है, या इतला करी कि भाई ये शिकायत हमारे पास आ रही, राजस्थान से आ रही। तब केस SOG को दिया गया, उन्होंने 20-30 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर लिया। पर ये समझ के परे है क्या कारण था कि FIR तक दर्ज नहीं करे थे। मैंने कल ही मांग करी कि आप FIR दर्ज क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? आपने बैठा रखा उनको, आप उनका अरेस्ट करें, कार्रवाई शुरू करें, जांच शुरू करें। पूरे राजस्थान की बदनामी हो रही थी। पर ये समझ नहीं आ रहा कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने क्यों ऐसे स्टेशन दिए होंगे। SOG संस्था जो है उनके अधिकारियों में समझ पैदा हो गई कि हम कार्रवाई आगे बढ़ाएं नहीं बढ़ाएं। ये खबरें भी आ रही थी एसओजी से भी, ये बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट बात थी। अब सवाल ये कि 2024 में पेपर आउट हुआ, 25 में हुआ और 26 में हो रहा है। 3 साल लगातार एनटीए से पेपर आउट हो रहे हैं। जब तक आप तय में नहीं जाएंगे तो ये आगे भी ऐसी स्थिति बनती जाएगी। पहले भी जो एग्जाम होते हैं राज्यों में, वहाँ पे भी राजस्थान सहित मैं जहाँ तक समझता हूँ शायद उसमें यूपी भी है, गुजरात भी है, हो सकता है एक आधा स्टेट में गलत बोल रहा हूँ, मतलब देहरादून का भी रिपोर्ट आई थी, बिहार से भी आई थी, कई राज्यों से आती रहती है। तो ये जो पेपर लीक के जो गैंग बन गए हैं अलग राज्यों में और राष्ट्रव्यापी, इससे हमारे जो नौजवान पीढ़ी बहुत दुखी है। तैयारी करते हैं, एग्जाम होते हैं, फिर एग्जाम रद्द करने पड़ते हैं। हमें भी रास्ता में एक आउट हो गया, रद्द करना पड़ा था। तो ये बहुत बड़ी एक समस्या, चुनौती के रूप में हमारे सामने है। भारत सरकार को चाहिए, मैंने पहले अपील की थी, ये जो राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो ये ऑर्गेनाइज वे में काम हो रहा है, ऑर्गेनाइज वे में गैंग बनी हुई है, ये पता लगाना चाहिए ये इस समस्या के समाधान के लिए। अब आप आश्चर्य करोगे, अभी ये राजस्थान में एसओजी जांच कर रही है, वो पेपर जो राजस्थान से आउट हो गए जयपुर या सीकर से, जो हम सुन रहे हैं, उसने एफआईआर लॉन्च आज भी नहीं करी है, आज की होगी। और बताइए एनटीए ने बिना एफआईआर दर्ज करे हुए पेपर को कैंसिल कर दिया, रद्द कर दिया। इसका मतलब उनके पास जो खबरें गई है ना छात्रों से जिन्होंने एग्जाम दिया है, डॉक्यूमेंट उन्होंने भेजे हैं, डॉक्यूमेंट्स भेजे हैं, उनसे कन्विंस हो गए, उन्होंने इतना बड़ा एग्जाम 22 लाख छात्र बैठे उसके अंदर, और उन्होंने उसको रद्द कर दिया। इसका मतलब कितना ठोस प्रूफ उनके पास पहुंचे होंगे। जब उनके पास पहुंच चुकते हैं, एनटीए के पास पहुंच चुकते हैं, नेशनल एजेंसी के पास में, तो राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट के पास एसओजी के पास नहीं पहुंचे क्या? तो पता नहीं है क्या बदनामी के डर से, क्योंकि हमें बदनाम कर रहे हैं 2 साल से, पेपर आउट पेपर आउट। हम तो स्वीकार करते हैं, पर हमारे ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि हमारे वक्त में केस दर्ज होते थे, हमारे वक्त में ही पेपर रद्द होते थे, वापस एग्जाम करवाते थे। पर ये जो इनकी जो अप्रोच है ना, वो नेगेटिव अप्रोच है। पूरे देश की बदनामी, राजस्थान की बदनामी हो रही है, एसओजी की बदनामी हो रही है कि राजस्थान की एसओजी ने क्यों नहीं एफआईआर दर्ज करी, क्यों नहीं उन्होंने रिपोर्ट भेजी बताएं पब्लिक को, भाई हमने रिपोर्ट भेजी थी। तो ये सब रहस्य बने हुए, बहुत ही दुखद घटना है ये, जिसमें एनटीए को ये पेपर रद्द करना पड़ा, सीबीआई को जांच देनी पड़ी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ अब भी समय है, लॉजिकल कंक्लूजन तक पहुँचे सीबीआई भी, पता लगाया कि और जहाँ पेपर आउट हो, आर्मी में हो जाते हैं, जुडिशरी में हो जाते हैं, सब संस्था में पेपर आउट हो रहे हैं। तो ये फन फॉर ऑल हमेशा के लिए प्रॉब्लम हल होनी चाहिए, मेरा मानना है, मेरी रुचि उसके अंदर है कि सरकार किसी पार्टी की हो, पेपर आउट होना बहुत बड़ी घटना होती है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उसके लिए किस प्रकार से हमेशा के लिए बीमारी समाप्त हो। बेरोजगारी बहुत ज़्यादा है, लोग कहते हैं बेरोजगार लोग क्या करें, ये धंधा पकड़ लिया, धंधा शुरू कर दिया इन लोगों ने। बड़े बड़े नेता उसमें कई बार शामिल होते हैं, ऐसे नाम भी आते हैं। तो ये मैं समझता हूँ इन बातों में बहुत गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए सरकार। अब सरकार, भारत सरकार तो क्या है, चुनाव जीतने का उनका एजेंडा है खाली, बस चुनाव जीते कैसे, ये इनके प्रकरण साम दाम दंड भेद काम लो। अरे भाई चुनाव जीतना मैं तो पूर्ण हो सकता है, पर साथ में जो ये घटनाएं हो रही है उनको रोकने बहुत आवश्यक होता है। जो मंत्री जी है हमारे धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, उनको चाहिए कि वो ध्यान दे इसके ऊपर, उनको चाहिए विशेष रूप से, वो मंत्रालय के मंत्री हैं, कि पेपर आउट क्यों हो रहे हैं, बताएं देश को।
सर बकायदा एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप था, जिस व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप को बनाया गया था।
All right, viewers, that was Ashok Gehlot raising questions why there was not an FIR registered and was there an attempt to cover up this entire leak operation. Also joining us on the broadcast is now Dr. Momin Khan, Pharma Doctors Association. Now, thank you, Doctor, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, I want to ask you, as somebody who has prepared for NEET, cleared it, and now, of course, you are a practicing doctor, how do you look at this entire operation? First, the paper got leaked, and now, of course, the examination has been scrapped. New dates are yet to be released. How do you look at this entire thing, and also do you not think this exposes the entire plugs and the gaps that exist in the NEET system?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Like it's very unfortunate. It's not like it's now becoming a common thread. As you can see earlier, these cases are going on, and like if you will see like more than 23 lakh like NEET aspirants, undergraduate students appear in this exams. Their whole like mental health is drained in this exam because this is very hard exams. Like you have to prepare for day and night. Then after that what happened, someone will buy questions like 150 questions. Like it's very mental, it's draining their mental health completely.
Right.
Government should do one thing. Government can do like end-to-end digital encryptions of the questions, and also there should be like last-minute paper generation.
All right, one message if you have for students, who appeared for this exam and now it's been scrapped, so they have to reappear as somebody who has prepared for NEET exam. Any message that you have for those students right now?
Yeah, these repeating things, like repeating controversies, only damages the trust of the students to the government. My message to government will is just do the proper inquiry. Those involved in this scam must be punished, and also those students involved in this scam, their NEET should be completely banned. And also this message is for the hardworking NEET UG students who will prepare it again. I wish them best of luck, and they will do well.
Right. Also, Dr. Khan, we were talking to other experts also, and they were pointing out that how this entire nexus of these coaching system that exists, that sort of tries to exploit these students. How do you look at this, the coaching mafia, so to say, that is now emerged?
Well, I can't comment on coaching mafia or anything, because those whoever, whether it's coaching mafia, those students, parents, their family, or anyone involved in the administration, must be strict action must be taken against them, so that these things will never get repeated. Because as you know, it will completely only do one thing: it will damage the trust of the students to the administration or government.
Right. Mr. Khan, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your inputs with us. In fact, we've got some breaking news developments at this moment about the entire leak operation. Now, Prime Minister, in fact, is himself monitoring the entire situation right now. There's a high-level meet that's underway at the moment, viewers, as we speak, and top officials are linked to National Testing Agency are also part of that meeting, and Education Ministry as well is part of that meeting. Now, in fact, the leak has now gone to such an extent that Prime Minister himself is monitoring the entire situation, covering all the developments that are coming to light. A high-level meet right now, in fact, viewers, is underway as we speak at the moment. Now, top officials from NTA as well as Education Ministry are involved in this meet. Of course, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor also joins us with more details on this. Abhishek, take us through the details of this high-level meet that's underway at the PMO. You also have Education Ministry and NTA officials being part of this meeting.
Well, you see, it's a big thing that has happened, which is that the NEET exam has been compromised yet again. The integrity of the National Eligibility Entrance Test, which undergraduate courses for the medicine stream, and this was conducted on 3rd of May, and subsequently reports emerged that in some parts of Rajasthan, maybe there were some guest question papers available, which corresponded to roughly 1/3 of the actual exam that happened. And in fact, in terms of weightage of marks, it was even more. Subsequently, it materialized through checks carried out by the National Testing Agency, which is the nodal agency for carrying out NEET, that the exam was in fact compromised not just in Rajasthan, but some other states of the country, including, for example, Telangana. And a review was put in place. Now, obviously, this should be seen as embarrassing for the NTA, because last year such a major issue had emerged of the manner in which the supposedly foolproof systems, technology-driven foolproof systems were compromised in a state like Bihar. And now we are seeing a repeat of that happening in the case of Rajasthan. The kind of hassles, the kind of difficulties that students and their parents, hundreds and thousands of them, had to face. The same is getting repeated now. So the government, of course, has countermanded the exam, and new or fresh dates would be announced. And agencies are getting involved, including investigation agencies like the CBI. The CBI had, in fact, busted a module last year in Bihar, but it seems that it's a hydra-headed problem that the agencies are facing, that you bust one module somewhere and then another rears its head in another state. And the registration data, candidature, and examination centers opted for in the recently concluded exam. Perhaps at the same places, reconduct of exam would take place. There is a backup plan, is what sources tell us, in terms of next paper, which hopefully would not be compromised now. But a meeting is taking place at the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister, of course, is reviewing it remotely, in the sense that he is on his way back from Assam. But the PMO meeting is about making sure that when Plan B is executed and pending the investigation, as the next round of dates are announced and exam takes place, we do not see the kind of compromise of the integrity of the exam that has taken place. So a meeting is, officials meeting is going on, and even as we speak, efforts being made to hold the exam or second round of exam at the earliest possible date. Ishita.
Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, taking us through the latest details coming in. The PMO, the Prime Minister's office, monitoring the situation. High-level meetings underway. Top officials linked to NTA Education Ministry in that meeting. Abhishek, now we know that the NTA said they will go ahead, extend the full cooperation to the Bureau, the CBI, and will provide all materials, records, and assistance for any inquiry which is required from their side. We're getting these updates coming in. 9 arrested from 5 states, according to sources. We also have Saurav joining us live. Saurav has been tracking all the developments from the ground. There's a big stir over the NEET paper leak. Saurav, coming across to you, you're talking to a lot of protesters, and they're climbing over barricades and making demands. Yes, what's the latest coming in?
Yes, the protest was a massive protest staged by the NSUI student wing, and they have demanded that the current education minister should resign, as this is a every year story that the NEET exam paper gets leaked and they have to reappear for the examination, and this should be proved properly. And on the ground, currently we are fetching that 9 people have been arrested in the 5 different states by the CBI regarding this paper leak nexus. According to the government sources, we also got to know that this major racket was first met in Nasik, which is situated in Maharashtra, and after that they have one piece of paper of the NEET in their hands, and from there they have sent that paper to the Haryana, and in Haryana multiple copies of that paper was made, and then they were sent to the multiple states in India, including the Andhra Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Telangana, and Rajasthan. And 10 copies were sent to each state, and after that they have also made WhatsApp groups in which these papers were also circulated to the students who were about to appear in the NEET exam. This is a huge nexus which is operating, and they are solely responsible for this scam which took place, and now the students are angry on the ground, and they are again demanding that the government should probe this very thoroughly, and this should not happen again. Back to you, Shivangi.
That's right, Saurav. So 22 lakh students have been affected. I'm putting out these numbers. The exam was on May 3rd, 22 lakh students affected. 5,400 centers is where the exams were held. 551 cities across India. 14 cities abroad. And imagine the amount of students who have been affected, Saurav. Now we know these students are waiting for fresh examination dates, and they're waiting for more updates from the NTA on what to do next in terms of examinations.
Yes, they are still waiting for the new date on which they have to appear for the NEET examination, and a high-level meeting is currently underway at the PMO, where several officials of the Education Ministry along with the NTA is present, and they are deciding the next step, and they are also deciding that how these papers got leaked. They are also probing this matter, and they are about to announce they will further getting in discussion on that how these papers got leaked and what should be the next step, and when will the next paper will be conducted in India regarding the NEET examination, as 20 to 25 lakh people every year appear for this examination. This paper leak is a major scam to these students who have appeared for the examination, as they again have to appear for the examination when the dates will be announced, and the high-level meeting is currently underway to probe this whole matter and to decide of their next step and their plan B, that when they will again conduct the examination and what should be the security processes which will be taken by the central agencies, so that again such kind of incident should not happen on the ground and students should not be affected again due to these kind of incidents which take place almost every consecutive year, due to which students have to give their examination again and they face a lot of hardship on the ground. And 9 people in this regard have been arrested from multiple states in India, including the Rajasthan, Telangana, Jammu and Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, and there is a whole huge nexus working to conduct these such incidents.
Yes, Saurabh, hold on for a second there. I'm going joined by Harsh. Harsh is right outside the NTA office in Delhi. Harsh, what is happening there? Could you get an opportunity to talk to any of the NTA officials, any authorities here? Now, all students, they're waiting. These 22 lakh students are waiting for more instructions to come from the NTA for a fresh re-examination.
Right, in fact, this is the NSIC building in New Delhi where the NTA office is located. In fact, now this is the very office of NTA in New Delhi. You see heavy security deployment here when questions are being asked with officials. Now, I'll in fact try to go inside. You see, these are the, in fact, sir, अंदर जाने से क्यों रोक रहे हैं? सर, सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, हमारे हाथ में कोई हथियार नहीं है, माइक के साथ में, सर. क्या आपको क्या इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिले? मीडिया को रोकने के इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिले? किसी को रोकना, आप इसके नीचे रहिए प्लीज. सर बताइए तो हमको क्यों रोका जा रहा है? हम तो सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं. You see, these are this is the exact situation here at the NTA office, where security has been tightened to curb the entry of media within the premises. Now, this is the situation when the questions are being asked. 22 lakh students are affected with the cancellation of the May 3rd NEET exam that was conducted. Now, this is a saddening situation because when media tries to confront the officials who are in charge, this is what happens. You see, we here on Republic TV, we are showing you the live visuals of the security protocol which is in fact in place at the NTA office, because the media is now asking the tough questions. Abhishek Singh, the man in charge, who is in fact the head of the NTA, the elite entrance examination authority, he is in fact now nowhere to be found here at the NTA building. And you see the police officials that are present here are in fact trying to stop the media when we try to ask the questions, when we try to ask questions on behalf of the 22 lakh aspirants who remain affected because of these malicious leak of paper which is related to the NEET examination that was conducted on May 3rd.
Yes. Okay. Harsh, you know what? We're trying to get a word, like Harsh is trying to get a word from the NTA officials. Harsh not being allowed to really go in. Harsh is really trying hard there. You just saw that, viewers. You know, we were talking to a lot of aspirants, Harsh, and they all said the same thing, that they want accountability from the NTA. But the NTA has given a helpline number instead. Are the students happy about that?
Definitely not, because Shivangi, this is the situation on ground. The man in charge, the Director General of National Testing Agency, which is the elite agency when we talk about entrance examinations all across India, Abhishek Singh, he is nowhere to be found here at the very premises of the NTA building. He is in fact disappearing when another leak, another malicious leak of an elite examination has been fetched, when this is something which is affecting 22 lakh families, 22 applicants who were in fact appearing for the NEET examination that was carried out on May 3rd. However, this exam has now been cancelled and the investigation has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. But this is a saddening state because now media is being stopped from asking the tough questions to the officials who are in charge, and now we see a cover-up of what has happened. Now, in fact, when we talk about the opposition's comments in this regard, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi in fact has also maintained, he's also alleging that 89 of such leaks have been found in the last decade. Nearly 48 re-examinations took place, and now we are fetching another big leak in a NEET examination that was carried out nationwide on May 3rd.
All right, hold on there, Harsh and Saurav. Both of them are reporting live for us from the ground. I really want to switch back to Gursimran, who's live in Jammu, and he's trying to talk to some of the students. Some of the students, and Gursimran, coming across to you, they are planning to give NEET sometime in the future. But looking at the state of affairs, they are feeling extremely anxious. Gursimran.
Yes, Shivangi, this is not a shocker for the students, but for the entire ecosystem that includes the students, their parents, teachers, and also the support staff that is there. They all actually work, they burn midnight oil so that these students succeed in the examination. But the state of affairs that is there is really, really saddening for them. We'll try to speak to some more students also. आप मुझे बताइए, जिस तरह से एग्जाम जो है अब स्क्रैप कर दिया गया, एक स्टूडेंट पे क्या बीतती है?
स्टूडेंट पे तो काफ़ी जैसे मतलब दो साल में मेहनत की होती है, अब उनको लगता है कि एंड में आके उनकी मेहनत वेस्ट जा रही है, क्योंकि अब उनको पेपर वापस देना पड़ेगा। किस वजह से? क्योंकि जैसे 2024 में भी पेपर वापस देना पड़ा था, क्योंकि पेपर लीक हो गए तब भी, तो वापस होएगा तो स्टूडेंट्स के लिए काफ़ी टॉर्चर जैसा रहेगा।
स्टूडेंट्स के लिए जो है वो काफ़ी दिक्कत होगी। कुछ टीचर से भी यहाँ पर बात कर लेते हैं। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि टीचर्स के लिए कितना ज़्यादा ये डिमोटिवेटिंग रहता है और अब कैसे बच्चे जो है वो कॉप अप कर पाएंगे?
सर, हमारा तो क्या है, हम दोबारा मेहनत कर लेंगे, बट ये बच्चा जो 2 साल से अपना सपना लेके जी रहा था, पूरी मेहनत के साथ लगातार तैयारी कर रहा था, अब ये जो ब्रेक आया जिसमें उसने एक सपना पहले से बना लिया कि अब मुझे 2 महीने बाद कॉलेज जाना है, मैं कैसे दोबारा उस चीज़ को, उस मेहनत को रिवाइव कर पाऊँगा? क्या मैं वो नंबर ला पाऊँगा? कितना बड़ा सेटबैक होगा? तो हमारी हाथ जोड़ के विनती है एजेंसियों से, सरकार से कि इस प्रोसीजर को ठीक करें, ताकि ये बच्चा जो इतना सारा बच्चा एग्ज़ाम देने वाला है वो हर बार ना रोए। हर बार 2024 में भी सेम यही हुआ था, लास्ट ईयर तो हमने नहीं सुना, लेकिन इस साल बहुत बड़े स्कैम की बात आई है और ये स्कैम पूरे बच्चों को, मतलब पूरी एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री में हिला कर रखा हुआ है।
So this is really shocking and saddening for the entire education system also. बेटा, आप मुझे बताइए, आपने जब ये सुना, ये आपके लिए कितना ज़्यादा शॉकिंग?
इट्स वेरी डिसअपॉइंटिंग सर। जैसे नीट जो एक हाईली कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्ज़ाम है और ऐसे, और जो एनटीए है ये बहुत बड़ी मतलब गवर्नमेंट साइट है, और अगर इससे हम ये चीज़, ये स्कैम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं तो हम जैसे स्टूडेंट्स जो अब अपेयर होने वाले, तो हमारा ट्रस्ट तो ऑलरेडी टूट गया हुआ है और हमारे मन में एक डर भी है कि हमारे वक्त पे भी ऐसा ना हो, तो हमें भी वो मेंटल ट्रॉमा ना फेस करना पड़े। तो एक दफ़ा को एक डर जो है वो हमारे मन में बैठ गया।
टीचर्स के लिए, पेरेंट्स के लिए, उनके लिए भी एक बड़ा ट्रॉमा है, तो बच्चों को कंसाइल करना, बच्चों को ये बताना कि आपने दोबारा से ये सब करना है, ये कितना टफ रहता है टीचर्स के?
सर, बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल रहता है टीचर्स के लिए भी, क्योंकि एक बच्चा जो अपनी तैयारी छोड़ के, बेसिकली 2 साल हम तैयारी कर रहे हैं एक चीज़ के लिए, एंड आफ्टर दैट हम इस उम्मीद पे हैं कि हमें सीट मिल जाएगी, हम 10 दिन बैठे हुए हैं कि हम इंजॉय कर रहे हैं अभी, क्योंकि 2 साल की मेहनत के बाद बच्चे को भी थोड़ा फ्रेशन अप होने के लिए टाइम चाहिए। उसमें आप उसको अनएक्सपेक्टेडली फिर से बोल दीजिए कि आपने जो 2 साल की मेहनत करके एग्ज़ाम दिया है वो अब रद्द हो गया, आपको फिर से अपेयर होना है, फिर से तैयारी शुरू करना एक बच्चे के लिए बहुत डिस्टर्बिंग होता है, मेंटली, इमोशनली दोनों में बच्चा बच्चा खप जाता है इस चीज़ को लेके, और ये चीज़ें बार बार होना बच्चे का ट्रस्ट ब्रेक करता है। अब आने वाली जनरेशन, आने वाले बच्चे जो हैं वो हर साल फिर यही मान के चलेंगे कि कोई बात नहीं है, एक पेपर ख़राब हो गया दूसरा फिर से आ जाएगा। तो ये चीज़ें गलत है, जो गलत मैसेज दे रही हैं बच्चों को भी, और एक एज अ टीचर हमें भी डिसहार्टन करती है, क्योंकि हमारा एक बच्चा हमें कॉल करके कह रहा है कि मैम इतने नंबर बन रहे हैं, द नेक्स्ट डे हमें पता चल रहा है एग्ज़ाम फिर से रीअपेयर होना पड़ रहा है उनको, और पता नहीं अब वो किस हिसाब से आएगा, पेपर का लेवल आएगा, कैसे उनका स्कोर आएगा, उसमें बच्चा कितना सफ़र करेगा। तो ये बच्चे के लिए एक बहुत ही ट्रॉमेटिक सिचुएशन है।
So Shivangi, this is the situation. Not only the students, their parents, but also the teachers are really very concerned about what has transpired over last couple of hours, because the students, they have given the examinations and they were all prepared that it is going to go well. But then all of a sudden, what we have seen that the students, they getting the notification from the NTA that the exams have been cancelled. आप मुझे बताइए, आपको जब ये सुना तब आपको कैसा लगा? Because आप तो prepare कर रहे हैं।
सर काफ़ी ज़्यादा शॉकिंग न्यूज़ थी, लाइक इन फ्यूचर हमारे साथ भी ये हो सकता है। सो क्या गारंटी है कि एनटीए क्या करेगा आगे जाके? सो ये बहुत ज़्यादा गलत हुआ है, एंड लाइक जो जैसे ड्रॉपर्स हैं या फ्रेशर्स हैं उनके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा सफरिंग है ये।
So this is the situation here, Shivangi, where the students, they are really very concerned about what lies next for them as the exam has been scrapped. Shivangi.
Right. Well, good Simran. Well, thank you, good Simran, getting us all those details. I want to go across to my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi is live from Jaipur. Can we go to Shambhavi now? And the reason we're going to her and getting a report from there, a live report, is because the Rajasthan angle is crucial. One of the first major paper leak trail comes from Rajasthan. There was a suspicious guest paper. Then the Rajasthan SOG led the initial probe. Shambhavi, you have been speaking to some ministers there as well. What is the latest that we are learning of? Yes, Shambhavi.
Well, see, we know that with as time progresses, we are seeing that this decision is hurting not just the aspirants, but their parents and their teachers. All of them, nobody seems to be happy with this decision, given that something this unfortunate has happened in the first place, because this is a national exam, one of the toughest exams to crack, where students prepare for years and then appear for the exam, and then one fine morning they get up and they get to know that their exam that they have appeared for has been scrapped, and now they have to appear for the same exam again. As per the investigation, Afghan SOG has been carrying on the investigation, where around 15 arrests have been made so far. Further investigation is going on. People are being questioned. There have been some arrests, as I mentioned. Apart from that, now that the exam stands cancelled, the investigation is being handed over to CBI. CBI will do a thorough investigation in the matter. It will make sure to investigate all the points which are still unanswered. Where this all started from, because what we know, it started from a boy in Kerala who sent a guest paper to his father saying that distribute this paper to the students in your PG, to the girls in your PG or residing in your PG. Then that PG owner further distributed it to other students and other coaching institutions, and that is how this started as per the information that we have. But still, this case needs a lot of investigation to know where this all started from, as it is also being said that this is a multi-state network which was being operated where this paper leaked. And this guest paper, let me also tell our viewers again that 140 questions out of 200 questions. Now, for the NEET, you only have to appear for 180 questions out of 200 questions. You don't have to appear for the entire 200 questions. So 140 questions out of the total questions were exact match with the guest paper that was circulated before the exam. For a better understanding, if a student, let's say, would have attempted all those 140 questions correctly as per the guest paper, they would have easily been able to secure 600 out of 720 marks. 600 out of 720 marks. That is a lot.
Shambhavi, before let it go, of course, now the case has gone to CBI, so we will be looking for more updates there. There's a meeting happening at the Prime Minister's office as well. Just a quick answer from you. Now, of course, now we're still waiting for more names to drop, more players here, because the organized corruption angle is coming out very, very strongly, Shambhavi.
Definitely new information is set to come up as and when this investigation progresses and as and when the CBI carries on this investigation, especially focusing on Seeker, because Seeker is emerging at the center of the controversy. That is where the paper leak started. Now, which all states were affected? How many students were affected? How many students bought the paper knowing that it was a leaked paper? How many students bought the paper knowing that it was a guest paper, a miraculously good guest paper at that? So a lot of points need to be investigated, and new information, new points of information will keep coming. We'll keep bringing that to our viewers.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details, Shambhavi. I will be coming back to you for more. I thank all our reporters who have been getting us back-to-back updates here on the paper leak, the NEET paper leak. A day after Tamil Nadu's new government is sworn in, we're getting some more updates coming in. Udayanidhi at the same time has stoked a big row in the assembly, calls for eradication of Sanatan Dharma. So this is one more parallel story we're tracking the entire day here on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
ये सब आप इसलिए कर रहे हैं ना सर, ताकि आप अपने आरएसएस को बचा सके। वैसे भी आप आरएसएस के भोपू ही तो हैं। आरएसएस का सच है मेरी थीसिस, जो सालों से छुपाया गया है। But I am going to unmask the truth.
क्लास अब शुरू होगी because the professor is here.
ये जो भी हो रहा है, ये injustice, ये conspiracies, ये manipulation, अगर आप इसको terrorism नहीं कहेंगे तो फिर किसको कहेंगे? ये है मेरा आखिरी सवाल. This is my last question to you.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
This week, we've seen a developing investigation into a cluster, a very unusual cluster of cases of a certain type of hantavirus.
What we do know is that the Andes virus, in previous outbreaks, there has been instances of human-to-human transmission, mainly among close contacts, either providing clinical care or people who have had close physical contact.
For the decades that
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे ये डिबेट बाहर की सोच है विकी। डिबेट यानी विवाद, भारत विवाद नहीं, संवाद यानी कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन, इसमें भरोसा रखता है।
सच नरेट नहीं करना होता, नरेटिव को सच बनाना होता है।
जब भी भगवे के ओर कोई कालिक दिखता है तो उसी स्याही से इतिहास लिखा जाता है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.